Chapters 22 through 27 of Leviticus from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. And the Lord said to Moses, Give orders to Aaron and to his sons to keep themselves separate from the holy things of the children of Israel which they give to me, and not to make my holy name common. I am the Lord. Say to them, If any man of all your seed through all your generations, being unclean, comes near the holy things which the children of Israel make holy to the Lord, he will be cut off from before me. I am the Lord. No man of the seed of Aaron who is a leper or has a flow from his body may take of the holy food till he is clean. And any man touching anything which is unclean because of the dead, or any man whose seed goes from him, or anyone touching any unclean thing which goes flat on the earth, or someone by whom he may be made unclean in any way whatever. Any person touching any such unclean thing will be unclean till evening, and may not take of the holy food till his flesh has been bathed in water. And when the sun is gone down, he will be clean, and after that he may take part in the holy food, because it is his bread. That which comes to a natural death or is attacked by beasts, he may not take as food, for it will make him unclean. I am the Lord. So then, let them keep what I have put into their care, for fear that sin may come on them because of it, so causing their death, because they have made it common. I am the Lord who make them holy. No outside person may take of the holy food, or one living as a guest in the priest's house, or a servant working for payment. But any person for whom the priest has given money, to make him his, may take of it with him, and those who come to birth in his house may take of his bread. And if the daughter of a priest is married to an outside person, she may not take of the holy things which are lifted up as offerings. But if a priest's daughter is a widow or parted from her husband and has no child, and has come back to her father's house as when she was a girl, she may take of her father's bread, but no outside person may do so. And if a man takes the holy food in error, he will have to give the holy thing back to the priest with the addition of a fifth part. And they may not make common the holy things which the children of Israel give to the Lord, so causing sin to come on them when they take their holy things for food. I am the Lord who make them holy. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron and to his sons and to all the children of Israel, If any man of the children of Israel or of any other nation living in Israel makes an offering, given because of an oath, or freely given to the Lord for a burnt offering, so that it may be pleasing to the Lord, let him give a male without any mark from among the oxen or the sheep or the goats. But anything which has a mark you may not give, it will not make you pleasing to the Lord. And whoever makes a peace offering to the Lord in payment of an oath or as a free offering from the herd or the flock, if it is to be pleasing to the Lord, let it be free from any mark or damage. Anything blind or broken or damaged or having any disease or any mark on it may not be offered to the Lord. You may not make an offering of it by fire on the altar to the Lord. An ox or a lamb which has more or less than its natural parts may be given as a free offering, but it will not be taken in payment of an oath. An animal which has its sex parts damaged or crushed or broken or cut may not be offered to the Lord. Such a thing may not be done anywhere in your land. And from one who is not an Israelite, you may not take any of these for an offering to the Lord, for they are unclean. There is a mark on them, and the Lord will not be pleased with them. And the Lord said to Moses, When an ox or a sheep or a goat is given birth, let it be with its mother for 7 days. And after the 8th day it may be taken as an offering made by fire to the Lord. A cow or a sheep may not be put to death with its young on the same day. And when you make an offering of praise to the Lord, make it in a way which is pleasing to him. Let it be used for food on the same day. Do not keep any part of it till the morning. I am the Lord. So then, keep my orders and do them. I am the Lord. And do not make my holy name common, so that it may be kept holy by the children of Israel. I am the Lord who make you holy, who took you out of the land of Egypt, that I might be your God. I am the Lord. Chapter 23. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, These are the fixed feasts of the Lord which you will keep for holy meetings. These are my feasts. On 6 days work may be done, but the seventh day is a special day of rest, a time for worship. You may do no sort of work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord wherever you may be living. These are the fixed feasts of the Lord, the holy days of worship which you will keep at their regular times. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month at nightfall, is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days let your food be unleavened bread. On the first day you will have a holy meeting. You may do no sort of field work. And every day for 7 days you will give a burnt offering to the Lord. And on the seventh day there will be a holy meeting. You may do no field work. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, When you have come to the land which I will give you, and have got in the grain from its fields, take some of the first fruits of the grain to the priest, and let the grain be waved before the Lord, so that you may be pleasing to him. On the day after the Sabbath let it be waved by the priest. And on the day of the waving of the grain, you are to give a male lamb of the first year without any mark for a burnt offering to the Lord. And let the meal offering with it be 2/10 parts of an ephah of the best meal mixed with oil, an offering made by fire to the Lord for a sweet smell. And the drink offering with it is to be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And you may take no bread or dry grain or new grain for food till the very day on which you have given the offering for your God. This is a rule forever through all your generations wherever you are living. And let 7 full weeks be numbered from the day after the Sabbath, the day when you give the grain for the wave offering. Let 50 days be numbered to the day after the 7th Sabbath. Then you are to give a new meal offering to the Lord. Take from your houses 2 cakes of bread made of a 5th part of an ephah of the best meal, cooked with leaven, to be waved for first fruits to the Lord. And with the bread take 7 lambs of the first year without any marks, and 1 ox and 2 male sheep, to be a burnt offering to the Lord, with their meal offering and their drink offerings, an offering of a sweet smell made by fire to the Lord. And you are to give 1 male goat for a sin offering and 2 male lambs of the first year for peace offerings. And these will be waved by the priest with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering to the Lord, with the 2 lambs. They will be holy to the Lord for the priest. And on the same day let it be given out that there will be a holy meeting for you. You may do no field work on that day. It is a rule forever through all your generations wherever you are living. And when you get in the grain from your land, do not let all the grain at the edges of the field be cut, and do not take up the grain which has been dropped in the field. Let that be for the poor and for the man from another country. I am the Lord your God. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, in the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, let there be a special day of rest for you, a day of memory marked by the blowing of horns, a meeting for worship. Do no field work, and give to the Lord an offering made by fire. And the Lord said to Moses, The 10th day of this 7th month is the day for the taking away of sin. Let it be a holy day of worship. You are to keep from pleasure, and give to the Lord an offering made by fire. And on that day you may do no sort of work, for it is a day of taking away sin, to make you clean before the Lord your God. For any person, whoever he may be, who takes his pleasure on that day will be cut off from his people. And if any person, whoever he may be, on that day does any sort of work, I will send destruction on him from among his people. You may not do any sort of work. This is an order forever through all your generations, wherever you may be living. Let this be a Sabbath of special rest to you, and keep yourselves from all pleasure. On the 9th day of the month at nightfall, from evening to evening, let this Sabbath be kept. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, on the 15th day of this 7th month, let the Feast of Tents be kept to the Lord for 7 days. On the first day there will be a holy meeting. Do no field work. Every day for 7 days give an offering made by fire to the Lord, and on the 8th day there is to be a holy meeting, when you are to give an offering made by fire to the Lord. This is a special holy day. You may do no field work on that day. These are the fixed feasts of the Lord, to be kept by you as holy days of worship, for making an offering by fire to the Lord, a burnt offering, a meal offering, an offering of beasts, and drink offerings, every one on its special day. In addition to the Sabbaths of the Lord, and in addition to the things you give and the oaths you make and the free offerings to the Lord. But on the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have got in all the fruits of the land, you will keep the feast of the Lord for 7 days. The first day will be a Sabbath, and the 8th day the same. On the first day, take the fruit of fair trees, branches of palm trees, and branches of thick trees, and trees from the riverside, and be glad before the Lord for 7 days. And let this feast be kept before the Lord for 7 days in the year. It is a rule forever, from generation to generation. In the 7th month let it be kept. For 7 days you will be living in tents. All those who were Israelites by birth are to make tents their living places, so that future generations may keep in mind how I gave the children of Israel tents as their living places when I took them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And Moses made clear to the children of Israel the orders about the fixed feasts of the Lord. Chapter 24. And the Lord said to Moses, Give orders to the children of Israel to give you clean olive oil for the light, so that a light may be burning at all times. Outside the veil of the ark in the tent of meeting, let Aaron see that it is burning from evening till morning at all times before the Lord. It is a rule forever through all your generations. Let Aaron put the lights in order on the support before the Lord at all times. And take the best meal, and make 12 cakes of it, a 1/5 part of an ephah in every cake. And put them in 2 lines, 6 in a line, on the holy table before the Lord. And on the lines of cakes put clean, sweet-smelling spices for a sign on the bread, an offering made by fire to the Lord. Every Sabbath day regularly the priest is to put it in order before the Lord. It is offered for the children of Israel, an agreement made forever. And it will be for Aaron and his sons. They are to take it for food in a holy place. It is the most holy of all the offerings made by fire to the Lord, a rule forever. And a son of an Israelite woman whose father was an Egyptian went out among the children of Israel and had a fight with a man of Israel by the tents. And the son of the Israelite woman said evil against the holy name with curses, and they took him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelemith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Dan. And they kept him shut up till a decision might be given by the mouth of the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Take the cursor outside the tent circle, and let all in whose hearing the words were said put their hands on his head, and let him be stoned by all the people. And say to the children of Israel, As for any man cursing God, his sin will be on his head. And he who says evil against the name of the Lord will certainly be put to death. He will be stoned by all the people, the man who is not of your nation, and the one who is an Israelite by birth. Whoever says evil against the holy name is to be put to death. And anyone who takes another's life is certainly to be put to death. And anyone wounding a beast and causing its death will have to make payment for it, a life for a life. And if a man does damage to his neighbor, as he has done, so let it be done to him. Wound for wound, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Whatever damage he has done, so let it be done to him. He who puts a beast to death will have to make payment for it. He who puts a man to death will himself be put to death. You are to have the same law for a man of another nation living among you as for an Israelite, for I am the Lord your God. And Moses said these words to the children of Israel, and they took the man who had been cursing outside the tent circle and had him stoned. The children of Israel did as the Lord gave orders to Moses. Chapter 25. And the Lord said to Moses on Mount Sinai, Say to the children of Israel, When you come into the land which I will give you, let the land keep a Sabbath to the Lord. For 6 years put seed into your land, and for 6 years give care to your vines, and get in the produce of them. But let the 7th year be a Sabbath of rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord. Do not put seed into your land, or have your vines cut. That which comes to growth of itself may not be cut, and the grapes of your uncared for vines may not be taken off. Let it be a year of rest for the land. And the Sabbath of the land will give food for you and your manservant and your womanservant and those working for payment, and for those of another country who are living among you. And for your cattle and the beasts on the land, All the natural increase of the land will be for food. And let 7 Sabbaths of years be numbered to you, 7 times 7 years, even the days of 7 Sabbaths of 7 years, that is 49 years. Then let the loud horn be sounded far and wide on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of taking away sin, let the horn be sounded through all your land. And let this 50th year be kept holy, and say publicly that everyone in the land is free from debt. It is the Jubilee, and every man may go back to his heritage and to his family. Let this 50th year be the Jubilee. No seed may be planted, and that which comes to growth of itself may not be cut, and the grapes may not be taken from the uncared-for vines. For it is the Jubilee, and it is holy to you. Your food will be the natural increase of the field. In this year of Jubilee, let every man go back to his heritage. And in the business of trading goods for money, do no wrong to one another. Let your exchange of goods with your neighbors have relation to the number of years after the year of Jubilee, and the number of times the earth has given her produce. If the number of years is great, the price will be increased, and if the number of years is small, the price will be less, for it is the produce of a certain number of years which the man is giving you. And do no wrong one to another, but let the fear of your God be before you, for I am the Lord your God. So keep my rules and my decisions and do them, and you will be safe in your land. And the land will give her fruit, and you will have food in full measure and be safe in the land. And if you say, where will our food come from in the 7th year, when we may not put in seed or get in the increase? Then I will send my blessing on you in the 6th year, and the land will give fruit enough for 3 years. And in the 8th year you will put in your seed and get your food from the old stores till the fruit of the 9th year is ready. No exchange of land may be forever, for the land is mine, and you are my guests, living with me for a time. Wherever there is property in land, the owner is to have the right of getting it back. If your brother becomes poor and has to give up some of his land for money, his nearest relation may come and get back that which his brother has given up. And if he has no one to get it back for him, and later he himself gets wealth and has enough money to get it back, then let him take into account the years from the time when he gave it up, and make up the loss for the rest of the years to him who took it, and so get back his property. But if he is not able to get it back for himself, then it will be kept by him who gave a price for it till the year of Jubilee. And in that year it will go back to its first owner, and he will have his property again. And if a man gives his house in a walled town for money, he has the right to get it back for the space of a full year after he has given it up. And if he does not get it back by the end of the year, then the house in the town will become the property of him who gave the money for it, and of his children forever. It will not go from him in the year of Jubilee. But houses in small, unwalled towns will be the same as property in the country. They may be got back, and they will go back to their owners in the year of Jubilee. But the houses in the towns of the Levites may be got back by the Levites at any time. And if a Levite does not give money to get back his property, his house in the town which was exchanged for money will come back to him in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the towns of the Levites are their property among the children of Israel. But the land on the outskirts of their towns may not be exchanged for money, for it is their property forever. And if your brother becomes poor and is not able to make a living, then you are to keep him with you, helping him as you would a man from another country who is living among you. Take no interest from him, in money or in goods, but have the fear of your God before you, and let your brother make a living among you. Do not take interest on the money which you let him have, or on the food which you give him. I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan, that I might be your God. And if your brother becomes poor and gives himself to you for money, do not make use of him like a servant who is your property, but let him be with you as a servant working for payment till the year of Jubilee. Then he will go out from you, he and his children with him, and go back to his family and to the property of his fathers. For they are my servants, whom I took out from the land of Egypt. They may not become the property of another. Do not be a hard master to him, but have the fear of God before you. But you may get servants as property from among the nations round about. From them you may take men servants and women servants. And in addition you may get, for money, servants from among the children of other nations who are living with you, and from their families which have come to birth in your land, and these will be your property. And they will be as your children's heritage after you, to keep as their property. They will be your servants forever, but you may not be hard masters to your countrymen, the children of Israel. And if one from another nation living among you gets wealth, and your countryman at his side becomes poor and gives himself for money to the man from another nation, or to one of his family, after he has given himself, he has the right to be made free for a price by one of his brothers, or his father's brother, or the son of his father's brother, or any near relation. Or if he gets money, he may make himself free. And let the years be numbered from the time when he gave himself to his owner till the year of Jubilee, and the price given for him will be in relation to the number of years on the scale of the payment of a servant. If there is still a long time, he will give back on account of it a part of the price which was given for him. And if there is only a short time, he will take account of it with his master, and in relation to the number of years he will give back the price of making him free. And he will be with him as a servant working for payment year by year. His master is not to be cruel to him before your eyes. And if he is not made free in this way, he will go out in the year of Jubilee, he and his children with him. For the children of Israel are servants to me. They are my servants whom I took out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Chapter 26. Do not make images of false gods, or put up an image cut in stone, or a pillar of any pictured stone in your land, to give worship to it, for I am the Lord your God. Keep my Sabbaths, and give honor to my holy place. I am the Lord. If you are guided by my rules, and keep my laws and do them, then I will give you rain at the right time, and the land will give her increase, and the trees of the field will give their fruit. And the crushing of the grain will overtake the cutting of the grapes, and the cutting of the grapes will overtake the planting of the seed. And there will be bread in full measure, and you will be living in your land safely. And I will give you peace in the land, and you will take your rest, and no one will give you cause for fear. And I will put an end to all evil beasts in the land, and no sword of war will go through your land. And you will put to flight those who are against you, and they will be put to death by your swords. Then 5 of you will put flight to 100, and 100 of you will put flight 10,000, and all who are against you will be put to death by your swords. And I will have pleasure in you, and make you fertile and greater in number, and I will keep my agreement with you. And old stores long kept will be your food, and you will take out the old because of the new. And I will put my holy house among you, and my soul will not be turned away from you in disgust. And I will be present among you, and will be your God, and you will be my people. I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, so that you might not be servants to them. By me the cords of your yoke were broken, and I made you go upright. But if you do not give ear to me, and do not keep all these my laws, and if you go against my rules, and if you have hate in your souls for my decisions, and you do not do all my orders, but go against my agreement, this will I do to you. I will put fear in your hearts, even wasting disease and burning pain, drying up the eyes and making the soul feeble, and you will get no profit from your seed, for your haters will take it for food. And my face will be turned from you, and you will be broken before those who are against you, and your haters will become your rulers, and you will go in flight when no man comes after you. And if, even after these things, you will not give ear to me, then I will send you punishment 7 times more for your sins. And the pride of your strength will be broken, and I will make your heaven as iron and your earth as brass. And your strength will be used up without profit, for your land will not give her increase, and the trees of the field will not give their fruit. And if you still go against me, and will not give ear to me, I will put 7 times more punishments on you because of your sins. I will let loose the beasts of the field among you, and they will take away your children, and send destruction on your cattle, so that your numbers will become small, and your roads become waste. And if by these things you will not be turned to me, but still go against me, then I will go against you, and I will give you punishment, I myself, 7 times for all your sins. And I will send a sword on you to give effect to the punishment of my agreement. And when you come together into your towns, I will send disease among you, and you will be given up into the hands of your haters. When I take away your bread of life, 10 women will be cooking bread in one oven, and your bread will be measured out by weight. You will have food, but never enough. And if, after all this, you do not give ear to me, but go against me still, then my wrath will be burning against you, and I will give you punishment, I myself, 7 times for your sins. Then you will take the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters for food, and I will send destruction on your high places, overturning your perfume altars, and will put your dead bodies on your broken images, and my soul will be turned from you in disgust. And I will make your towns waste and send destruction on your holy places. I will take no pleasure in the smell of your sweet perfumes, and I will make your land a waste, a wonder to your haters living in it. And I will send you out in all directions among the nations, and my sword will be uncovered against you, and your land will be without any living thing, and your towns will be made waste. Then will the land take pleasure in its Sabbaths while it is waste, and you are living in the land of your haters. Then will the land have rest. All the days while it is waste will the land have rest, such rest as it never had in your Sabbaths when you were living in it. And as for the rest of you, I will make their hearts feeble in the land of their haters, and the sound of a leaf moved by the wind will send them in flight, and they will go in flight as from the sword, falling down when no one comes after them. Falling on one another as before the sword when no one comes after them, you will give way before your haters. And death will overtake you among strange nations, and the land of your haters will be your destruction. And those of you who are still living will be wasting away in their sins in the land of your haters. In the sins of their fathers they will be wasting away. And they will have grief for their sins and for the sins of their fathers, when their hearts were untrue to me, and they went against me. So that I went against them and sent them away into the land of their haters. If then the pride of their hearts is broken and they take the punishment of their sins, then I will keep in mind the agreement which I made with Jacob and with Isaac and with Abraham, and I will keep in mind the land. And the land, while she is without them, will keep her Sabbaths, and they will undergo the punishment of their sins, because they were turned away from my decisions, and in their souls was hate for my laws. But for all that, when they are in the land of their haters, I will not let them go, or be turned away from them, or give them up completely. My agreement with them will not be broken, for I am the Lord their God. And because of them, I will keep in mind the agreement which I made with their fathers, whom I took out of the land of Egypt before the eyes of the nations, to be their God. I am the Lord. These are the rules, decisions, and laws which the Lord made between himself and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. Chapter 27. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, if a man makes a special oath, you will give your decision as to the value of the persons for the Lord. And you will put the value of a male from 20 years to 60 years old at 50 shekels of silver by the scale of the holy place. And if it is a female, the value will be 30 shekels. And if the person is from 5 to 20 years old, the value will be 20 shekels for a male and 10 for a female. And if the person is from 1 month to 5 years old, then the value for a male will be 5 shekels of silver, and for a female 3 shekels. And for 60 years old and over, for a male the value will be 15 shekels, and for a female 10. But if he is poorer than the value which you have put on him, then let him be taken to the priest, and the priest will put a value on him such as it is possible for him to give. And if it is a beast of which men make offerings to the Lord, whatever any man gives of such to the Lord will be holy. It may not be changed in any way, a good given for a bad, or a bad for a good. If one beast is changed for another, the two will be holy. And if it is any unclean beast of which offerings are not made to the Lord, then let him take the beast before the priest, and let the priest put a value on it. If it is good or bad, whatever value the priest puts on it, so will it be. But if he has a desire to get it back for himself, let him give a fifth more than your value. And if a man has given his house as holy to the Lord, then the priest will put a value on it. If it is good or bad, as the priest gives decision, so will the value be fixed. And if the owner has a desire to get back his house, let him give a fifth more than your value, and it will be his. And if a man gives to the Lord part of the field which is his property, then let your value be in relation to the seed which is planted in it. A measure of barley grain will be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he gives his field from the year of Jubilee, the value will be fixed by your decision. But if he gives his field after the year of Jubilee, the amount of the money will be worked out by the priest in relation to the number of years till the coming year of Jubilee, and the necessary amount will be taken off your value. And if the man who has given the field has a desire to get it back, let him give a fifth more than the price at which it was valued, and it will be his. But if he has no desire to get it back, or if he has given it for a price to another man, it may not be got back again. But the field, when it becomes free at the year of Jubilee, will be holy to the Lord, as a field given under an oath. It will be the property of the priest. And if a man gives to the Lord a field which he has got for money from another, which is not part of his heritage, then the value fixed by you up to the year of Jubilee will be worked out for him by the priest, and in that day he will give the amount of your value as holy to the Lord. In the year of Jubilee, the field will go back to him from whom he got it, that is, to him whose heritage it was. And let all your values be based on the shekel of the holy place, that is, 20 gerahs to the shekel. But a man may not give by oath to the Lord the first fruits of cattle which are offered to the Lord. If it is an ox or a sheep, it is the Lord's. And if it is an unclean beast, then the owner of it may give money to get it back, in agreement with the value fixed by you, by giving a fifth more. Or if it is not taken back, let it be given for money in agreement with your valuing. But nothing which a man has given completely to the Lord out of all his property, of man or beast, or of the land which is his heritage, may be given away or got back in exchange for money. Anything completely given is most holy to the Lord. Any man given completely to the Lord may not be got back. He is certainly to be put to death. And every 10th part of the land, of the seed planted, or of the fruit of trees, is holy to the Lord. And if a man has a desire to get back any of the 10th part which he has given, let him give a fifth more. And a 10th part of the herd and of the flock, whatever goes under the rod of the valuer, will be holy to the Lord. He may not make search to see if it is good or bad, or make any changes in it. And if he makes exchange of it for another, the two will be holy. He will not get them back again. These are the orders which the Lord gave to Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai. End of chapters 22 through 27. End of the book of Leviticus. Chapters 1 through 6 of Numbers from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. And the Lord said to Moses in the waste land of Sinai, in the tent of meeting, on the first day of the 2nd month, in the 2nd year after they came out of the land of Egypt, take the full number of the children of Israel by their families and by their fathers' houses, every male by name, all those of 20 years old and over, who are able to go to war in Israel, are to be numbered by you and Aaron. And to give you help, take one man from every tribe, the head of his father's house. These are the names of those who are to be your helpers. From Reuben, Elizur, the son of Shadur. From Simeon, Slemuel, the son of Zurishaddai. From Judah, Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. From Issachar, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. From Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Helon. Of the children of Joseph, from Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammihud. From Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedahazar. From Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni. From Dan, Ahizar, the son of Ammishaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, the son of Ochran. From Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Ruel. From Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan. These are the men named out of all the people, chiefs of their fathers' houses, heads of the tribes of Israel. And Moses and Aaron took these men, marked out by name, and they got together all the people on the first day of the 2nd month, and everyone made clear his family and his father's house, by the number of the names from 20 years old and over. As the Lord had given orders to Moses, so they were numbered by him in the waste place of Sinai. The generations of the sons of Reuben, the oldest son of Israel, were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over, who was able to go to war. 46,500 of the tribe of Reuben were numbered. The generations of the sons of Simeon were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 59,300 of the tribe of Simeon were numbered. The generations of the sons of Gad were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 45,650 of the tribe of Gad were numbered. The generations of the sons of Judah were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 74,600 of the tribe of Judah were numbered. The generations of the sons of Issachar were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 54,400 of the tribe of Issachar were numbered. The generations of the sons of Zebulun were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 57,400 of the tribe of Zebulun were numbered. The generations of the sons of Joseph were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 40,500 of the tribe of Ephraim were numbered. The generations of the sons of Manasseh were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 32,200 of the tribe of Manasseh were numbered. The generations of the sons of Benjamin were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 35,400 of the tribe of Benjamin were numbered. The generations of the sons of Dan were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years and over who was able to go to war. 62,700 of the tribe of Dan were numbered. The generations of the sons of Asher were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 41,500 of the tribe of Asher were numbered. The generations of the sons of Naphtali were numbered by their families and their fathers' houses, every male of 20 years old and over who was able to go to war. 53,400 of the tribe of Naphtali were numbered. These are they who were numbered by Moses and Aaron and by the 12 chiefs of Israel, one from every tribe. So all those who were numbered of the children of Israel by their families, all those of 20 years old and over who were able to go to war, were 603,550. But the Levites of the tribe of their fathers were not numbered among them. For the Lord said to Moses, "Only the tribe of Levi is not to be numbered among the children of Israel, but to them you are to give the care of the tent of meeting with its vessels and everything in it. They are to take up the tent and be responsible for everything to do with it, and put up their tents round it. And when the tent of meeting goes forward, the Levites are to take it down, and when it is to be put up, they are to do it. Any strange person who comes near it is to be put to death. The children of Israel are to put up their tents, every man in his tent circle round his flag. But the tents of the Levites are to be round the tent of meeting, so that wrath may not come on the children of Israel. The tent of meeting is to be in the care of the Levites." So the children of Israel did as the Lord had given orders to Moses. Chapter 2. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "The children of Israel are to put up their tents in the order of their families by the flags of their fathers' houses, facing the tent of meeting on every side. Those whose tents are on the east side, looking to the dawn, will be round the flag of the children of Judah, with Nahshon the son of Amminadab as their chief. The number of his army was 74,600. And nearest to him will be the tribe of Issachar, with Nethanel the son of Zuar as their chief. The number of his army was 54,400. After him the tribe of Zebulun, with Eliab the son of Helon as their chief. The number of his army was 57,400. The number of all the armies of Judah was 186,400. They go forward first. On the south side is the flag of the children of Reuben in the order of their armies, with Eleazar the son of Shedeur as their chief. The number of his army was 46,500. And nearest to him the tribe of Simeon, with Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai, as their chief. The number of his army was 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, with Eliasaph, son of Ruel, as their chief. The number of his army was 45,650. The number of all the armies of Reuben together came to 151,450. They go forward second. Then the tent of meeting is to go forward with the tents of the Levites in the middle of the armies. In the same order as their tents are placed, they are to go forward, every man under his flag. On the west side will be the flag of the children of Ephraim, with Elishama, the son of Amminahud, as their chief. The number of his army was 40,500. And by him the tribe of Manasseh, with Gamaliel, the son of Pedahazur, as their chief. The number of his army was 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, with Abidan, the son of Gideoni, as their chief. The number of his army was 35,400. The number of all the armies of Ephraim was 108,100. They go forward third. On the north side will be the flag of the children of Dan, with Ahiezer, the son of Amminashadai, as their chief. The number of his army was 62,700. Nearest to him will be the tribe of Asher, with Pagiel, the son of Ochran, as their chief. The number of his army was 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, with Ahira, the son of Enan, as their chief. The number of his army was 53,400. The number of all the armies in the tents of Dan was 157,600. They will go forward last by their flags. These are all who were numbered of the children of Israel in the order of their fathers' families. All the armies in their tents together came to 603,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as the Lord said to Moses. So the children of Israel did as the Lord said to Moses. So they put up their tents by their flags, and they went forward in the same order, by their families and by their fathers' houses. Chapter 3. Now these are the generations of Aaron and Moses in the day when the word of the Lord came to Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the oldest, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the priests, on whom the holy oil was put, who were marked out as priests. And Nadab and Abihu were put to death before the Lord when they made an offering of strange fire before the Lord in the wasteland of Sinai, and they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar did the work of priests before Aaron their father. And the Lord said to Moses, "Make the tribe of Levi come near, and put them before Aaron the priest to be his helpers, in order that they may be responsible to him and to all Israel for the care of the tent of meeting, and to do the work of the house. And they will have the care of all the vessels of the tent of meeting, and will do for the children of Israel all the necessary work of the house. Give the Levites to Aaron and his sons, so that they may be his without question from among the children of Israel. And give orders that Aaron and his sons are to keep their place as priests. Any strange person who comes near is to be put to death." And the Lord said to Moses, "See, I have taken the Levites out of the children of Israel to be mine in place of the first sons of the children of Israel. For all the first sons are mine. On the day when I put to death all the first sons in the land of Egypt, I took for myself every first male birth of man and beast. They are mine. I am the Lord." And the Lord said to Moses in the wasteland of Sinai, "Let all the children of Levi be numbered by their families and their fathers' houses. Let every male of a month old and over be numbered." So Moses did as the Lord said, numbering them as he had been ordered. These were the sons of Levi by name: Gershon and Kohath and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families: Libni and Shimi. And the sons of Kohath by their families: Amram and Izhar and Hebron and Uziel. And the sons of Merari by their families: Mali and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites in the order of their fathers' houses. From Gershon came the Libnites and the Shimeites. These are the families of the Gershonites. Those who were numbered of them, the males from 1 month old and over, were 7,500. The tents of the Gershonites are to be placed at the back of the house to the west. The chief of the Gershonites is Eliasaph, the son of Lael. In the tent of meeting, the Gershonites are to have care of the house, and the tent with its cover, and the veil for the door of the tent of meeting, and the hangings for the open space round the house and the altar, and the curtain for its doorway, and all the cords needed for its use. From Kohath come the Amramites and the Isharites, and the Hebronites and the Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites. Those who were numbered of them, the males from 1 month old and over, were 8,600, who were responsible for the care of the holy place. The tents of the Kohathites are to be placed on the south side of the house. Their chief is Elizaphan, the son of Uzziel. In their care are the ark and the table and the lights and the altars and all the vessels used in the holy place, and the veil and all they are used for. Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, will be head over all the Levites and overseer of those responsible for the care of the holy place. From Merari come the Mahalites and the Mushites. These are the families of Merari. Those who were numbered of them, the males of 1 month old and over, were 6,200. The chief of the families of Merari was Zuriel, the son of Abihail. Their tents are to be placed on the north side of the house. And in their care are to be all the boards of the tent with their rods and pillars and bases, and all the instruments and all they are used for, and the pillars of the open space round it with their bases and nails and cords. And those whose tents are to be placed on the east side of the house in front of the tent of meeting, looking to the dawn, are Moses and Aaron and his sons, who will do the work of the holy place for the children of Israel, and any strange person who comes near will be put to death. All the Levites numbered by Moses and Aaron at the order of the Lord, all the males of 1 month old and over, numbered in the order of their families, were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, Let all the firstborn male children be numbered, and take the number of their names. And give to me the Levites, I am the Lord, in place of the first sons of the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites in place of the first births among the cattle of the children of Israel. So Moses had all the first sons among the children of Israel numbered, as the Lord said to him. Every first son from 1 month old and over was numbered by name, and the number came to 22,273. And the Lord said to Moses, Take the Levites in place of all the first sons of the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites in place of their cattle. The Levites are to be mine. I am the Lord. And the price you have to give for 273 first sons of the children of Israel, which are in addition to the number of the Levites, will be 5 shekels for every one, by the scale of the holy place. The shekel is 20 gerahs. And this money, the price of those over the number of the Levites, is to be given to Aaron and his sons. So Moses took the money, the price of those whose place had not been taken by the Levites, from the first sons of Israel he took it, 1,365 shekels, by the scale of the holy place, and he gave the money to Aaron and his sons, as the Lord had said. Chapter 4. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Let the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi be numbered by their families in the order of their fathers' houses. All those from 30 to 50 years old who are able to do the work of the tent of meeting. And this is to be the work of the sons of Kohath in connection with the most holy things. When all the people go forward, Aaron is to go in with his sons and take down the veil of the curtain, covering the ark of witness with it, and putting over it the leather cover, and over that a blue cloth, and putting its rods in place. And on the table of the holy bread they are to put a blue cloth, and on it all the vessels, the spoons, and the basins, and the cups, and the holy bread with them. And over them they are to put a red cloth, covering it with a leather cover, and putting its rods in their places. And they are to take a blue cloth, covering with it the light support with its lights and its instruments and its trays, and all the oil vessels which are used for it. All these they are to put in a leather cover, and put it on the frame. On the gold altar they are to put a blue cloth, covering it with a leather cover, and they are to put its rods in their places. All the vessels which are used in the holy place they are to put in a blue cloth, covering them with a leather cover, and put them on the frame. And they are to take away the burned waste from the altar and put a purple cloth on it, placing on the cloth all its vessels, the fire baskets, the meat hooks, the spades, and the basins, all the vessels of the altar. They are to put a leather cover over all these and put its rods in their places. And after the holy place and all its vessels have been covered up by Aaron and his sons, when the tents of the people go forward, the sons of Kohath are to come and take it up. But the holy things may not be touched by them for fear of death. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, is to be responsible for the oil for the light, and the sweet perfumes for burning, and the regular meal offering, and the holy oil. The house and the holy place and everything in it will be in his care. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Do not let the family of the Kohathites be cut off from among the Levites, but do this to them, so that life and not death may be theirs when they come near the most holy things. Let Aaron and his sons go in and give to everyone his work and that which he is to take up. But they themselves are not to go in to see the holy place even for a minute, for fear of death. And the Lord said to Moses, Let the sons of Gershon be numbered by families in the order of their fathers' houses, all those from 30 to 50 years old who are able to do the work of the tent of meeting. This is to be the work of the Gershonites, the things they are to do and take up. They are to take up the curtains of the house, and the tent of meeting with its cover, and the leather cover over it, and the hangings for the door of the tent of meeting, and the hangings for the open space round the house and the altar, and the curtain for its doorway, with the cords and all the things used for them. Whatever is necessary for these, they are to do. From the mouth of Aaron and his sons, the Gershonites will have word about all the things they are to do and take up. You are to give them their orders. This is the work of the family of the Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and they will be under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. The sons of Merari are to be numbered by families in the order of their fathers' houses, everyone from 30 to 50 years old who is able to do the work of the tent of meeting. And this is their part in the work of the tent of meeting, the transport of the boards and the rods of the tent with the pillars and their bases, and the pillars of the open space outside it with their bases and their nails and cords and all the instruments used, and everything which has to be done there. All the instruments for which they are responsible are to be numbered by name. This is the work which the sons of Merari are to do in connection with the tent of meeting, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. So Moses and Aaron and the chiefs of the people took in hand the numbering of the sons of the Kohathites by families, in order of their fathers' houses, numbering all those from 30 to 50 years old who were able to do the work in the tent of meeting. And the number of all those was 2,750. This is the number of those of the Kohathites who did the work in the tent of meeting, as they were numbered by Moses and Aaron at the order of the Lord. And those of the sons of Gershon who were numbered by families, all those from 30 to 50 years old who were able to do the work in the tent of meeting, who were numbered by families in the order of their fathers and houses, were 2,630. This is the number of the sons of Gershon who did the work in the tent of meeting, as they were numbered by Moses and Aaron at the order of the Lord. And those of the sons of Merari who were numbered by families in the order of their fathers' houses, all those from 30 to 50 years old who did the work in the tent of meeting, who were numbered by families, were 3,200. This is the number of the sons of Merari, numbered by Moses and Aaron at the order of the Lord. And all the Levites who were numbered by Moses and Aaron and the chiefs of the people, by families in the order of their fathers' houses, those from 30 to 50 years old who were able to do the work of the tent of meeting and of its transport, came to 8,580. At the order of the Lord they were numbered by Moses, everyone in relation to his work and to his part in the transport. So they were numbered by Moses at the order of the Lord. Chapter 5. And the Lord said to Moses, Give orders to the children of Israel to put outside the tent circle every leper, and anyone who has any sort of flow from his body, and anyone who is unclean from the touch of the dead. Male or female, they are to be put outside the tent circle, so that they may not make unclean my resting place among them. So the children of Israel did as the Lord had said to Moses, and put them outside the tent circle. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, If a man or woman does any of the sins of men, going against the word of the Lord, and is in the wrong, Let them say openly what they have done, and make payment for the wrong done with the addition of a fifth part, and give it to him to whom the wrong was done. But if the man has no relation to whom the payment may be made, then the payment for sin made to the Lord will be the priest's, in addition to the sheep offered to take away his sin. And every offering lifted up of all the holy things which the children of Israel give to the priest will be his. And every man's holy things will be his. Whatever a man gives to the priest will be his. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, If any man's wife does wrong, sinning against him by taking as her lover another man, and keeps it secret so that her husband has no knowledge of it, and there is no witness against her, and she is not taken in the act, if the spirit of doubt comes into her husband's heart, and he has doubts of his wife with good cause, or if he has doubts of her without cause, then let him take her to the priest, offering for her the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal, without oil or perfume. For it is a meal offering of a bitter spirit, a meal offering keeping wrongdoing in mind. And the priest will make her come near and put her before the Lord. And the priest will take holy water in a pot and put in it dust from the floor of the house. And he will make the woman come before the Lord with her hair loose, and will put the meal offering, the offering of a bitter spirit, in her hands. And the priest will take in his hand the bitter water causing the curse. And he will make her take an oath and say to her, If no man has been your lover, and you have not been with another in place of your husband, you are free from this bitter water causing the curse. But if you have been with another in place of your husband, and have made yourself unclean with a lover, then the priest will put the oath of the curse on the woman, and say to her, May the Lord make you a curse and an oath among your people, sending on you wasting of the legs and disease of the stomach. And this water of the curse will go into your body, causing disease of your stomach and wasting of your legs. And the woman will say, So be it. And the priest will put these curses in a book, washing out the writing with the bitter water. And he will give to the woman the bitter water for drink, and the bitter water causing the curse will go into her. And the priest will take from her hand the meal offering of doubt, waving it before the Lord, and will take it to the altar. And he will take some of it in his hand, burning it on the altar as a sign, and then he will give the woman the bitter water. And it will be that if the woman has become unclean, sinning against her husband, when she has taken the bitter water, it will go into her body, causing disease of the stomach and wasting of the legs, and she will be a curse among her people. But if she is clean, she will be free and will have offspring. This is the law for testing a wife who goes with another in place of her husband and becomes unclean, or for a husband who in a bitter spirit has doubts in his heart about his wife. Let him take her to the priest, who will put in force this law. Then the man will be free from all wrong, and the woman's sin will be on her. Chapter 6. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, If a man or a woman takes an oath to keep himself separate and give himself to the Lord, he is to keep himself from wine and strong drink, and take no mixed wine or strong drink, or any drink made from grapes, or any grapes, green or dry. All the time he is separate, he may take nothing made from the grapevine, from its seed to its skin. All the time he is under his oath, let no blade come near his head, till the days while he is separate are ended. He is holy, and his hair may not be cut. All the time he is separate, he may not come near any dead body. He may not make himself unclean for his father or his mother, his sister or his brother, if death comes to them, because he is under an oath to keep himself separate for God. All the time he is separate, he is holy to the Lord. If death comes suddenly to a man at his side, so that he becomes unclean, let his hair be cut off on the day when he is made clean, on the 7th day. And on the 8th day let him take to the priest at the door of the tent of meeting 2 doves or 2 young pigeons. And the priest will give one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, to take away the sin which came on him on account of the dead, and he will make his head holy that same day. And he will give to the Lord his days of being separate, offering a he-lamb of the first year as an offering for error, but the earlier days will be a loss, because he became unclean. And this is the law for him who is separate, when the necessary days are ended. He is to come to the door of the tent of meeting, and make his offering to the Lord, 1 he-lamb of the first year without a mark, for a burnt offering, and 1 female lamb of the first year without a mark, for a sin offering, and 1 male sheep without a mark, for peace offerings. and a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of the best meal mixed with oil, and thin unleavened cakes covered with oil, with their meal offering and drink offerings. And the priest will take them before the Lord and make his sin offering and his burnt offering, giving the sheep of the peace offerings with the basket of unleavened bread, and at the same time the priest will make his meal offering and his drink offering. Then let his long hair, the sign of his oath, be cut off at the door of the tent of meeting, and let him put it on the fire on which the peace offerings are burning. And the priest will take the cooked leg of the sheep and one unleavened cake and one thin cake out of the basket, and put them on the hands of the separate one after his hair has been cut, waving them for a wave offering before the Lord. This is holy for the priest, together with the waved breast and the leg which is lifted up. After that, the man may take wine. This is the law for him who takes an oath to keep himself separate, and for his offering to the Lord on that account, in addition to what he may be able to get. This is the law of his oath, which he will have to keep. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to Aaron and his sons, these are the words of blessing which are to be used by you in blessing the children of Israel. Say to them, May the Lord send his blessing on you and keep you. May the light of the Lord's face be shining on you in grace. May the Lord's approval be resting on you, and may he give you peace. So they will put my name on the children of Israel, and I will give them my blessing." End of chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 7 through 12 of Numbers, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. And when Moses had put up the house completely, and had put oil on it, and made it holy, with all the things in it, and had made the altar and all its vessels holy with oil, then the chiefs of Israel, the heads of their fathers' houses, made offerings. These were the chiefs of the tribes who were over those who were numbered. And they came with their offerings before the Lord, 6 covered carts and 12 oxen, a cart for every 2 of the chiefs, and for every 1 an ox. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the things from them to be used for the work of the tent of meeting, and give them to the Levites, to every man what is needed for his work." So Moses took the carts and the oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 carts and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gershon for their work, and 4 carts and 8 oxen he gave to the sons of Merari for their work, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave nothing, because they had the care of the holy place, taking it about on their backs. And the chiefs gave an offering for the altar on the day when the holy oil was put on it. They made their offering before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, "Let every chief on his day give his offering to make the altar holy." And he who made his offering on the first day was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Judah. And his offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice for burning, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nethanel, the son of Zuar, chief of Issachar, made his offering. He gave 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nethanel the son of Zuar. On the third day, Eliab the son of Helon, chief of the children of Zebulun. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offering 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliab, son of Helon. On the 4th day, Elizur, the son of Shedeur, chief of the children of Reuben. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elizur, son of Shedeur. On the 5th day, Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai, chief of the children of Simeon. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day, Eliasaph, the son of Reuel, chief of the children of Gad. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Reuel. On the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Ammihud, chief of the children of Ephraim. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, the son of Pehedazur, chief of the children of Manasseh. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedahezur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gideoni, chief of the children of Benjamin. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day, Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, chief of the children of Dan. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagel, the son of Ochran, chief of the children of Asher. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Pagel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Ahira, the son of Enan, chief of the children of Naphtali. His offering was 1 silver plate, 130 shekels in weight, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels by the scale of the holy place, the 2 of them full of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering, 1 gold spoon of 10 shekels full of spice, 1 young ox, 1 male sheep, 1 he-lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 male of the goats for a sin offering, and for the peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 male sheep, 5 he-goats, 5 he-lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Ahira, the son of Enan. These were the offerings given for the altar by the chiefs of Israel when the holy oil was put on it: 12 silver plates, 12 silver basins, 12 gold spoons. The weight of every silver plate was 130 shekels, and of every basin 70. The weight of all the silver vessels was 2,400 shekels by the scale of the holy place. The weight of the 12 gold spoons of spice for burning was 10 shekels for every one by the scale of the holy place. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12, the male sheep 12, the he-lambs of the first year 12 with their meal offering, and the males of the goats for the sin offering 12. And all the oxen for the peace offerings 24 oxen, the male sheep 60, and the he-goats 60, the he-lambs of the first year 60. This was given for the altar after the holy oil was put on it. And when Moses went into the tent of meeting to have talk with him, then the voice came to his ears from over the cover which was on the ark of witness, from between the 2 winged one, and he had talk with him. Chapter 8. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to Aaron, when you put the lights in their places, the 7 lights will give light in front of the support." And Aaron did so. He put the lights in their places so that they gave light in front of the support, as the Lord gave orders to Moses. The support for the lights was of hammered gold work. From its base to its flowers it was of hammered work. From the design which the Lord had given to Moses, he made the support for the lights. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the Levites out from among the children of Israel and make them clean. And this is how you are to make them clean. Let the holy water which takes away sin be put on them, and let the hair all over their bodies be cut off with a sharp blade, and let their clothing be washed and their bodies made clean. Then let them take a young ox and its meal offering, crushed grain mixed with oil, and take another ox for a sin offering. And make the Levites come forward in front of the tent of meeting, and let all the children of Israel come together. And you are to take the Levites before the Lord, and the children of Israel are to put their hands on them. And Aaron is to give the Levites to the Lord as a wave offering from the children of Israel, so that they may do the Lord's work. And the Levites are to put their hands on the heads of the oxen, and one of the oxen is to be offered for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering to the Lord, to take away the sin of the Levites. Then the Levites are to be put before Aaron and his sons, to be offered as a wave offering to the Lord. So you are to make the Levites separate from the children of Israel, and the Levites will be mine. After that, the Levites will go in to do whatever has to be done in the tent of meeting. You are to make them clean and give them as a wave offering. For they have been given to me from among the children of Israel, in place of every mother's first son. The first to come to birth in Israel, I have taken them for myself. For every mother's first son among the children of Israel is mine, the first male birth of man or beast. On the day when I sent death on all the first sons in the land of Egypt, I made them mine. And in place of the first sons among the children of Israel, I have taken the Levites.
And I have given them to Aaron and his sons from among the children of Israel, to undertake for them all the work of the tent of meeting, and to take away sin from the children of Israel, so that no evil may come on them when they come near the holy place. All these things Moses and Aaron and the children of Israel did to the Levites, as the Lord gave orders to Moses about the Levites, so the children of Israel did. And the Levites were made clean from sin, and their clothing was washed, and Aaron gave them for a wave offering before the Lord, and Aaron took away their sin and made them clean. Then the Levites went in to do their work in the tent of meeting before Aaron and his sons. All the orders which the Lord had given Moses about the Levites were put into effect. And the Lord said to Moses, "This is the rule for the Levites. Those of 25 years old and over are to go in and do the work of the tent of meeting. But after they are 50 years old, they are to give up their work and do no more. But be with their brothers in the tent of meeting, taking care of it, but doing no work. This is what you are to do in connection with the Levites and their work."
Chapter 9. And the Lord said to Moses, in the wasteland of Sinai, in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, "Let the children of Israel keep the Passover at its regular time. In the 14th day of this month at evening you are to keep it at the regular time, and in the way ordered in the law." And Moses gave orders to the children of Israel to keep the Passover. So they kept the Passover in the first month on the 14th day of the month at evening in the wasteland of Sinai, as the Lord gave orders to Moses, so the children of Israel did. And there were certain men who were unclean because of a dead body, so that they were not able to keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And these men said to him, "We have been made unclean by the dead body of a man. Why may we not make the offering of the Lord at the regular time among the children of Israel?" And Moses said to them, "Do nothing till the Lord gives me directions about you." And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel, if any one of you or of your families is unclean because of a dead body or is on a journey far away, still he is to keep the Passover to the Lord. In the second month, on the 14th day in the evening, they are to keep it, taking with it the unleavened bread and bitter-tasting plants. Nothing of it is to be kept until morning, and no bone of it is to be broken. They are to keep it by the rules of Passover. But the man who, not being unclean or on a journey, does not keep the Passover, will be cut off from his people, because he did not make the offering of the Lord at the regular time. His sin will be on him. And if a man from another country is among you and has a desire to keep the Passover to the Lord, let him do as is ordered in the law of the Passover. There is to be the same rule for the man from another nation and for him who had his birth in the land. And on the day when the house was put up, the cloud came down on it, on the tent of witness, and in the evening there was a light like fire over the house till the morning. And so it was at all times. It was covered by the cloud, and by a light as of fire by night. And whenever the cloud was taken up from over the house, then the children of Israel went journeying on. And in the place where the cloud came to rest, there the children of Israel put up their tents. At the order of the Lord the children of Israel went forward, and at the order of the Lord they put up their tents. As long as the cloud was resting on the house, they did not go away from that place. When the cloud was resting on the house for a long time, the children of Israel, waiting for the order of the Lord, did not go on. Sometimes the cloud was resting on the house for 2 or 3 days. Then, by the order of the Lord, they kept their tents in that place. And when the Lord gave the order, they went on. And sometimes the cloud was there only from evening to morning. And when the cloud was taken up in the morning, they went on their journey again. Or if it was resting there by day and by night, whenever the cloud was taken up, they went forward. Or if the cloud came to rest on the house for 2 days, or a month, or a year without moving, the children of Israel went on waiting there and did not go on. But whenever it was taken up, they went forward on their journey. At the word of the Lord they put up their tents, and at the word of the Lord they went forward on their journey. They kept the orders of the Lord as he gave them by Moses. Chapter 10. And the Lord said to Moses, "Make 2 silver horns of hammered work, to be used for getting the people together, and to give the sign for the moving of the tents. When they are sounded, all the people are to come together to you at the door of the tent of meeting. If only one of them is sounded, then the chiefs, the heads of the thousands of Israel, are to come to you. When a loud note is sounded, the tents placed on the east side are to go forward. At the sound of a second loud note, the tents on the south side are to go forward. The loud note will be the sign to go forward. But when all the people are to come together, the horn is to be sounded, but not loudly. The horns are to be sounded by the sons of Aaron, the priests. This is to be a law for you forever, from generation to generation. And if you go to war in your land against any who do you wrong, then let the loud note of the horn be sounded. And the Lord your God will keep you in mind and give you salvation from those who are against you. And on the days of joy and on your regular feasts and on the first day of every month, let the horns be sounded over your burnt offerings and your peace offerings, and they will put the Lord in mind of you. I am the Lord your God. Now in the 2nd year, on the 20th day of the 2nd month, the cloud was taken up from over the tent of witness. And the children of Israel went on their journey out of the wasteland of Sinai, and the cloud came to rest in the wasteland of Paran. They went forward for the first time on their journey, as the Lord had given orders by the hand of Moses. First the flag of the children of Judah went forward with their armies, and at the head of his army was Nahshon the son of Amminadab. And at the head of the army of the children of Issachar was Nethanel son of Zuar. And at the head of the army of the children of Zebulun was Eliab the son of Helon. Then the house was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari, who were responsible for moving the house, went forward. Then the flag of the children of Reuben went forward with their armies, and at the head of his army was Eleazar the son of Shedeur. And at the head of the army of the children of Simeon was Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. At the head of the army of the children of Gad was Eliasaph the son of Reuel. Then the Kohathites went forward with the holy place. The others put up the house ready for their coming. Then the flag of the children of Ephraim went forward with their armies. At the head of his army was Elishama the son of Ammihud. At the head of the army of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel the son of Pedazur. At the head of the army of the children of Benjamin was Abidan the son of Gideoni. And the flag of the children of Dan, whose tents were moved last of all, went forward with their armies. And at the head of his army was Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai. At the head of the army of Asher was Pagel the son of Achran. And at the head of the army of the children of Naphtali was Ahira the son of Enan. This was the order in which the children of Israel were journeying by armies, so they went forward. Then Moses said to Hobab, the son of his father-in-law Reuel the Midianite, We are journeying to that place of which the Lord has said, I will give it to you. So come with us, and it will be for your profit. For the Lord has good things in store for Israel. But he said, I will not go with you. I will go back to the land of my birth and to my relations. And he said, Do not go from us, for you will be eyes for us, guiding us to the right places in the wasteland to put up our tents. And if you come with us, we will give you a part in whatever good the Lord does for us. So they went forward 3 days' journey from the mountain of the Lord, and the ark of the Lord's agreement went 3 days' journey before them, looking for a resting place for them. And by day the cloud of the Lord went over them when they went forward from the place where they had put up their tents. When the ark went forward, Moses said, Come up, O Lord, and let the armies of those who are against you be broken, and let your haters go in flight before you. And when it came to rest, he said, Take rest, O Lord, and give a blessing to the families of Israel. Chapter 11. Now the people were saying evil against the Lord, and the Lord, hearing it, was angry and sent fire on them, burning the outer parts of the tent circle. And the people made an outcry to Moses, and Moses made prayer to the Lord, and the fire was stopped. So that place was named Taberah, because of the fire of the Lord which had been burning among them. And a mixed band of people who went with them were overcome by desire, and the children of Israel, weeping again, said, Who will give us flesh for our food? Sweet is the memory of the fish we had in Egypt for nothing, and the fruit and green plants of every sort, sharp and pleasing to the taste. But now our soul is wasted away. There is nothing at all. We have nothing but this manna before our eyes. Now the manna was like a seed of grain, like small, clear drops. The people went about taking it up from the earth, crushing it between stones or hammering it to powder, and boiling it in pots, and they made cakes of it. Its taste was like the taste of cakes cooked with oil. When the dew came down on the tents at night, the manna came down with it. And at the sound of the people weeping, every man at his tent door, the wrath of the Lord was great, and Moses was very angry.
And Moses said to the Lord, Why have you done me this evil? And why have I not grace in your eyes that you have put on me the care of all these people? Am I the father of all this people? Have I given them birth that you say to me, Take them in your arms, like a child at the breast, to the land which you gave by an oath to their fathers? Where am I to get flesh to give all this people? For they are weeping to me and saying, Give us flesh for our food. I am not able by myself to take the weight of all this people, for it is more than my strength. If this is to be my fate, put me to death now in answer to my prayer, if I have grace in your eyes, and let me not see my shame. And the Lord said to Moses, Send for 70 of the responsible men of Israel, who are, in your opinion, men of weight and authority over the people. Make them come to the tent of meeting and be there with you. And I will come down and have talk with you there, and I will take some of the spirit which is on you and put it on them, and they will take part of the weight of the people off you, so that you do not have to take it by yourself. And say to the people, Make yourselves clean before tomorrow, and you will have flesh for your food. For in the ears of the Lord you have been weeping and saying, Who will give us flesh for food? For we were well off in Egypt. And so the Lord will give you flesh, and it will be your food. Not for 1 day only, or even for 5 or 10 or 20 days, but every day for a month, till you are tired of it, turning from it in disgust, because you have gone against the Lord who is with you, and have been weeping before him, saying, Why did we come out of Egypt? Then Moses said, The people among whom I am are 600,000 men on foot, and you have said, I will give them flesh to be their food for a month. Are flocks and herds to be put to death for them? Or are all the fish in the sea to be got together so that they may be full? And the Lord said to Moses, Has the Lord's hand become short? Now you will see if my word comes true for you or not. And Moses went out and gave the people the words of the Lord, and he took 70 of the responsible men of the people, placing them round the tent. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and had talk with him, and put on the 70 men some of the spirit which was on him. Now when the Spirit came to rest on them, they were like prophets, but only at that time. But 2 men were still in the tent circle, one named Eldad and the other Medad, and the Spirit came to rest on them. They were among those who had been sent for, but they had not gone out to the tent, and the prophet's power came on them in the tent circle. And a young man went running to Moses and said, Eldad and Medad are acting as prophets in the tent circle. Then Joshua the son of Nun, who had been Moses' servant from the time when he was a child, said, My lord Moses, let them be stopped. And Moses said to him, Are you moved by envy on my account? If only all the Lord's people were prophets, and the Lord might put his spirit on them. Then Moses, with the responsible men of Israel, went back to the tent circle. Then the Lord sent a wind, driving little birds from the sea, so that they came down on the tents, and all round the tent circle, about a day's journey on this side and on that, in masses about 2 cubits high over the face of the earth. And all that day and all night, and the day after, the people were taking up the birds. The smallest amount which anyone got was 10 homers, and they put them out all round the tents. But while the meat was still between their teeth, before it was tasted, the wrath of the Lord was moved against the people, and he sent a great outburst of disease on them. So that place was named Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they put in the earth the bodies of the people who had given way to their desires. From Kibroth Hattaavah the people went on to Hazeroth, and there they put up their tents. Chapter 12. Now Miriam and Aaron said evil against Moses because of the Cushite woman to whom he was married, for he had taken a Cushite woman as his wife. And they said, Have the words of the Lord been given to Moses only? Have they not come to us? And the Lord took note of it. Now the man Moses was more gentle than any other man on the earth. And suddenly the Lord said to Moses and Aaron and Miriam, Come out, you 3, to the tent of meeting. And the 3 of them went out. And the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud, taking his place at the door of the tent, and made Aaron and Miriam come before him. And he said, Now give ear to my words. If there is a prophet among you, I will give him knowledge of myself in a vision, and will let my words come to him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so. He is true to me in all my house. With him I will have talk mouth to mouth, openly and not in dark sayings. And with his eyes he will see the form of the Lord. Why then had you no fear of saying evil against my servant Moses? And burning with wrath against them, the Lord went away. And the cloud was moved from over the tent, and straightway Miriam became a leper, as white as snow. And Aaron, looking at Miriam, saw that she was a leper. Then Aaron said to Moses, O my Lord, let not our sin be on our heads, for we have done foolishly and are sinners. Let her not be as one dead, whose flesh is half wasted, when he comes out from the body of his mother. And Moses, crying to the Lord, said, Let my prayer come before you, O God, and make her well. And the Lord said to Moses, If her father had put a mark of shame on her, would she not be shamed for 7 days? Let her be shut up outside the tent circle for 7 days, and after that she may come in again. So Miriam was shut up outside the tent circle for 7 days, and the people did not go forward on their journey till Miriam had come in again. After that, the people went on from Hazeroth and put up their tents in the wasteland of Paran. End of chapters 7 through 12. Chapters 13 through 18 of Numbers from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. And the Lord said to Moses, Send men to get knowledge about the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel. From every tribe of their fathers you are to send a man, every one a chief among them. And Moses sent them from the wasteland of Paran, as the Lord gave orders, all of them men who were heads of the children of Israel. And these were their names. Of the tribe of Reuben, Shemua, the son of Zachar. Of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori. Of the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. Of the tribe of Issachar, Igol, the son of Joseph. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Nun. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu. Of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sodi. Of the tribe of Joseph, that is, of the family of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Susi. Of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamali. Of the tribe of Asher, Sether, the son of Michael. Of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi, the son of Vophsi. Of the tribe of Gad, Gevel, the son of Maki. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to get knowledge about the land. And Moses gave to Hoshea, the son of Nun, the name of Joshua. So Moses sent them to have a look at the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go up into the south and into the hill country, and see what the land is like, and if the people living in it are strong or feeble, small or great in number, and what sort of land they are living in, if it is good or bad, and what their living places are, tent circles or walled towns, and if the land is fertile or poor, and if there is wood in it or not, and be of good heart, and come back with some of the produce of the land. Now it was the time when the first grapes were ready. So they went up and got a view of the land from the wasteland of Zin to Rehob, on the way to Hamath. They went up into the south and came to Hebron, and Ahiman and Sheshai and Talmai, the children of Anak, were living there. Now the building of Hebron took place 7 years before that of Zon in Egypt. And they came to the valley of Eshcol, and cutting down a vine branch with its grapes, 2 of them took it on a rod between them, and they took some pomegranates and figs. That place was named the valley of Eshcol because of the grapes which the children of Israel took from them. At the end of 40 days they came back from viewing the land. And they came back to Moses and Aaron and all the children of Israel to Kadesh in the wasteland of Paran, and gave an account to them and to all the people, and let them see the produce of the land. And they said, We came to the land where you sent us, and truly it is flowing with milk and honey, and here is some of the produce of it. But the people living in the land are strong, and the towns are walled and very great. Further, we saw the children of Anak there. And the Amalekites are in the south, and the Hittites and Jebusites and the Amorites are living in the hill country, and the Canaanites by the sea and by the side of the Jordan. Then Caleb made signs to the people to keep quiet, and said to Moses, Let us go up straight away and take this land, for we are well able to overcome it. But the men who had gone up with him said, We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. And they gave the children of Israel a bad account of the land they had been to see, saying, This land through which we went is a land causing destruction to those living in it, and all the people we saw there are men of more than common size. There we saw those great men, the sons of Anak, offspring of the Nephilim, and we seemed to ourselves no more than insects, and so we seemed to them. Chapter 14. Then all the people gave loud cries of grief, and all that night they gave themselves up to weeping. And all the children of Israel, crying out against Moses and Aaron, said, If only we had come to our death in the land of Egypt, or even in this wasteland. Why is the Lord taking us into this land to come to our death by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will get into strange hands. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt? And they said to one another, Let us make a captain over us and go back to Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron went down on their faces before the meeting of the people. And Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, two of those who had been to see the land, giving signs of grief, said to all the children of Israel, This land which we went through to see is a very good land. And if the Lord has delight in us, he will take us into this land and give it to us, a land flowing with milk and honey. Only do not go against the Lord or go in fear of the people of the land, for they will be our food. Their strength has been taken from them, and the Lord is with us. Have no fear of them. But all the people said they were to be stoned. Then the glory of the Lord was seen in the tent of meeting before the eyes of all the children of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, How long will this people have no respect for me? How long will they be without faith in the face of all the signs I have done among them? I will send disease on them for their destruction and take away their heritage, and I will make of you a nation greater and stronger than they. And Moses said to the Lord, Then it will come to the ears of the Egyptians, for by your power you took this people out from among them, and they will give the news to the people of this land. They have had word that you, Lord, are present with this people, letting yourself be seen face to face, and that your cloud is resting over them, and that you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if you put to death all this people as one man, then the nations who have had word of your glory will say, Because the Lord was not able to take this people into the land which he made an oath to give them, he sent destruction on them in the wasteland. So now may my prayer come before you, and let the power of the Lord be great, as you said. The Lord is slow to wrath and great in mercy, overlooking wrongdoing and evil, and will not let wrongdoers go free, sending punishment on children for the sins of their fathers to the third and fourth generation. May the sin of this people have forgiveness in the measure of your great mercy, as you have had mercy on them from Egypt up till now. And the Lord said, I have had mercy, as you say, but truly as I am living, and as all the earth will be full of the glory of the Lord, because all of these men, having seen my glory and the signs which I have done in Egypt and in the wasteland, still have put me to the test 10 times, and have not given ear to my voice, they will not see the land about which I made an oath to their fathers. Not one of these by whom I have not been honored will see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had a different spirit in him and has been true to me with all his heart, him I will take into that land into which he went, and his seed will have it for their heritage. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites are in the valley. Tomorrow, turning round, go into the wasteland by the way to the Red Sea. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, How long am I to put up with this evil people and their outcries against me? The words which they say against me have come to my ears. Say to them, By my life, says the Lord, as certainly as your words have come to my ears, so certainly will I do this to you. Your dead bodies will be stretched out in this wasteland, and all of your number, all of those 20 years old and over who have been crying out against me, no one will come into the land which I gave my word you would have for your resting place, but only Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun. And your little ones, whom you said would come into strange hands, I will take in, and they will see the land which you would not have. But as for you, your dead bodies will be stretched in this wasteland, and your children will be wanderers in the wasteland for 40 years, undergoing punishment for your false ways, till your bodies become dust in the wasteland. And as you went through the land, viewing it for 40 days, so for 40 years, a year for every day, you will undergo punishment for your wrongdoing, and you will see that I am against you. I, the Lord, have said it, And this I will certainly do to all this evil people who have come together against me. In this wasteland destruction will come on them, and death will be their fate. And the men whom Moses sent to see the land, and who, by the bad account they gave of the land, were the cause of the outcry the people made against Moses, those same men who said evil of the land came to their death by disease before the Lord. But Joshua son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, of those who went to see the land, were not touched by disease. And when Moses put these words before the children of Israel, the people were full of grief. And early in the morning they got up and went to the top of the mountain, saying, We are here, and we will go up to the place which the Lord said he would give us, for we have done wrong. And Moses said, Why are you now acting against the Lord's order, seeing that no good will come of it? Go not up, for the Lord is not with you, and you will be overcome by those who are fighting against you. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you will be put to death by their swords, because you have gone back from the way of the Lord. The Lord will not be with you. But they gave no attention to his words and went to the top of the mountain, though Moses and the ark of the Lord's agreement did not go out of the tent circle. Then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites who were living in the hill country, and overcame them completely, driving them back as far as Hormah. Chapter 15. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, when you have come into the land which I am giving to you for your resting place, and are going to make an offering by fire to the Lord, a burned offering, or an offering in connection with an oath, or an offering freely given, or at your regular feasts, an offering for a sweet smell to the Lord from the herd or the flock, then let him who is making his offering give to the Lord a meal offering of a 10th part of a measure of the best meal, mixed with a 4th part of a hin of oil. And for the drink offering you are to give with the burned offering or other offering the 4th part of a hin of wine for every lamb. Or for a male sheep give as a meal offering 2/10 parts of a measure of the best meal mixed with a 3rd part of a hin of oil. And for the drink offering give a 3rd part of a hin of wine for a sweet smell to the Lord. And when you make ready a young ox for a burned or other offering, or for the effecting of an oath, or for peace offerings to the Lord, then with the ox give a meal offering of 3/10 parts of a measure of the best meal, mixed with a half a hin of oil. And for the drink offering give half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire for a sweet smell to the Lord. This is to be done for every young ox, and for every male sheep, or he lamb, or young goat. Whatever number you make ready, so you are to do for every one. All those who are Israelites by birth are to do these things in this way, when giving an offering made by fire of a sweet smell to the Lord. And if a man from another country or any other person living among you through all your generations has the desire to give an offering made by fire of a sweet smell to the Lord, let him do as you do. There is to be one law for you and for the man of another country living with you, one law forever from generation to generation. As you are, so is he to be before the Lord. The law and the rule are to be the same for you and for those from other lands living with you. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, when you come into the land where I am guiding you, then when you take for your food the produce of the land, you are to give an offering lifted up before the Lord. Of the first of your rough meal you are to give a cake for a lifted offering, lifting it up before the Lord as the offering of the grain floor is lifted up. From generation to generation you are to give to the Lord a lifted offering from the first of your rough meal. And if in error you go against any of these laws which the Lord has given to Moses, all the laws which the Lord has given to you by the hands of Moses, from the day when the Lord gave them, and ever after from generation to generation, then, if the wrong is done in error without the knowledge of the meeting of the people, let all the meeting give a young ox as a burned offering, a sweet smell to the Lord, with its meal offering and its drink offering, as is ordered in the law, together with a he-goat for a sin offering. So the priest will make the people free from sin, and they will have forgiveness. For it was an error, and they have given their offering made by fire to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord on account of their error. And all the meeting of the children of Israel, as well as those from other lands living among them, will have forgiveness, for it was an error on the part of the people. And if one person does wrong without being conscious of it, then let him give a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest will take away the sin of the person who has done wrong, if the wrong was done unconsciously, and he will have forgiveness. The law in connection with wrong done unconsciously is to be the same for him who is an Israelite by birth and for the man from another country who is living among them. But the person who does wrong in the pride of his heart, if he is one of you or of another nation by birth, is acting without respect for the Lord and will be cut off from his people. Because he had no respect for the word of the Lord and did not keep his law, that man will be cut off without mercy, and his sin will be on him. Now, while the children of Israel were in the wasteland, they saw a man who was getting sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who saw him getting sticks took him before Moses and Aaron and all the people. And they had him shut up, because they had no directions about what was to be done with him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Certainly the man is to be put to death. Let him be stoned by all the people outside the tent circle." So all the people took him outside the tent circle, and he was stoned to death there, as the Lord gave orders to Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel that through all their generations they are to put on the edges of their robes an ornament of twisted threads, and in every ornament a blue cord, so that, looking on these ornaments, you may keep in mind the orders of the Lord and do them, and not be guided by the desires of your hearts and eyes, through which you have been untrue to me. And that you may keep in mind all my orders and do them, and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, so that I might be your God. I am the Lord your God." Chapter 16. Now Korah the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Palu, the son of Reuben, made themselves ready, and came before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 chiefs of the people, men of good name, who had a place in the meeting of the people. They came together against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, "You take over much on yourselves, seeing that all the people are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then have you put yourselves in authority over the people of the Lord?" And Moses, hearing this, went down on his face. And he said to Korah and his band, "In the morning the Lord will make clear who are his, and who is holy, and who may come near him. The man of his selection will be caused to come near him. So do this. Let Korah and all his band take vessels for burning perfumes, and put spices on the fire in them before the Lord tomorrow. Then the man marked out by the Lord will be holy. You take overmuch on yourselves, you sons of Levi." And Moses said to Korah, "Give ear now, you sons of Levi. Does it seem only a small thing to you that the God of Israel has made you separate from the rest of Israel, letting you come near himself to do the work of the house of the Lord, and to take your place before the people to do what has to be done for them, letting you and all your brothers, the sons of Levi, come near to him? And would you now be priests? So you and all your band have come together against the Lord. And Aaron, who is he that you are crying out against him?" Then Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and they said, "We will not come out. Is it not enough that you have taken us from a land flowing with milk and honey to put us to death in the wasteland? But now you are desiring to make yourself a chief over us? And more than this, you have not taken us into a land flowing with milk and honey, or given us a heritage of fields and vine gardens. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up." Then Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, "Give no attention to their offering. Not one of their asses have I taken, or done wrong to any of them." And Moses said to Korah, "You and all your band are to come before the Lord tomorrow, you and they and Aaron, and let every man take a vessel for burning perfumes, and put sweet spices in them. Let every man take his vessel before the Lord, 250 vessels, you and Aaron, and everyone with his vessel." So every man took his vessel, and they put fire in them with spices, and came to the door of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. And Korah made all the people come together against them to the door of the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord was seen by all the people. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Come out from among this people, so that I may send sudden destruction on them." Then falling down on their faces, they said, "O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, because of one man's sin will your wrath be moved against all the people?" And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the people, come away from the tent of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." So Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the responsible men of Israel went with him. And he said to the people, "Come away now from the tents of these evil men. without touching anything of theirs, or you may be taken in the punishment of their sins." So on every side they went away from the tent of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out to the door of their tents with their wives and their sons and their little ones. And Moses said, "Now you will see that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, and I have not done them of myself. If these men have the common death of men, or if the natural fate of all men overtakes them, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord does something new, opening the earth to take them in with everything which is theirs, and they go down living into the underworld, then it will be clear to you that the Lord has not been honored by these men." And while these words were on his lips, the earth under them was parted in two, and the earth opening her mouth took them in, with their families, and all the men who were joined to Korah, and their goods. So they and all theirs went down living into the underworld, and the earth was shut over them, and they were cut off from among the meeting of the people. And all Israel round about them went in flight at their cry. "For fear," said they, "that we go down into the heart of the earth." Then fire came out from the Lord, burning up the 250 men who were offering the perfume. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest that he is to take out of the flames the vessels with the perfumes in them, turning the fire out of them, for they are holy. And let the vessels of those men who with their lives have made payment for their sin be hammered out into plates as a cover for the altar, for they have been offered before the Lord and are holy, so that they may be a sign to the children of Israel." So Eleazar the priest took the brass vessels which had been offered by those who were burned up, and they were hammered out to make a cover for the altar, to be a sign, kept in memory forever by the children of Israel, that no man who is not the seed of Aaron has the right of burning spices before the Lord, so that he may not be like Korah and his band, as the Lord said to him by the mouth of Moses. But on the day after, all the children of Israel made an outcry against Moses and against Aaron, saying, "You have put to death the Lord's people." Now when the people had come together against Moses and Aaron, looking in the direction of the tent of meeting, they saw the cloud covering it, and the glory of the Lord came before their eyes. Then Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord said to Moses, "Come out from among this people, so that I may send sudden destruction on them." And they went down on their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, "Take your vessel and put it in fire from the altar, and sweet spices, and take it quickly into the meeting of the people, and make them free from sin, for wrath has gone out from the Lord, and the disease is starting." And at the words of Moses, Aaron took his vessel and went running among the people. And even then the disease had made a start among them, and he put spices in his vessel to take away the sin of the people. And he took his place between the dead and the living, and the disease was stopped. Now 14,700 deaths were caused by that disease, in addition to those who came to their end because of what Korah had done. Then Aaron went back to Moses to the door of the tent of meeting, and the disease came to a stop. Chapter 17. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel that they are to give you rods, one for every family, for every chief, the head of his father's house, making 12 rods. Let every man's name be placed on his rod. And let Aaron's name be placed on the rod of Levi, for there is to be one rod for the head of every family. And let them be stored up in the tent of meeting, in front of the ark of witness, where I come to you. And the rod of that man who is marked out by me for myself will have buds on it. So I will put a stop to the outcries which the children of Israel make to me against you." So Moses gave these orders to the children of Israel, and all their chiefs gave him rods, one for the head of every family, making 12 rods, and Aaron's rod was among them. And Moses put the rods before the Lord in the tent of witness. Now on the day after, Moses went into the tent of witness, and he saw that Aaron's rod, the rod of the house of Levi, had put out buds, and was covered with buds and flowers and fruit. Then Moses took out all the rods from before the Lord, and gave them back to the children of Israel, and they saw them, and every man took his rod. And the Lord said to Moses, "Put Aaron's rod back in front of the ark of witness, to be kept for a sign against this false-hearted people, so that you may put a stop to their outcries against me, and death may not overtake them." This Moses did as the Lord gave orders, so he did. And the children of Israel said to Moses, "Truly destruction has come on us, and evil fate has overtaken us all. Death will overtake everyone who comes near, who comes near the house of the Lord. Are we all to come to destruction? Chapter 18. And the Lord said to Aaron, You and your sons and your father's family are to be responsible for all wrongdoing in relation to the holy place. And you and your sons are to be responsible for the errors which come about in your work as priests. Let your brothers, the family of Levi, come near with you, so that they may be joined with you and be your servants. But you and your sons with you are to go in before the ark of witness. They are to do your orders and be responsible for the work of the tent, but they may not come near the vessels of the holy place or the altar, so that death may not overtake them or you. They are to be joined with you in the care of the tent of meeting, doing whatever is needed for the tent, and no one of any other family may come near to you. You are to be responsible for the holy place and the altar, so that wrath may never again come on the children of Israel. Now see, I have taken your brothers, the Levites, from among the children of Israel. They are given to you and to the Lord to do the work of the tent of meeting. And you and your sons with you are to be responsible as priests for the altar and everything on it, and everything inside the veil. You are to do the work of priests. I have given you your position as priests, and any other man who comes near will be put to death. And the Lord said to Aaron, See, I have given into your care my lifted offerings, even all the holy things of the children of Israel. I have given to you and your sons as your right forever, because you have been marked with the holy oil. This is to be yours of the most holy things, out of the fire offerings, every offering of theirs, every meal offering and sin offering, and every offering which they make on account of error, is to be most holy for you and your sons. As most holy things they are to be your food. Let every male have them for food. It is holy to you. And this is yours, the lifted offering which they give, and all the wave offerings of the children of Israel, I have given to you and to your sons and to your daughters as your right forever. Everyone in your house who is clean may have them for food. All the best of the oil and the wine and the grain, the first fruits of them which they give to the Lord, to you have I given them. The earliest produce from their land which they take to the Lord is to be yours. Everyone in your house who is clean may have it for his food. Everything given by oath to the Lord in Israel is to be yours. The first birth of every living thing which is offered to the Lord, of man or beast, is to be yours. But for the first sons of man payment is to be made, and for the first young of unclean beasts. Payment is to be made for those when they are a month old, at the value fixed by you, a price of 5 shekels by the scale of the holy place, that is to say, 20 gerahs to the shekel. But no such payment may be made for the first birth of an ox or a sheep or a goat. These are holy. Their blood is to be dropped on the altar, and their fat burned for an offering made by fire, a sweet smell to the Lord. Their flesh is to be yours, like the beast of the wave offering and the right leg, it is to be yours. All the lifted offerings of the holy things which the children of Israel give to the Lord, I have given to you, and to your sons and to your daughters as a right forever. This is an agreement made with salt before the Lord, to you and to your seed forever. And the Lord said to Aaron, You will have no heritage in their land, or any part among them. I am your part and your heritage among the children of Israel. And to the children of Levi I have given as their heritage all the tents offered in Israel, as payment for the work they do, the work of the tent of meeting. In future, the children of Israel are not to come near the tent of meeting, so that death may not come to them because of sin. But the Levites are to do the work of the tent of meeting and be responsible for errors in connection with it. This is a law forever through all your generations, and among the children of Israel they will have no heritage. For the tents which the children of Israel give as a lifted offering to the Lord, I have given to the Levites as their heritage. And so I have said to them, Among the children of Israel they will have no heritage. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the Levites, When you take from the children of Israel the tenth which I have given to you from them as your heritage, a 10th part of that tenth is to be offered as an offering lifted up before the Lord. And this lifted offering is to be put to your credit as if it was grain from the grain floor and wine from the vines. So you are to make an offering lifted up to the Lord from all the tenths which you get from the children of Israel, giving out of it the Lord's lifted offering to Aaron the priest. From everything given to you, let the best of it, the holy part of it, be offered as a lifted offering to the Lord. Say to them then, When the best of it is lifted up on high, It is to be put to the account of the Levites as the increase of the grain floor and of the place where the grapes are crushed. It is to be your food for you and your families in every place. It is your reward for your work in the tent of meeting. And no sin will be yours on account of it, when the best of it has been lifted up on high. You are not to make a wrong use of the holy things of the children of Israel, so that death may not overtake you. End of chapters 13 through 18. Chapters 19 through 24 of Numbers, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, This is the rule of the law which the Lord has made, saying, Give orders to the children of Israel to give you a red cow without any mark on her, and on which the yoke has never been put. Give her to Eleazar the priest, and let him take her outside the tent circle and have her put to death before him. Then let Eleazar the priest take some of her blood on his finger, shaking the blood 7 times in the direction of the front of the tent of meeting. And the cow is to be burned before him. Her skin and her flesh and her blood and her waist are to be burned. Then let the priest take cedar wood and hyssop and red thread, and put them into the fire where the cow is burning. And the priest, after washing his clothing and bathing his body in water, may come back to the tent circle and will be unclean till evening. And he who does the burning is to have his clothing washed and his body bathed in water and to be unclean till evening. Then let a man who is clean take the dust of the burned cow and put it outside the tent circle in a clean place, where it is to be kept for the children of Israel and used in making the water which takes away what is unclean. It is a sin offering. And he who takes up the dust of the burned cow is to have his clothing washed with water and be unclean till evening. This is to be a law forever, for the children of Israel as well as for the man from another country who is living among them. Anyone touching a dead body will be unclean for 7 days. On the 3rd day and on the 7th day he is to make himself clean with the water, and so he will be clean. But if he does not do this on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, he will not be clean. Anyone touching the body of a dead man without making himself clean in this way makes the house of the Lord unclean, and that man will be cut off from Israel. Because the water was not put on him, he will be unclean. His unclean condition is unchanged. This is the law when death comes to a man in his tent. Everyone who comes into the tent and everyone who is in the tent will be unclean for 7 days. And every open vessel without a cover fixed on it will be unclean. And anyone touching one who has been put to death with the sword in the open country, or the body of one who has come to his end by a natural death, or a man's bone, or the resting place of a dead body, will be unclean for 7 days. And for the unclean they are to take the dust of the burning of the sin offering, and put flowing water on it in a vessel. And a clean person is to take hyssop and put it in the water, shaking it over the tent and all the vessels and the people who were there, and over him by whom the bone or the body of one who has been put to death with the sword, or the body of one who has come to his end by a natural death, or the resting place was touched. Let the clean person do this to the unclean on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he is to make him clean, and after washing his clothing and bathing himself in water, he will be clean in the evening. But the man who, being unclean, does not make himself clean in this way, will be cut off from the meeting of the people, because he has made the holy place of the Lord unclean. The water has not been put on him, he is unclean. This is to be a law for them forever. He who puts the water on the unclean person is to have his clothing washed, and anyone touching the water will be unclean until evening. Anything touched by the unclean person will be unclean, and any person touching it will be unclean till evening. Chapter 20. In the 1st month all the children of Israel came into the wasteland of Zin, and put up their tents in Kadesh. And there death came to Miriam, and they put her body to rest in the earth. And there was no water for the people, and they came together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people were angry with Moses and said, If only death had overtaken us when our brothers came to their death before the Lord. Why have you taken the Lord's people into this waste, for death to come to us and to our cattle there? Why have you made us come out of Egypt into this evil place?
This is no place of seed or figs or vines or other fruits, and there is no water for drinking." Then Moses and Aaron went away from the people to the door of the tent of meeting, and falling on their faces there, they saw the glory of the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take the rod, you and Aaron, your brother, and make all the people come together, and before their eyes give orders to the rock to give out its water, and so make water come out of the rock for them, and give the people and their cattle drink." And Moses took the rod from before the Lord as he gave him orders. Then Moses and Aaron made the people come together in front of the rock, and he said to them, "Give ear now, you people whose hearts are turned from the Lord. Are we to get water for you out of the rock?" And lifting up his hand, Moses gave the rock 2 blows with his rod, and water came streaming out, and the people and their cattle had drink enough. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you had not enough faith in me to keep my name holy before the children of Israel, you will not take this people into the land which I have given them. These are the waters of Meribah, because the children of Israel went against the Lord, and they saw that he was holy among them." Then Moses sent men from Kadesh to the king of Edom to say to him, "Your brother Israel says, 'You have knowledge of all things we have been through, how our fathers went down into Egypt, and we were living in Egypt for a long time, and the Egyptians were cruel to us and to our fathers. And the Lord gave ear to the voice of our cry and sent an angel and took us out of Egypt. And now we are in Kadesh, a town on the edge of your land. Let us now go through your land. We will not go into field or vine garden, or take the water of the springs. We will go by the highway, not turning to the right or to the left, till we have gone past the limits of your land." And Edom said, "You are not to go through my land, for if you do, I will come out against you with the sword." And the children of Israel said to him, "We will go up by the highway, and if we or our cattle take of your water, we will give you a price for it. Only let us go through on our feet, nothing more." But he said, "You are not to go through." And Edom came out against them in his strength with a great army. So Edom would not let Israel go through his land, and Israel went in another direction. And they went on from Kadesh, and came with all their people to Mount Hor. And at Mount Hor, at the edge of the land of Edom, the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Aaron will be put to rest with his people. He will not go into the land which I have given to the children of Israel, because you went against my word at the waters of Meribah. So take Aaron and Eleazar his son up into Mount Hor, and take Aaron's robes off him and put them on Eleazar his son, and death will come to Aaron there, and he will be put to rest with his people." So Moses did as the Lord had said, and before the eyes of all the people they went up Mount Hor. And Moses took off Aaron's robes and put them on Eleazar his son. And there, on the top of the mountain, death came to Aaron. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. And when the people saw that Aaron was dead, all the children of Israel gave themselves up to weeping for him for 30 days. Chapter 21. And it came to the ears of the Canaanite, the king of Arad, living in the south, that Israel was coming by the way of Atharim, and he came out against them and took some of them prisoners. Then Israel made an oath to the Lord and said, "If you will give up this people into my hands, then I will send complete destruction on all their towns." And the Lord, in answer to the voice of Israel, gave the Canaanites up to them. And they put them and their towns completely to destruction, and that place was named Hormah. Then they went on from Mount Hor by the way to the Red Sea, going round the land of Edom, and the spirit of the people was overcome with weariness on the way. And crying out against God and against Moses, they said, "Why have you taken us out of Egypt to come to our death in the wasteland? For there is no bread and no water, and this poor bread is disgusting to us." Then the Lord sent poison snakes among the people, and their bites were a cause of death to numbers of the people of Israel. Then the people came to Moses and said, "We have done wrong in crying out against the Lord and against you. Make prayer to the Lord to take away the snakes from us." So Moses made prayer for the people. And the Lord said to Moses, "Make an image of a snake and put it on a rod, and anyone who has been wounded by snakes, looking on it, will be made well." So Moses made a snake of brass and put it on a rod, and anyone who had a snake bite, after looking on the snake of brass, was made well. Then the children of Israel went on and put up their tents in Oboth. And journeying on again from Oboth, they put up their tents in Abarim, in the wasteland before Moab, looking east. And moving on from there, they put up their tents in the valley of Zered.
From there they went on and put up their tents on the other side of the Arnon, which is on the wasteland at the edge of the land of the Amorites. For Arnon is the line of division between Moab and the Amorites. As it says in the book of the Wars of the Lord, Vaheb in Suphah, and the valley of the Arnon. The slope of the valleys going down to the tents of Ar and touching the edge of Moab. From there they went on to Beer, the water spring of which the Lord said to Moses, "Make the people come together, and I will give them water." Then Israel gave voice to this song, "Come up, O water spring, let us make a song to it. The fountain made by the chiefs, made deep by the great ones of the people, with the lawgiver's rod and with their sticks." Then from the wasteland they went on to Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahalel, and from Nahalel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth to the valley in the open country of Moab, and to the top of Pisgah, looking over Jeshimon. And Israel sent men to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, "Let me go through your land. We will not go into the field or vine garden, or take the water of the springs. We will go by the highway till we have gone past the limits of your land." And Sihon would not let Israel go through his land, but got all his people together and went out against Israel into the wasteland as far as Jahaz to make war on Israel. But Israel overcame him and took all his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok as far as the country of the children of Ammon, for the country of the children of Ammon was strongly armed. And Israel took all their towns, living in Heshbon and all the towns and small places of the Amorites. For Heshbon was the town of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who had made war against an earlier king of Moab, and taken from him all his land as far as the Arnon. So the makers of wise sayings say, "Come to Heshbon, building up the town of Sihon and making it strong. For a fire has gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the town of Sihon, for the destruction of Ar and Moab, and the lords of the high places of the Arnon. Sorrow is yours, O Moab, destruction is your fate, O people of Shamash. His sons have gone in flight, and his daughters are prisoners, in the hands of Sihon, king of the Amorites. They are wounded with our arrows, destruction has come on Heshbon, even to Dibon, and we have made the land waste as far as Nophah, stretching out to Medeba." So Israel put up their tents in the land of the Amorites. And Moses sent men secretly to Jazer, and they took its towns, driving out the Amorites who were living there. Then, turning, they went up by the way of Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, went out against them with all his people to the fight at Edrei. And the Lord said to Moses, "Have no fear of him, for I have given him up into your hands, with all his people and his land. Do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, at Heshbon." So they overcame him and his sons and his people, driving them all out, and they took his land for their heritage. Chapter 22. Then the children of Israel, journeying on, put up their tents in the lowlands of Moab, on the other side of Jordan at Jericho. Now Balak, the son of Zippor, saw what Israel had done to the Amorites. And in Moab there was great fear of the people, because their numbers were so great, and the feeling of Moab was bitter against the children of Israel. Then Moab said to the responsible men of Midian, "It is clear that this great people will be the destruction of everything round us, making a meal of us as the ox does of the grass of the field." At that time Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of Moab. So he sent men to Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor by the river in the land of the children of his people, saying to him, "See, a people has come out of Egypt, covering all the face of the earth, and they have put up their tents opposite to me. Come now in answer to my prayer, and put a curse on this people, for they are greater than I, and then I may be strong enough to overcome them and send them out of the land. For it is clear that good comes to him who has your blessings, but he on whom you put your curse is cursed." So the responsible men of Moab and Midian went away, taking in their hands rewards for the prophet. And they came to Balaam and said to him what Balak had given them orders to say. And he said to them, "Take your rest here tonight, and I will give you an answer after hearing what the Lord says." So the chiefs of Moab kept there with Balaam that night. And God came to Balaam and said, "Who are these men with you?" And Balaam said to God, "Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent them to me, saying, 'See, the people who have come out of Egypt are covering all the earth. Now put a curse on this people for me, so that I may be able to make war on them, driving them out of the land.' And God said to Balaam, 'You are not to go with them, or put a curse on these people, for they have my blessing.' In the morning, Balaam got up and said to the chiefs of Balak, "Go back to your land, for the Lord will not let me go with you." So the chiefs of Moab went back to Balak and said, "Balaam will not come with us." So Balak sent more chiefs, greater in number and of higher position than the others. And they came to Balaam and said, "Balak, son of Zippor, says, 'Let nothing keep you from coming to me, for I will give you a place of very great honor, and whatever you say to me I will do. So come, in answer to my prayer, and put a curse on this people.' But Balaam in answer said to the servants of Balak, 'Even if Balak gave me his house full of silver and gold, it would not be possible for me to do anything more or less than the orders of the Lord my God. So take your rest here tonight, till I have knowledge what more the Lord has to say to me.' And that night God came to Balaam and said to him, 'If these men have come for you, go with them, but do only what I say to you.' So in the morning Balaam got up, and making his ass ready, went with the chiefs of Moab. But God was moved to wrath because he went, and an angel of the Lord took up a position in the road to keep him from his purpose. Now he was seated on his ass, and his 2 servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord waiting in the road with his sword in his hand, and, turning from the road, the ass went into the field. And Balaam gave the ass blows to get her back onto the road. Then the angel of the Lord took up his position in a narrow road through the vine gardens, with a wall on this side and on that. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord and went near the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against the wall, and he gave her more blows. Then the angel of the Lord went further, stopping in a narrow place where there was no room for turning to the right or to the left. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord and went down on the earth under Balaam, and full of wrath Balaam gave her hard blows with his stick. Then the Lord gave the ass the power of talking, and opening her mouth she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you, that you have given me blows these 3 times? And Balaam said to the ass, "You have made me seem foolish. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would put you to death." And the ass said to Balaam, "Am I not your ass upon which you have gone all your life till this day? And have I ever done this to you before?" And he said, "No." Then the Lord made Balaam's eyes open, and he saw the angel of the Lord in the way with his sword in his hand, and he went down on his face to the earth. And the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you given your ass blows these 3 times? See, I have come out against you to keep you back, because your purpose is not pleasing to me." And the ass saw me, turning to one side from me 3 times. If she had not gone to one side, I would certainly have put you to death and kept her safe. And Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, "I have done wrong, for I did not see that you were in the way against me. But now, if it is evil in your eyes, I will go back again." And the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but say only what I give you to say." Then Balaam went on with the chiefs of Balak. Now Balak, hearing that Balaam had come, went to the chief town of Moab on the edge of the Arnon in the farthest part of the land, for the purpose of meeting him. And Balak said to Balaam, "Did I not send to you, requesting you with all my heart to come to me? Why did you not come? Am I not able to give you a place of honor?" Then Balaam said to Balak, "Now I have come to you, but have I power to say anything? Only what God puts in my mouth may I say." And Balaam went with Balak to Kiriath Huzoth. And Balak made offerings of oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam and the chiefs who were with him. And in the morning Balak took Balaam up to the high places of Baal, and from there he was able to see the outer limits of the people. Chapter 23. And Balaam said to Balak, "Make me here 7 altars, and get ready 7 oxen and 7 male sheep." And Balak did as Balaam had said, and Balak and Balaam made an offering on every altar of an ox and a male sheep. Then Balaam said to Balak, "Take your place by your burnt offering, and I will go and see if the Lord comes to me, and I will give you word of whatever he says to me." And he went to an open place on a hill. And God came to Balaam, and Balaam said to him, "I have made ready 7 altars, offering an ox and a male sheep on every altar." And the Lord put words in Balaam's mouth and said, "Go back to Balak, and this is what you are to say." So he went back to him where he was waiting by his burnt offering with all the chiefs of Moab. And in the words which the Lord had given him, he said, "From Aram Balak has sent for me, the king of Moab from the mountains of the east. Come, put curses on Jacob for me, and be angry with Israel." How may I put curses on him who is not cursed by God? How may I be angry with him with whom the Lord is not angry? From the top of the rocks I see him, looking down on him from the hills. It is a people made separate, not to be numbered among the nations. Who is able to take the measure of the dust of Jacob, or the number of the thousands of Israel? May my death be the death of the upright, and my last end like his." Then Balak said to Balaam, "What have you done to me? I sent for you so that my haters might be cursed, and see, you have given them a blessing." And in answer he said, "Am I not ordered to say only what the Lord puts into my mouth?" And Balak said to him, "Come with me now into another place from which you will not be able to see them all, but only the outskirts of them, and you will send curses on them from there." So he took him into the country of Zophim to the top of Pisgah, and there they made 7 altars, offering an ox and a male sheep on every altar. Then he said to Balak, "Take your place here by your burnt offering, while I go over there to the Lord." And the Lord came to Balaam and put words in his mouth and said, "Go back to Balak, and this is what you are to say." So he came to him where he was waiting by his burnt offering with the chiefs of Moab by his side. And Balak said to him, "What has the Lord said?" And in the words which the Lord had given him, he said, "Up, Balak, and give ear. Give attention to me, O son of Zippor. God is not a man to say what is false, or the son of man that his purpose may be changed. What he has said will he not do? And will he not give effect to the words of his mouth? See, I have had orders to give blessing, and he has given a blessing which I have no power to take away. He has seen no evil in Jacob or wrongdoing in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the glad cry of a king is among them. It is God who has taken them out of Egypt. His horns are like those of the mountain ox. No evil power has effect against Jacob, no secret arts against Israel. At the right time it will be said of Jacob and of Israel, 'See what God has done.' See, Israel comes up like a she-lion, lifting himself up like a lion. He will take no rest till he has made a meal of those he has overcome, drinking the blood of those he has put to death." Then Balak said to Balaam, "If you will not put a curse on them, at all events do not give them a blessing." But Balaam in answer said to Balak, "Did I not say to you, I may only do what the Lord says?" Then Balak said to Balaam, "Come now, I will take you to another place. It may be that God will let you put a curse on them from there." So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, looking down over the wasteland. And Balaam said to Balak, "Make me 7 altars here, and get 7 oxen and 7 male sheep ready for me." And Balak did as Balaam said, offering an ox and a male sheep on every altar. Chapter 24. Now when Balaam saw that it was the Lord's pleasure to give his blessing to Israel, he did not, as at other times, make use of secret arts, but turning his face to the wasteland and lifting up his eyes, he saw Israel there, with their tents in the order of their tribes, and the Spirit of God came on him. And moved by the Spirit, he said, "These are the words of Balaam, son of Beor, the words of the man whose eyes are open. He says, whose ears are open to the words of God, who has seen the vision of the ruler of all falling down, but having his eyes open. How fair are your tents, O Jacob, your houses, O Israel. They are stretched out like valleys, like gardens by the riverside, like flowering trees planted by the Lord, like cedar trees by the waters. Peoples will be in fear before his strength. His arm will be on great nations. His king will be higher than Agag, and his kingdom made great in honor. It is God who has taken him out of Egypt. His horns are like those of the mountain ox. The nations warring against him will be his food. Their bones will be broken. They will be wounded with his arrows. He took his sleep stretched out like a lion, and like a she-lion. By whom will his rest be broken? May a blessing be on everyone who gives you blessing, and a curse on everyone by whom you are cursed." Then Balak was full of wrath against Balaam, and angrily waving his hands, he said to Balaam, "I sent for you, so that those who are against me might be cursed. But now, see, 3 times you have given them a blessing. Go back quickly to the place you came from. It was my purpose to give you a place of honor, but now the Lord has kept you back from honor." Then Balaam said to Balak, "Did I not say to the men you sent to me, even if Balak gave me his house full of silver and gold, it would not be possible for me to go outside the orders of the Lord, doing good or evil at the impulse of my mind. Whatever the Lord says, I will say. So now I will go back to my people. But first let me make clear to you what this people will do to your people in days to come." Then he went on with his story and said, "These are the words of Balaam, the son of Beor, the words of him whose eyes are open. He says, Whose ear is open to the words of God? Who has knowledge of the Most High? Who has seen the vision of the ruler of all, falling down and having his eyes open? I see him, but not now, looking on him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob, and a rod of authority out of Israel, sending destruction to the farthest limits of Moab and on the head of all the sons of Sheth. Edom will be his heritage, and he will put an end to the last of the people of Seir. And Israel will go on in strength, and Jacob will have rule over his haters. Then, turning his eyes to Amalek, he went on with his story and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his part will be destruction forever. And looking on the Kenites, he went on with his story and said, Strong is your living place, and your secret place is safe in the rock. But still the Kenites will be wasted till Asher takes you away prisoner. Then he went on with his story and said, But who may keep his life when God does this? But ships will come from the direction of Kittim, troubling Asher and troubling Eber, and like the others, their fate will be destruction. Then Balaam got up and went back to his place, and Balak went away. End of chapters 19 through 24. Chapters 25 through 30 of Numbers from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Now when Israel was living in Shittim, the people became false to the Lord, doing evil with the daughters of Moab. For they sent for the people to be present at the offerings made to their gods, and the people took part in their feasts and gave honor to their gods. So Israel had relations with the women of Moab in honor of the Baal of Peor, and the Lord was moved to wrath against Israel. Then the Lord said to Moses, Take all the chiefs of the people, hanging them up in the sun before the Lord, so that the wrath of the Lord may be turned from Israel. So Moses said to the judges of Israel, Let everyone put to death those of his men who have had relations with the women of Moab in honor of the Baal of Peor. Then one of the children of Israel came to his brothers, taking with him a woman of Midian, before the eyes of Moses and all the meeting of the people, while they were weeping at the door of the tent of meeting. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, seeing it, got up from among the people, and took a spear in his hand, and went after the man of Israel into the tent, driving the spear through the two of them, through the man of Israel, and through the stomach of the woman. So the disease was stopped among the children of Israel. But 24,000 of them had come to their deaths by the disease. And the Lord said to Moses, Through Phinehas, and because of his passion for my honor, my wrath has been turned away from the children of Israel, so that I have not sent destruction on them all in my wrath. So say to them that I will make with him an agreement of peace. And by this agreement he and his sons after him have the right to be priests forever, because, by his care for the honor of his God, he took away the sin of the children of Israel. Now the man of Israel who was put to death with the woman of Midian was Zimri, the son of Salu, a chief of one of the families of the Simeonites. And the woman of Midian who was put to death was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur. He was the head of a family in Midian. Then the Lord said to Moses, Take up arms against the Midianites and overcome them, for they are a danger to you with their false ways, causing sin to come on you in the question of Peor, and because of Cosbi, their sister, the daughter of the chief of Midian, who was put to death at the time of the disease which came on you because of Peor. Chapter 26. Now after the disease was over, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, Let all the children of Israel be numbered by the names of their fathers' families, all those of 20 years old and over who are able to go to war in Israel. So Moses and Eleazar the priest gave them the order in the lowlands of Moab by Jordan at Jericho, saying, Let all the people of 20 years old and over be numbered, as the Lord has given orders to Moses and the children of Israel who have come out of Egypt. Reuben, the first son of Israel, the sons of Reuben by their families, of Hanok, the family of the Hanokites, of Palu, the family of the Paluites, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the Reubenites. Their number was 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliab, and the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram. These are the same Dathan and Abiram who had a place in the meeting of the people, who together with Korah made an outcry against Moses and Aaron and against the Lord. And they went down into the open mouth of the earth, together with Korah, when death overtook him and all his band, at the time when 250 men were burned in the fire, and they became a sign. But death did not overtake the sons of Korah. The sons of Simeon by their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These are the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad by their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites, of Haggai, the family of the Haggites, of Shuni, the family of the Shunites, of Ozni, the family of the Oznites, of Eri, the family of the Erites, of Arad, the family of the Aradites, of Areli, the family of the Arelites. These are the families of the sons of Gad, as they were numbered, 40,500. The sons of Judah, and Onan had come to their death in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah by their families were of Shelah, the family of the Shelites, of Perez, the family of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerites. And the sons of Perez were of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamul, the family of the Hamalites. These are the families of Judah as they were numbered, 76,500. The sons of Issachar by their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolites, of Puvah, the family of the Punites, of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, as they were numbered, 64,300. The sons of Zebulun by their families, of Sered, the family of the Seredites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Jahleel, the family of the Jaheelites. These are the families of the Zebulunites, as they were numbered, 60,500. The sons of Joseph by their families, Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirites. And Machir was the father of Gilead, the family of the Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead, of Iezer, the family of the Iezerites, of Helek, the family of the Helekites, and of Azriel, the family of the Azraelites, and of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites, and of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaites, and of Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. And Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, had no sons, but only daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tisra. These were the families of Manasseh, and those who were numbered of them were 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim by their families, of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelanites, of Becher, the family of the Becherites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. And these are the sons of Shethulah, of Aaron, the family of the Aaronites. These are the families of Ephraim as they were numbered, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph by their families. The sons of Benjamin by their families, of Bela, the family of the Belaites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites, of Shephupham, the family of the Shephuphamites, and of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman, of Ard, the family of the Ardites, of Naaman, the family of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin by their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan by their families, of Shuam, the family of the Shuamites. These are the families of Dan by their families. All the families of the Shuamites, as they were numbered, were 64,400. The sons of Asher by their families, of Imnah, the family of the Imnites, of Ishvi, the family of the Ishvites, of Beriah, the family of the Berites. Of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the family of the Heberites, of Malchiel, the family of the Malchiites. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. These are the families of the sons of Asher as they were numbered, 53,400. The sons of Naphtali by their families, of Jeziel, the family of the Jezielites, of Guni, the family of the Gunites, of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites, of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. These are the families of Naphtali by their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,400. Those who were numbered of the children of Israel were 601,730. And the Lord said to Moses, Let there be a division of the land among these for their heritage in relation to the number of names. To those families who are more in number, give a greater heritage. To those who are less in number, a smaller part. To everyone let the heritage be given in relation to the number in his family. But let the distribution of the land be made by the decision of the Lord, by the names of the tribes of their fathers, let their heritage be given to them. As it is ordered by the decision of the Lord, let distribution be made between those who are more in number and those who are less. These were those of the Levites who were numbered by their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites. Of Merari, the family of the Merarites. These are the families of Levi. The family of the Libnites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Mahalites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korahites, and Kohath was the father of Amram. Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, whom he had in Egypt. By Amram she had Moses and Aaron and their sister Miriam. Aaron's sons were Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Death overtook Nadab and Abihu when they made an offering of strange fire before the Lord. Of these, 23,000 males from 1 month old and over were numbered. They were not numbered with the rest of the children of Israel, for they had no heritage among the children of Israel. All these were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, when the children of Israel were numbered in the lowlands of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. But among all these was not one of those numbered by Moses and Aaron the priest, when the children of Israel were numbered in the wasteland of Sinai. For the Lord had said of them, Death will certainly overtake them in the wasteland. And of them all, only Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun were still living. Chapter 27. Then the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, came forward. Their names are Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah and Tisra. They came before Moses and Eleazar the priest, and the chiefs and all the people at the door of the tent of meeting, and said, Death overtook our father in the wasteland. He was not among those who were banded together with Korah against the Lord, but death came to him in his sin, and he had no sons. Why is the name of our father to be taken away from among his family because he had no son? Give us a heritage among our father's brothers. So Moses put their cause before the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, What the daughters of Zelophehad say is right. Certainly you are to give them a heritage among their father's brothers, and let the property which would have been their father's go to them. And say to the children of Israel, If a man has no son at the time of his death, let his heritage go to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then give his heritage to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then give his heritage to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then give it to his nearest relation in the family, as his heritage. This is to be a decision made by law for the children of Israel, as the Lord gave orders to Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abarim, so that you may see the land which I have given the children of Israel. And when you have seen it, you will be put to rest with your people, as your brother Aaron was. Because in the wasteland of Zin, when the people were angry, you and he went against my word and did not keep my name holy before their eyes at the waters. These are the waters of Meribah and Kadesh in the wasteland of Zin. Then Moses said to the Lord, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, put a man at the head of this people, to go out and come in before them and be their guide, so that the people of the Lord may not be like sheep without a keeper. And the Lord said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and put your hand on him, and take him before Eleazar the priest and all the meeting of the people, and give him his orders before their eyes. And put your honor on him, so that all the children of Israel may be under his authority. He will take his place before Eleazar the priest, so that he may get directions from the Lord for him with the Urim. At his word they will go out, and at his word they will come in, he and all the children of Israel. So Moses did as the Lord said. He took Joshua and put him before Eleazar the priest and the meeting of the people. And he put his hands on him and gave him his orders, as the Lord had said by Moses. Chapter 28. And the Lord said to Moses, Give orders to the children of Israel, and say to them, Let it be your care to give me my offerings at their regular times, the food of the offerings made by fire to me for a sweet smell. Say to them, This is the offering made by fire which you are to give to the Lord. he-lambs of the first year without any mark, 2 every day as a regular burnt offering. Let one be offered in the morning and the other at evening. And the 10th part of an ephah of the best meal for a meal offering mixed with the 4th part of a hin of clear oil. It is a regular burned offering, as it was ordered in Mount Sinai for a sweet smell, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And for its drink offering, take the 4th part of a hin for 1 lamb. In the holy place let the wine be drained out for a drink offering for the Lord. Let the other lamb be offered at evening, like the meal offering of the morning, and its drink offering. Let it be offered as an offering made by fire for a sweet smell to the Lord. And on the Sabbath day, 2 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and 2/10 parts of the best meal for a meal offering mixed with oil, and its drink offering. This is the burned offering for every Sabbath day, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the first day of every month you are to give a burned offering to the Lord, 2 oxen, 1 male sheep, and 7 he-lambs of the first year without any mark. And 3/10 part of the best meal for a meal offering mixed with oil for every ox, and 2/10 part of the best meal for a meal offering mixed with oil for the 1 sheep. And a separate 10th part of the best meal mixed with oil for a meal offering for every lamb, for a burned offering of a sweet smell, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And their drink offerings are to be half a hin of wine for an ox, and the 3rd part of a hin for a male sheep, and the 4th part of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering for every month through all the months of the year. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering to the Lord. It is to be offered in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. And in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, is the Lord's Passover. On the 15th day of this month there is to be a feast. For 7 days let your food be unleavened cakes. On the first day there is to be a holy meeting. You may do no sort of field work, and you are to give an offering made by fire, a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 oxen, 1 male sheep, and 7 he-lambs of the first year without any mark. And their meal offering, the best meal mixed with oil, let 3/10 parts of an ephah be offered for an ox, and 2/10 parts for a male sheep, and a separate 10th part for every one of the 7 lambs, and 1 he-goat for a sin offering to take away your sin. These are to be offered in addition to the morning burned offering, which is a regular burned offering at all times. In this way, every day for 7 days, give the food of the offering made by fire, a sweet smell to the Lord. It is to be offered in addition to the regular burned offering and its drink offering. Then on the 7th day there will be a holy meeting. You may do no field work. And at the time of the first fruits, when you give an offering of new meal to the Lord at your Feast of Weeks, there is to be a holy meeting. You may do no field work. And give a burned offering for a sweet smell to the Lord, 2 oxen, 1 male sheep, and 7 he-lambs of the first year. And their meal offering, the best meal mixed with oil, 3/10 parts for an ox, 2/10 parts for a male sheep, and a separate 10th part for every one of the 7 lambs, and 1 he-goat to take away your sin. These are in addition to the regular burned offerings and its meal offering. Take care that they are without any mark, and let them be offered with their drink offerings.
Chapter 29. In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, let there be a holy meeting. On it you may do no field work. Let the day be marked by the blowing of horns. And give to the Lord a burnt offering for a sweet smell, 1 ox, 1 male sheep, 7 he-lambs of the first year without any mark on them. And their meal offerings, the best meal mixed with oil, 3/10 parts for an ox, 2/10 parts for a male sheep, and a separate 10th part for every one of the 7 lambs, and 1 he-goat for a sin offering to take away your sin. In addition to the burned offering of the new moon and its meal offering, and the regular burned offering and its meal offering, and their drink offerings as they are ordered for a sweet smell, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And on the 10th day of this 7th month there will be a holy meeting. Keep yourself from pleasure, and do no sort of work. And give the Lord a burned offering for a sweet smell, 1 ox, 1 male sheep, 7 he-lambs of the first year. Only those without any mark on them may be used. And their meal offering, the best meal mixed with oil, 3/10 parts for an ox, 2/10 parts for a male sheep, a separate 10th part for every one of the 7 lambs, 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the offering for taking away your sin, and the regular burned offering and its meal offering, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month let there be a holy meeting. Do no work, and keep a feast to the Lord for 7 days.
and give a burnt offering, an offering made by fire for a sweet smell to the Lord, 13 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year, all without any mark on them. And their meal offering, the best meal mixed with oil, 3/10 parts for every one of the 13 oxen, 2/10 parts for every male sheep, and a separate 10th part for every one of the 14 lambs. And 1 goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its meal offering and its drink offering. On the second day of the feast, give an offering of 12 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year, without any mark on them, and their meal offering and the drink offerings for the oxen and the sheep and the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered, and 1 he-goat for a sin offering in addition to the regular burnt offering and its meal offering and their drink offerings. And on the third day, 11 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and their meal offering and drink offering for the oxen, for the male sheep, and for the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered, and 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. And on the fourth day, 10 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the oxen, for the male sheep, and for the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. And on the fifth day, 9 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the oxen, for the male sheep, and for the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering, and its meal offering, and its drink offering. And on the sixth day, 8 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the oxen, for the male sheep, and for the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offerings. And on the seventh day, 7 oxen, 2 male sheep, 14 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, and their meal offering and their drink offerings for the oxen, for the male sheep, and for the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering, its meal offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th day, let there be a holy meeting. You may do no field work, and give a burnt offering, an offering made by fire of a sweet smell to the Lord, 1 ox, 1 male sheep, 7 he-lambs of the first year without any mark, with the meal offering and the drink offerings for the ox, the male sheep, and the lambs, in relation to their number, as it is ordered. And 1 he-goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its meal offering and its drink offering. These are the offerings which you are to give to the Lord at your regular feasts, in addition to the offerings for an oath and the free offerings you give, for your burnt offerings and your drink offerings and your peace offerings. So Moses gave the children of Israel all these directions as the Lord had given him orders. Chapter 30. And Moses said to the heads of the tribes of the children of Israel, This is the order of the Lord. When a man takes an oath of the Lord, or gives an undertaking having the force of an oath, do not let him go back from his word, but let him do whatever he has said he will do. If a woman, being young and under the authority of her father, takes an oath to the Lord, or gives an undertaking, if her father, hearing of her oath or the undertaking she has given, says nothing to her, then all her oaths and every undertaking she has given will have force. But if her father, hearing of it, makes her take back her word, then the oaths or the undertaking she has given will have no force, and she will have forgiveness from the Lord because her oath was broken by her father. And if she is married to a husband at the time when she is under an oath or an undertaking given without thought, if her husband, hearing of it, says nothing to her at the time, then the oaths she made and the undertakings she gave will have force. But if her husband, hearing of it, makes her take it back, then the oath she made and the undertaking she gave without thought will have no force or effect, and she will have the Lord's forgiveness. But an oath made by a widow or one who is no longer married to her husband, and every undertaking she has given will have force. If she made an oath while she was under the authority of her husband, and her husband, hearing of it, said nothing to her, and did not put stop to it, then all her oaths and every undertaking she gave will have force. But if her husband, on hearing of it, made them without force or effect, then whatever she has said about her oaths or her undertaking has no force. Her husband has made them without effect, and she will have the Lord's forgiveness. Every oath and every undertaking which she gives to keep herself from pleasure may be supported or broken by her husband. But if the days go on and her husband says nothing whatever to her, then he is giving the support of his authority to her oaths and undertakings, because at the time of hearing them he said nothing to her. But if at some time after hearing of them he makes them without force, then he is responsible for her wrongdoing. These are the laws which the Lord gave Moses in relation to a man and his wife, or a father and a young daughter who is under his authority. End of chapters 25 through 30. Chapters 31 through 36 of Numbers from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Give the Midianites punishment for the wrong they did to the children of Israel, and after that you will go to rest with your people." So Moses said to the people, "Let men from among you be armed for war to put into effect against Midian the Lord's punishment on them. And from every tribe of Israel send 1,000 to the war." So from the thousands of Israel 1,000 were taken from every tribe, 12,000 men armed for war. And Moses sent them out to war, 1,000 from every tribe, and with them Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, taking in his hands the vessels of the holy place and the horns for sounding the note of war. And they made war on Midian as the Lord gave orders to Moses, and they put to death every male. They put the kings of Midian to death with the rest, Evi and Rechen and Zur and Hur and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. And Balaam, the son of Beor, they put to death with the sword. The women of Midian with their little ones, the children of Israel, took prisoner, and all their cattle and flocks and all their goods they took for themselves. And after burning all their towns and all their tent circles, they went away with the goods they had taken, man and beast. And the prisoners and the goods and everything they had taken they took to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and the people of Israel to the tent circle in the lowlands of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Then Moses and Eleazar the priest and the chiefs of the people went out to them before they had come into the tent circle. And Moses was angry with the chiefs of the army, the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds who had come back from the war. And Moses said to them, "Why have you kept all the women safe? It was these who, moved by Balaam, were the cause of Israel's sin against the Lord in the question of Peor, because of which disease came on the people of the Lord. So now put every male child to death and every woman who has had sex relations with a man. But all the female children who have had no sex relations with men you may keep for yourselves. You yourselves will have to keep outside the tent circle for 7 days, any one of you who has put any person to death or come near a dead body. And on the 3rd day and on the 7th day make yourselves and your prisoners clean. And every bit of clothing and anything made of leather or goat's hair or wood you are to make clean." Then Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who had been to the fight, "This is the rule of the law which the Lord has given to Moses. But gold and silver and brass and iron and tin and lead, anything which may be heated, is to go through the fire and be made clean. But in addition it is to be put into the water of cleaning, and anything which may not go through the fire is to be put in the water. And on the 7th day, after washing your clothing, you will be clean, and then you may come into the tent circle." And the Lord said to Moses, "Get an account of everything which was taken in the war, of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the families of the people. And let division be made of it into 2 parts, one for the men of war who went out to the fight, and one for all the people. And from the men of war who went out, let there be offered to the Lord one out of every 500, from the persons, and from the oxen, and asses, and sheep. Take this from their part, and give it to Eleazar the priest as an offering to be lifted up to the Lord. And from the part given to the children of Israel, take one out of every 50, from the persons, and from the oxen, and asses, and sheep, and give it to the Levites who have care of the house of the Lord." So Eleazar and Moses did as the Lord had given orders to Moses. Now the beasts taken, in addition to what the fighting men took from themselves, were 675,000 sheep,
and 72,000 oxen, and 61,000 asses, and 32,000 persons, that is, women who had never had sex relations with a man. And the half given as their part to the men who went to war was 337,500 sheep, of which the Lord's part was 675. The number of oxen was 36,000, of which the Lord's part was 72. The number of asses was 30,500, of which the Lord's part was 61. And the number of persons was 16,000, of which the Lord's part was 32 persons. And Moses gave the Lord's part, lifted up as an offering, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord had given orders to Moses. And from the half given to the children of Israel, which Moses had kept separate from that given to the fighting men. Now the people's half was 337,500 sheep, and 36,000 oxen, and 36,500 asses, and 16,000 persons. Even from the children of Israel's half, Moses took one out of every 50, men and beasts, and gave them to the Levites who had care of the house of the Lord, as the Lord gave orders to Moses. Then the men in authority over the thousands of the army, the captains of the thousands and captains of hundreds, came to Moses and said to him, Your servants have taken note of the number of all the fighting men under our orders, and everyone is present. And we have here an offering for the Lord from what every man took in the war, ornaments of gold, leg chains and arm rings, finger rings, earrings, and neck ornaments, to make our souls free from sin before the Lord. So Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold from them, even all the worked ornaments, and the gold which the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds gave, as an offering to be lifted up before the Lord, came to 16,750 shekels. For every man of the army had taken goods for himself in the war. Then Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold given by the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, and took it into the tent of meeting, to be a sign in memory of the children of Israel before the Lord. Chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a great number of cattle. When they saw that the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead was a good place for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and said to Moses and to Eleazar the priest and to the chiefs of the meeting, Adaroth and Dibon and Jazer and Nimrah and Heshbon and Elealeh and Sebam and Nebo and Beon. The land which the Lord gave into the hands of the children of Israel is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. And they said, With your approval, let this land be given to your servants as their heritage. Do not take us over Jordan. And Moses said to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, Are your brothers to go to the war while you take your rest here? Why would you take from the children of Israel the desire to go over into the land which the Lord has given them? So did your fathers when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they took from the children of Israel the desire to go into the land which the Lord had given them. And at that time the Lord was moved to wrath and made an oath, saying, Truly not one of the men of 20 years old and over who came out of Egypt will see the land which I gave by oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they have not been true to me with all their heart. But only Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite and Joshua the son of Nun, because they have been true to the Lord. Then the Lord was angry with Israel, and he made them wanderers in the wasteland for 40 years, till all that generation who had done evil in the eyes of the Lord was dead. And now you have come to take the place of your fathers, another generation of sinners, increasing the wrath of the Lord against Israel. For if you are turned away from him, he will send them wandering again in the wasteland, and you will be the cause of the destruction of all this people. Then they came to him and said, We will make safe places for our cattle here, and towns for our little one. But we ourselves will be ready armed to go before the children of Israel till we have taken them to their place. But our little ones will be safe in the walled towns against the people of the land. We will not come back to our houses till every one of the children of Israel has come into his heritage. For we will not have our heritage with them on the other side of Jordan and forward, because our heritage has come to us on this side of Jordan to the east. Then Moses said to them, If you will do this, arming yourselves to go before the Lord to war, every armed man of you going across Jordan before the Lord till he has overcome and sent in flight all who are against him, and the land is under the rule of the Lord, then after that you may come back, having done no wrong to the Lord and to Israel, and this land will be yours for your heritage before the Lord. But if you do not do this, then you are sinners against the Lord, and you may be certain that your sin will have its reward.
So get to work building your towns for your little ones and safe places for your sheep, and do as you have said." And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben said to Moses, "Your servants will do as my Lord says. Our little ones, our wives, and our flocks, and all our cattle will be here in the towns of Gilead. But your servants will go over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to the fight, as my Lord says." So Moses gave orders about them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the families of the tribes of the children of Israel. And Moses said to them, "If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben go with you over Jordan, every man armed for the fight before the Lord, and all the land is given into your hands, then let them have the land of Gilead for a heritage. But if they do not go over with you armed, they will have to take their heritage with you in the land of Canaan." Then the children of Gad and the children of Reuben said, "As the Lord has said to your servants, so will we do. We will go over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, and you will give us our heritage on this side of the Jordan." So Moses gave to them, even to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan, all the land with its towns and the country round them. And the children of Gad were the builders of Dibon and Adaroth and Aroer, and Atroth Shophan, and Jazer and Jogbehah, and Beth Nimrah and Beth Haran, walled towns and shut-in places for sheep. And the children of Reuben were the builders of Heshbon and Elalah and Kiriathim, and Nebo and Baal-meon, their names have been changed, and Sibmah, and they gave other names to the towns they made. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it, driving out the Amorites who were living there. And Moses gave Gilead to Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he made it his living place. And Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the towns of Gilead, naming them Havoth-Jair. And Nobah went and took Kenath and its small towns, naming it Nobah after himself. Chapter 33. These are the journeys of the children of Israel when they went out of the land of Egypt in their armies under the direction of Moses and Aaron. And the stages of their journey on their way out were put down in writing by Moses at the order of the Lord. These are the stages of their journey and the way they went. On the 15th day of the first month they went out from Ramses. On the day after the Passover, the children of Israel went out by the power of the Lord before the eyes of all the Egyptians, while the Egyptians were placing in the earth the bodies of their sons on whom the Lord had sent destruction, and their gods had been judged by him. So the children of Israel went from Ramses and put up their tents in Succoth. And they went on from Succoth and put up their tents in Etham on the edge of the wasteland. And from Etham, turning back to Piaroth, which is before Baal-Zephon, they put up their tents before Migdol. And journeying on from Hahiroth, they went through the sea into the wasteland. They went 3 days' journey through the wasteland of Etham and put up their tents in Marah. And from Marah they went on to Elim, and in Elim there were 12 water springs and 70 palm trees, and they put up their tents there. And they went on from Elim and put up their tents by the Red Sea. Then from the Red Sea they went on and put up their tents in the wastelands of Sin. And they went on from the wastelands of Sin and put up their tents in Dophkah. And they went on from Dophkah and put up their tents in Alush. And they went on from Alush and put up their tents in Rephidim, where there was no drinking water for the people. And they went on from Rephidim and they put up their tents in the wasteland of Sinai. And they went on from the wasteland of Sinai and put up their tents in Kibroth-Hattaavah. And they went on from Kibroth-Hattaavah and put up their tents in Hazeroth. And they went on from Hazeroth and put up their tents in Rithmah. And they went on from Rithmah and put up their tents in Rimmon-Perez. And they went on from Rimmon-Perez and put up their tents in Libnah. And they went on from Libnah and put up their tents in Rissah. And they went on from Rissah and put up their tents in Kehelahath. And they went on from Kehelahath and put up their tents in Mount Shepher. And they went on from Mount Shepher and put up their tents in Haradah. And they went on from Haradah and put up their tents in Makaloth. And they went on from Makaloth and put up their tents in Tahath. And they went on from Tahath and put up their tents in Terah. And they went on from Terah and put up their tents in Mithkah. And they went on from Mithkah and put up their tents in Hashmonah. And they went on from Hashmonah and put up their tents in Mosroth. And they went on from Mosroth and put up their tents in Bene-Jacan. And they went on from Bene-Jacan and put up their tents in Hor-Hagadad. And they went on from Hor-Hagadad and put up their tents in Jothbatha. And
And they went on from Jotbatha and put up their tents in Abrona. And they went on from Abrona and put up their tents in Ezion-Geber. And they went on from Ezion-Geber and put up their tents in the wasteland of Zin, which is Kadesh. And they went on from Kadesh and put up their tents on Mount Hor, on the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up into the mountain at the order of the Lord and came to his death there, in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, in the 5th month, on the 1st day of the month. Aaron was 123 years old at the time of his death in Mount Hor. And news of the coming of the children of Israel came to the king of Arad the Canaanite, who was living in the south in the land of Canaan. And from Mount Hor they went on and put up their tents in Zalmonah. And they went on from Zalmonah and put up their tents in Punon. And they went on from Punon and put up their tents in Oboth. And they went on from Oboth and put up their tents in Abarim at the edge of Moab. And they went on from Iam and put up their tents in Dibon-Gad. And from Dibon-Gad they went on and put up their tents in Almon-Diblathim. And from Almon-Diblathim they went on and put up their tents in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they went on from the mountains of Abarim and put up their tents in the lowlands of Moab by Jordan at Jericho, planting their tents by the side of Jordan from Beth Jesimoth as far as Abel Shittim in the lowlands of Moab. And in the lowlands of Moab by Jordan at Jericho, the Lord said to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel, when you go over Jordan into the land of Canaan, see that all the people of the land are forced out from before you, and put to destruction all their pictured stones and all their metal images and all their high places. And take the land for yourselves, for your resting place. For to you I have given the land as your heritage. And you will take up your heritage in the land by the decision of the Lord, to every family its part. The greater the family, the greater its heritage, and the smaller the family, the smaller will be its heritage. Wherever the decision of the Lord gives to any man his part, that will be his. Distribution will be made to you by your father's tribes. But if you are slow in driving out the people of the land, then those of them who are still there will be like pinpoints in your eyes, and like thorns in your sides, troubling you in the land where you are living. And it will come about that as it was my purpose to do to them, so will I do to you." Chapter 34. And the Lord said to Moses, "Give orders to the children of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land which is to be your heritage, the land of Canaan inside these limits. Then your south quarter will be from the wasteland of Zin by the side of Edom, and your limit on the south will be from the east end of the Salt Sea, and round to the south of the slope of Akrabim, and on to Zin. And its direction will be south of Kadesh Barnea, and it will go as far as Hazer Adar and on to Asmon. And from Asmon it will go round to the stream of Egypt as far as the sea. And for your limit on the west you will have the great sea and its edge. This will be your limit on the west. And your limit on the north will be the line from the great sea to Mount Hor. And from Mount Hor the line will go in the direction of Hamath. The farthest point of it will be at Zedad. And the limit will go on to Ziphron, with its farthest point at Hazer Enon. This will be your limit on the north. And on the east, your limit will be marked out from Hazer Enon to Shepham, going down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain, and on as far as the east side of the Sea of Chinnereth, and so down to Jordan, stretching to the Salt Sea. All the land inside these limits will be yours. And Moses gave orders to the children of Israel, saying, This is the land which is to be your heritage, by the decision of the Lord, which by the Lord's order is to be given to the 9 tribes and the 1/2 tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben by their fathers' families, and the tribe of the children of Gad by their fathers' families, and the 1/2 tribe of Manasseh have been given their heritage. The 2 tribes and the 1/2 tribe have been given their heritage on the other side of Jordan at Jericho, on the east, looking to the dawn. And the Lord said to Moses, These are the names of the men who are to make the distribution of the land among you: Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And you are to take 1 chief from every tribe to make the distribution of land. And these are the names of the men: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; and of the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Chislon; and of the tribe of the children of Dan, a chief, Buki, the son of Jogli. Of the children of Joseph, of the tribe of the children of Manasseh, a chief, Haniel, the son of Ephod. And of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, a chief, Kemuel, the son of Shiften. And of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, a chief, Elizaphan, the son of Parnach. And of the tribe of the children of Issachar, a chief, Paltiel, the son of Azan. And of the tribe of the children of Asher, a chief, Ahihud, the son of Shalomi. And of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, a chief, Pedahel, the son of Ammihud. These are they to whom the Lord gave orders to make the distribution of the heritage among the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35. And the Lord said to Moses in the lowlands of Moab by Jordan at Jericho, Give orders to the children of Israel to give to the Levites, from the heritage which is theirs, towns for themselves, with land on the outskirts of the towns. These towns are to be their living places, with land round them for their cattle and their food and all their beasts, stretching from the wall of the towns a distance of 1,000 cubits all round. The measure of this space of land is to be 2,000 cubits outside the town on the east, and 2,000 cubits on the south, and on the west, and on the north, the town being in the middle. This space will be the outskirts of their towns. And the towns which you give the Levites are to be the 6 safe places to which the taker of life may go in flight. And in addition, you are to give them 42 towns. 48 towns are to be given to the Levites, all with land round them. And these towns are to be given out of the heritage of the children of Israel, taking the greater number from those who have much, and a smaller number from those who have little. Everyone, in the measure of his heritage, is to give of his property to the Levites. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, When you have gone over Jordan into the land of Canaan, then let certain towns be marked out as safe places to which anyone who takes the life of another in error may go in flight. In these towns you may be safe from him who has the right of punishment, so that death may not overtake the taker of life till he has been judged by the meeting of the people. 6 of the towns which you give will be such safe places, 3 on the other side of the Jordan, and 3 in the land of Canaan, to be safe places for flight. For the children of Israel, and for the man from another country who is living among them, these 6 towns are to be safe places where anyone causing the death of another through error may go in flight. But if a man gives another man a blow with an iron instrument causing his death, he is a taker of life, and is certainly to be put to death. Or if he gives him a blow with a stone in his hand causing his death, he is a taker of life, and is certainly to be put to death. He whose right it is to give punishment for blood may himself put to death the taker of life when he comes face to face with him. If in his hate he put a sword through him, or waiting secretly for him sent a spear or stone at him, causing his death, or in hate gave him blows with his hand, causing death, he who gave the death blow is to be put to death. He is a taker of life. He whose right it is to give punishment for blood may put to death the taker of life when he comes face to face with him. But if a man has given a wound to another suddenly, and not in hate, or without design has sent something against him, or has given him a blow with a stone without seeing him, so causing his death, though he had nothing against him and no desire to do him evil, then let the meeting of the people be judged between the man responsible for the death and him who has the right of punishment for blood, acting by these rules. And let the people keep the man responsible for the death safe from the hands of him who has the right of punishment for blood, and send him back to his safe town, where he had gone in flight. There let him be till the death of the high priest who was marked with the holy oil. But if he ever goes outside the walls of the safe town where he had gone in flight, and the giver of punishment, meeting him outside the walls of the town, puts him to death, he will not be responsible for his blood, because he had been ordered to keep inside the safe town till the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the taker of life may come back to the place of his heritage. These rules are to be your guide in judging through all your generations, wherever you may be living. Anyone causing the death of another is himself to be put to death on the word of witnesses, but the word of one witness is not enough. Further, no price may be given for the life of one who has taken life, and whose right reward is death. He is certainly to be put to death. And no price may be offered for one who has gone in flight to a safe town for the purpose of letting him come back to his place before the death of the high priest. So do not make the land where you are living unholy, For blood makes the land unholy, and there is no way of making the land free from the blood which has come on it, but only by the death of him who was the cause of it. Do not make unclean the land where you are living and in which is my house, for I, the Lord, am present among the children of Israel. Chapter 36. Now the heads of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came to Moses, the chiefs, and the heads of families of the children of Israel being present, and said, The Lord gave orders to my Lord to make distribution of the land as their heritage to the children of Israel, and my Lord was ordered by the Lord to give the heritage of Zelophehad, our brother, to his daughters. Now if they get married to any of the sons of other tribes of the children of Israel, then their property will be taken away from the heritage of our fathers, and become part of the heritage of the tribe into which they get married, and their heritage will be taken away from the heritage of our tribe. And at the time of the Jubilee of the children of Israel, their property will be joined to the heritage of the tribe of which they are a part, and will be taken away from the heritage of the tribe of our fathers. So by the direction of the Lord, Moses gave orders to the children of Israel, saying, What the tribe of the sons of Joseph have said is right. This is the order of the Lord about the daughters of Zelophehad. The Lord says, Let them take as their husbands whomever is most pleasing to them, but only among the family of their father's tribe. And so no property will be handed from tribe to tribe among the children of Israel, but every one of the children of Israel will keep the heritage of his father's tribe. And every daughter owning property in any tribe of the children of Israel is to be married to one of the family of her father's tribe, so that every man of the children of Israel may keep the heritage of his fathers. And no property will be handed from one tribe to another, but every tribe of the children of Israel will keep its heritage. So the daughters of Zelophehad did as the Lord gave orders to Moses. For Mahlah, Tisra, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, took as their husbands the sons of their father's brothers, and were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their property was kept in the tribe of their father's family. These are the laws and the orders which the Lord gave to the children of Israel by Moses, in the lowlands of Moab, by Jordan, at Jericho. End of chapters 31 through 36, end of the book of Numbers. Chapters 1 through 7 of Deuteronomy, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. These are the words which Moses said to all Israel on the far side of Jordan, in the wasteland in the Arabah opposite Suph, between Paran on the one side and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab on the other. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. Now in the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses gave to the children of Israel all the orders which the Lord had given him for them. After he had overcome Sihon, king of the Amorites, ruling in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, ruling in Ashtaroth at Edrei. On the far side of the Jordan, in the land of Moab, Moses gave the people this law, saying, The Lord our God said to us in Horeb, You have been long enough in this mountain. Make a move now and go on your way to the hill country of the Amorites and the places near it, in the Arabah, and the hill country, and in the lowlands, and in the south, and by the seaside, all the land of the Canaanites, and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, all the land is before you go. Go in and take for yourselves the land which the Lord gave by an oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to their seed after them. At that time I said to you, I am not able to undertake the care of you by myself. The Lord your God has given you increase, and now you are like the stars of heaven in number. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times greater in number than you are, and give you his blessing as he has said. How is it possible for me, by myself, to be responsible for you, and undertake the weight of all your troubles and your arguments? Take for yourselves men who are wise, far-seeing, and respected among you, from your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And you made answer and said to me, It is good for us to do as you say. So I took the heads of your tribes, wise men and respected, and made them rulers over you, captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, and captains of 50s and captains of 10s, and overseers of your tribes. And at that time I gave orders to your judges, saying, Let all questions between your brothers come before you for hearing, and give decisions uprightly between a man and his brother, or one from another nation who is with him. In judging, do not let a man's position have any weight with you. Give hearing equally to small and great. Have no fear of any man, for it is God who is judge. And any cause in which you are not able to give a decision, you are to put before me, and I will give it a hearing. And at that time I gave you all the orders which you were to do. Then we went on from Horeb, through all that great and cruel waste which you saw, on our way to the hill country of the Amorites, as the Lord gave us orders, and we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said to you, You have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. See now, the Lord your God has put the land into your hands. Go up and take it, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has said to you. Have no fear, and do not be troubled. And you came near to me, every one of you, and said, Let us send men before us to go through the land with care, and give us an account of the way we are to go, and the towns to which we will come. And what you said seemed good to me, and I took 12 men from among you, one from every tribe. And they went up into the hill country, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and saw what was there. And taking in their hands some of the fruit of the land, they came down again to us, and gave us their account, saying, It is a good land which the Lord our God is giving us. But going against the order of the Lord your God, you would not go up. And you made an angry outcry in your tents, and said, In his hate for us, the Lord has taken us out of the land of Egypt, to give us up into the hands of the Amorites for our destruction. Where are we going up? Our brothers have made our hearts feeble with fear by saying, The people are greater and taller than we are, and the towns are great and walled up to heaven. And more than this, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, Have no fear of them. The Lord your God who goes before you will be fighting for you, and will do such wonders as he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. And in the wasteland where you have seen how the Lord was supporting you, as a man does his son, in all your journeying till you came to this place. But for all this you had no faith in the Lord your God, who goes before you on your way, looking for a place where you may put up your tents, in fire by night, lighting up the way you are to go, and in a cloud by day. And the Lord, hearing your words, was angry, and said with an oath, Truly not one of this evil generation will see that good land which I said I would give to your fathers. But only Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he will see it, and to him and to his children I will give the land over which his feet have gone, because he has been true to the Lord with all his heart. And in addition, the Lord was angry with me because of you, saying, You yourself will not go into it. Joshua, the son of Nun, your servant, he will go into the land. Say to him that he is to be strong, for he will be Israel's guide into their heritage. And your little ones, who you said would come into strange hands, your children, who now have no knowledge of good or evil, they will go into that land, and to them I will give it, and it will be theirs. But as for you, go back, journeying into the wasteland by the way of the Red Sea. Then you said to me, We have done evil against the Lord. We will go up to the attack, as the Lord our God has given us orders. And arming yourselves, every one, you made ready to go up without care into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, Say to them, Do not go up to the attack, for I am not among you, and you will be overcome by those who are against you. This I said to you, but you gave no attention, and went against the orders of the Lord, and in your pride went up into the hill country. And the Amorites who were in the hill country came out against you and put you to flight, rushing after you like bees, and overcame you in Seir, driving you even as far as Hormah. And you came back weeping before the Lord, but the Lord gave no attention to your cries and did not give ear to you. So you were kept waiting in Kadesh for a long time. Chapter 2. Then we went back, journeying into the wasteland by the way to the Red Sea, as the Lord had said to me. And we were a long time going round Mount Seir. And the Lord said to me, You have been journeying round this mountain long enough. Now go to the north. And give the people orders, saying, You are about to go through the land of your brothers, the children of Esau, who are living in Seir, and they will have fear of you, so take care of what you do. Make no attack on them, for I will not give you any of their land, not even space enough for a man's foot, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for his heritage. You may get food for your needs from them for a price, and water for drinking. For the blessing of the Lord your God has been on you in all the work of your hands. He has knowledge of your wanderings through this great waste. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you, and you have been short of nothing. So we went on past our brothers, the children of Esau, living in Seir by the road through the Arabah, from Elath and Ezion-Geber. And turning, we went by the road through the wasteland of Moab. And the Lord said to me, make no attack on Moab, and do not go to war with them, for I will not give you any of his land, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for their heritage. In the past, the Emim were living there, a great people equal in numbers to the Anakim and as tall. They are numbered among the Rephaim, like the Anakim, but are named Emim by the Moabites. And the Horites in earlier times were living in Seir, but the children of Esau took their place. They sent destruction on them and took their land for themselves, as Israel did to the land of his heritage, which the Lord gave them. Get up now and go over the stream Zered. So we went over the stream Zered. 38 years had gone by from the time when we came away from Kadesh Barnea till we went over the stream Zered. By that time all the generation of men of war among us were dead, as the Lord had said. For the hand of the Lord was against them, working their destruction till all were dead. So when death had overtaken all the men of war among the people, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, You are about to go by Ar, the limit of the country of Moab. And when you come near the land of the children of Ammon, give them no cause of trouble, and do not make war on them, for I will not give you any of the land of the children of Ammon for your heritage, because I have given it to the children of Lot. That land is said to have been a land of the Rephaim, for Rephaim had been living there in earlier times, but they were named Zamzummim by the Ammonites. They were a great people, tall as the Anakim, and equal to them in number. But the Lord sent destruction on them, and the children of Ammon took their place, living in their land, as he did for the children of Esau, living in Seir, when he sent destruction on the Horites before them, and they took their land where they are living to this day. And the Avim, living in the small town as far as Gaza, came to destruction by the hands of the Caphtorim, who came out from Caphtor and took their land. Get up now and go on your journey, crossing over the valley of the Arnon. See, I have given into your hand Sihon, the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and all his land. Go forward to make it yours, and make war on him. From now on, I will put the fear of you in all peoples under heaven, who hearing of you will be shaking with fear and grief of heart because of you. Then from the wasteland of Kedemoth I sent representatives to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me go through your land. I will keep to the highway, not turning to the right or to the left. Let me have food at a price for my needs and water for drinking. Only let me go through on foot, as the children of Esau did for me in Seir and the Moabites in Ar, till I have gone over Jordan into the land which the Lord our God is giving us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us go through, for the Lord your God made his spirit hard and his heart strong, so that he may give him up into your hands, as at this day. And the Lord said to me, See, from now on I have given Sihon and his land into your hands. Go forward now to take his land and make it yours. Then Sihon came out against us with all his people to make an attack on us at Jahaz. And the Lord our God gave him into our hands, and we overcame him and his sons and all his people. At that time we took all his towns and gave them over to complete destruction, together with men, women, and children. We had no mercy on any. Only the cattle we took for ourselves, with the goods from the towns we had taken. From Aurora on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and from the town in the valley as far as Gilead, no town was strong enough to keep us out. The Lord our God gave them all into our hands. But you did not go near the land of the children of Ammon, that is, all the side of the river Jabbok, or the towns of the hill country, wherever the Lord our God had said we were not to go. Chapter 3. Then turning, we took the road to Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us with all his people, and made an attack on us at Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Have no fear of him, for I have given him and all his people and his land into your hands. Do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon. So the Lord our God gave up Og, king of Bashan, and all his people into our hands, and we overcame him so completely that all his people came to their end in the fight. At that time we took all his towns. There was not one town of the 60 towns, all the country of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan, that we did not take. All these towns had high walls round them with doors and locks, and in addition we took a great number of unwalled towns. And we put them to the curse, every town together with men, women, and children. But we took for ourselves all the cattle and the stored wealth of the towns. At that time we took their land from the 2 kings of the Amorites on the far side of the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon. By the Sidonians, Hermon is named Sirion, and by the Amorites, Shinir. All the towns of the tableland and all Gilead and Bashan as far as Salcah and Edrei, towns of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. For Og, king of Bashan, was last of all the Rephaim. His bed was made of iron. Is it not in Rabbah, in the land of the children of Ammon? It was 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide, measured by the common cubit. And this land which we took at that time from Aroer by the valley of Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead with its towns, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites. The rest of Gilead and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, all the land of Argob, together with Bashan, I gave to the half tribe of Manasseh. This land is named the land of the Rephaim. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the land of Argob as far as the country of the Geshurites and the Mahakathites, naming it Bashan, Havoth Jair after himself, as it is to this day. And Gilead I gave to Makir. And the land from Gilead to the valley of Arnon, with the middle of the valley as the limit, as far as the river Jabbok, which is the limit of the country of the children of Ammon, I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites, as well as the Arabah, with the river Jordan as their limit, from Chinnereth to the salt sea, under the slopes of Pisgah to the east. At that time I gave you orders, saying, The Lord has given you this land for your heritage. All the men of war are to go over armed before your brothers, the children of Israel. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for it is clear you have much cattle, may go on living in the towns I have given you, till the Lord has given rest to your brothers as to you, and till they have taken for themselves the land which the Lord your God is giving them on the other side of Jordan. Then you may go back, every man of you, to the heritage which I have given you. And I gave orders to Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen what the Lord your God has done to these 2 kings. So will the Lord do to all the kingdoms into which you come. Have no fear of them, for the Lord your God will be fighting for you. And at that time I made request to the Lord, saying, O Lord God, you have now for the first time let your servant see your great power and the strength of your hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth able to do such great works and such acts of power? Let me go over, O Lord, and see the good land on the other side of Jordan and that fair mountain country, even Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me because of you and would not give ear to my prayer. And the Lord said to me, Let it be enough. Say no more about this thing. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and turning your eyes to the west and the north, to the south and the east, see the land with your eyes, for you are not to go over Jordan. But give my orders to Joshua, comforting him and making him strong, for he is to go over Jordan at the head of this people, and he will give them this land which you will see for their heritage. So we were waiting in the valley facing Beth Peor. Chapter 4. And now give ear, O Israel, to the laws and the decisions which I am teaching you, and do them, so that life may be yours, and you may go in and take for yourselves the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. Make no addition to the orders which I give you, and take nothing from them, but keep the orders of the Lord your God which I give you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor, for destruction came from the Lord on all those among you who went after Baal Peor. But you who kept faith with the Lord are living, every one of you, today. I have been teaching you laws and decisions, as I was ordered to do by the Lord my God, so that you might keep them in the land to which you are going, to take it for your heritage. So keep these laws and do them, for so will your wisdom and good sense be clear in the eyes of the peoples, who hearing all these laws will say, Truly, this great nation is a wise and far-seeing people. For what great nation has a God so near to them as the Lord our God is, whenever we are turned to him in prayer? And what great nation has laws and decisions so right as all the law which I put before you today? Only take care and keep watch on your soul, for fear that the things which your eyes have seen go from your memory and from your heart all the days of your life. But let the knowledge of them be given to your children and to your children's children. That day when you were waiting before the Lord your God in Horeb, and the Lord said to me, Make all the people come together, so that hearing my words they may go in fear of me all the days of their life on earth, and give this teaching to their children. And you came near, waiting at the foot of the mountain, and flames of fire went up from the mountain to the heart of heaven, with dark clouds, and all was black as night. And the voice of the Lord came to you out of the fire. The sound of his words came to your ears, but you saw no form. There was nothing but a voice. And he gave you his agreement with you, the 10 rules which you were to keep, which he put in writing on the 2 stones of the law. And the Lord gave me orders at that time to make clear to you these laws and decisions, so that you might do them in the land to which you were going, which is to be your heritage. So keep watching yourselves with care, for you saw no form of any sort on the day when the voice of the Lord came to you in Horeb out of the heart of the fire, so that you may not be turned to evil ways and make for yourselves an image in the form of any living thing, male or female, or any beast of the earth, or winged bird of the air, or of anything which goes flat on the earth, or any fish in the water under the earth. And when your eyes are lifted up to heaven, and you see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the army of heaven, do not let yourselves be moved to give them worship, or become the servants of what the Lord has given equally to all peoples under heaven. But the Lord has taken you out of the flaming fire, out of Egypt, to be to him the people of his heritage, as you are today. And the Lord was angry with me because of you, and made an oath that I was not to go over Jordan into the good land which the Lord is giving you for your heritage. But death is to come to me in this land. I may not go over Jordan, but you will go over and take that good land for your heritage. Take care that you do not let the agreement of the Lord your God, which he has made with you, go out of your mind, or make for yourselves images of any sort against the orders which the Lord your God has given you. For the Lord your God is an all-burning fire, and he will not let the honor which is his be given to any other. If, when you have had children and children's children, and have been living a long time in the land, you are turned to evil ways and make an image of any sort, and do evil in the eyes of the Lord your God, moving him to wrath, may heaven and earth be my witnesses against you today, that destruction will quickly overtake you, cutting you off from that land which you are going over Jordan to take. Your days will not be long in that land, but you will come to a complete end. And the Lord will send you wandering among the peoples. Only a small band of you will be kept from death among the nations where the Lord will send you. There you will be the servants of gods, made by men's hands, of wood and stone, having no power of seeing or hearing or taking food or smelling. But if in those lands you are turned again to the Lord your God, searching for him with all your heart and soul, he will not keep himself from you. When you are in trouble, and all these things have come on you, if in the future you are turned again to the Lord your God and give ear to his voice, because the Lord your God is a God of mercy, he will not take away his help from you, or let destruction overtake you, or be false to the agreement which he made by an oath with your fathers. Give thought now to the days which are past before your time, from the day when God first gave life to man on the earth, and searching from one end of heaven to the other, see if such a great thing as this has ever been, or if anything like it has been talked of in story. Has any people ever gone on living after hearing the voice of God out of the heart of the fire as you did? Has God ever before taken a nation for himself from out of another nation by punishments and signs and wonders, by war and by a strong hand and a stretched out arm and great acts of wonder and fear, as the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your very eyes? All this he lets you see, so that you might be certain that the Lord is God and there is no other. Out of heaven itself his voice came to you, teaching you. And on earth he lets you see his great fire, and his words came to your ears out of the heart of the fire. And because of his love for your fathers, he took their seed and made it his. And he himself, present among you, took you out of Egypt by his great power, driving out before you nations greater and stronger than you, to take you into their land and give it to you for your heritage, as at this day. So today be certain and keep the knowledge deep in your hearts that the Lord is God. In heaven on high and here on earth there is no other God. Then keep his laws and his orders which I give you today, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you, and that your lives may be long in the land which the Lord your God is giving you forever. Then Moses had 3 towns marked out on the far side of Jordan, looking to the east, to which anyone causing the death of his neighbor in error and not through hate might go in flight, so that in one of these towns he might be kept from death. The names of the towns were Bezer in the wasteland, in the tableland, for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for Manasseh. This is the law which Moses put before the children of Israel. These are the rules and the laws and the decisions which Moses gave to the children of Israel after they came out of Egypt. On the far side of Jordan, in the valley facing Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel overcame after they had come out of Egypt. And they took his land for a heritage, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites, whose lands were on the other side of Jordan to the east, from Aroer on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, as far as Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the Arabah on the far side of Jordan to the east, as far as the sea of the Arabah under the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5. And Moses sent for all Israel and said to them, Give ear, O Israel, to the laws and the decisions which I give you today, and give attention to them so that you may keep them and do them. The Lord our God made an agreement with us in Horeb. The Lord did not make this agreement with our fathers, but with us, who are all living and present here today. The word of the Lord came to you face to face on the mountain, out of the heart of the fire. I was between the Lord and you at that time, to make clear to you the word of the Lord, because through fear of the fire you did not go up the mountain, saying, I am the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. You are to have no other gods but me. You may not make for yourselves an image in the form of anything in heaven or on earth or in the waters under the earth. You may not go down on your faces before them or give them worship. For I, the Lord your God, am a God who will not give his honor to another, and I will send punishment on the children for the wrongdoing of their fathers, to the 3rd and 4th generation of my haters. And I will have mercy through 1,000 generations on those who have love for me and keep my laws. You are not to make use of the name of the Lord your God for an evil purpose. Whoever takes the Lord's name on his lips for an evil purpose will be judged as a sinner by the Lord. Keep the Sabbath day as a holy day, as you have been ordered by the Lord your God. On 6 days do all your work, but the 7th is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On that day do no work, you or your son or your daughter or your manservant or your womanservant, or your ox or your ass or any of your cattle, or the man from a strange country who is living among you, so that your manservant and your womanservant may have rest as well as you. And keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord your God took you out of that land by his strong hand and his stretched out arm. For this reason the Lord has given you orders to keep the Sabbath day. Give honor to your father and your mother, as you have been ordered by the Lord your God, so that your life may be long and all may be well for you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Do not put anyone to death without cause. Do not be false to the married relation. Do not take the property of another. Do not give false witness against your neighbor, or let your desire be turned to your neighbor's wife, or his house, or his field, or his manservant, or his womanservant, or his ox, or his ass, or anything which is your neighbor's. These words the Lord said to all of you together on the mountain, out of the heart of the fire, out of the cloud and the dark, with a great voice. And he said no more. He put them in writing on the 2 stones of the law and gave them to me. And after hearing the voice which came out of the dark, while the mountain was burning with fire, all the heads of your tribes and your chiefs came to me and said, The Lord has let us see his glory and his power, and his voice has come to us out of the fire. Today we have seen that a man may go on living even after hearing the voice of God. Why then is death to be our fate? For if the voice of the Lord our God comes to us any more, death will overtake us, and we will be burned up in this great fire. For what man is there in all the earth who, hearing the voice of the living God as we have, out of the heart of the fire, has been kept from death? Do you go near, and after hearing everything which the Lord our God has to say, give us an account of all he has said to you, and we will give ear and do it. Then the Lord, hearing your words to me, said to me, The words which this people have said to you have come to my ears. What they have said is well said. If only they had such a heart in them at all times, so that they might go in fear of me and keep my orders, and that it might be well for them and for their children forever. Now say to them, Go back to your tents. But as for you, keep your place here by me, and I will give you all the orders and the laws and the decisions which you are to make clear to them, so that they may do them in the land which I am giving them for their heritage. Take care then to do whatever the Lord your God has given you orders to do. Let there be no turning away to the right hand or to the left. Go on walking in the way ordered for you by the Lord your God, so that life may be yours, and it may be well for you, and your days may be long in the land of your heritage. Chapter 6. Now these are the orders and the laws and the decisions which the Lord your God gave me for your teaching, so that you might do them in the land of your heritage to which you are going, so that living in the fear of the Lord your God you may keep all his laws and his orders which I give you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, and so that your life may be long. So give ear, O Israel, and take care to do this, so that it may be well for you, and you may be greatly increased, as the Lord the God of your fathers has given you his word, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Give ear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and the Lord your God is to be loved with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength. Keep these words which I say to you this day deep in your hearts, teaching them to your children with all care, talking of them when you are at rest in your house, or walking by the way, when you go to sleep, and when you get up. Let them be fixed as a sign on your hand and marked on your brow. Have them lettered on the pillars of your houses and over the doors of your towns. When the Lord your God has taken you into the land which he gave his oath to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, that he would give you, with great and fair towns which were not of your building, and houses full of good things not stored up by you, and places for storing water which you did not make, and vine gardens and olive trees not of your planting, and you have taken food and are full, then take care that you keep your hearts true to the Lord, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. Let the fear of the Lord your God be in your hearts, and be his servants, taking your oaths by his name. Do not go after other gods, the gods of the people round about you. For the Lord your God who is with you is a God who will not let his honor be given to another, or the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, causing your destruction from the face of the earth. Do not put the Lord your God to the test as you did in Massah. Keep with care the orders of the Lord your God, and his rules and his laws which he has given you, and do what is upright and good in the eyes of the Lord your God, so that it may be well for you, and you may go in and take for your heritage that good land from which the Lord undertook by an oath to your fathers, to send out from before you all those who are against you. And when your son says to you in times to come, What is the reason for these rules and laws and decisions which the Lord our God has given you? Then you will say to your son, We were servants under Pharaoh's yoke in Egypt, and the Lord took us out of Egypt with a strong hand. And the Lord did great signs and wonders against Egypt and against Pharaoh and all his house before our eyes. And he took us out from that place, guiding us here to give us this land, as he said in his oath to our fathers. And the Lord gave us orders to keep all these laws in the fear of the Lord our God, so that it might be well with us forever, and that he might keep us from death as he has done to this day. And it will be our righteousness if we take care to keep all this order before the Lord our God as he has given it to us. Chapter 7. When the Lord your God takes you into the land where you are going, which is to be your heritage, and has sent out the nations before you, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and stronger than you. And when the Lord has given them up into your hands, and you have overcome them, give them up to complete destruction. Make no agreement with them, and have no mercy on them. Do not take wives or husbands from among them. Do not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons. For through them your sons will be turned from me to the worship of other gods, and the Lord will be moved to wrath against you, and send destruction on you quickly. But this is what you are to do to them. Their altars are to be pulled down, and their pillars broken, and their holy trees cut down, and their images burned with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, marked out by the Lord your God to be his special people out of all the nations on the face of the earth. The Lord did not give you his love or take you for himself, because you were more in number than any other people, for you were the smallest of the nations. But because of his love for you, and in order to keep his oath to your fathers, the Lord took you out with the strength of his hand, making you free from the prison house and from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Be certain then that the Lord your God is God, whose faith and mercy are unchanging, who keeps his word through 1,000 generations to those who have a love for him and keep his laws. Rewarding his haters to their face with destruction, he will have no mercy on his hater, but will give him open punishment. So keep the orders and the laws and the decisions which I give you today, and do them. And it will be that if you give attention to these decisions and keep and do them, then the Lord will keep his agreement with you and his mercy, as he said in his oath to your fathers. And he will give you his love, blessing you and increasing you. He will send his blessing on the offspring of your body and the fruit of your land, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the young of your flock, in the land which by his oath to your fathers he undertook to give you. You will have greater blessings than any other people. No male or female among you or among your cattle will be without offspring. And the Lord will take away from you all disease, and will not put on you any of the evil diseases of Egypt which you have seen, but will put them on your haters. And you are to send destruction on all the peoples which the Lord your God gives into your hands. Have no pity on them, and do not give worship to their gods, for that will be a cause of sin to you. If you say in your hearts, these nations are greater in number than we are, how are we to take their land from them? Have no fear of them, but keep well in mind what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all of Egypt. The great punishments which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders and the strong hand and the stretched out arm, by which the Lord your God took you out, so will the Lord your God do to all the peoples who are the cause of your fears. And the Lord will send a hornet among them till all the rest who have kept themselves safe from you in secret places have been cut off. Have no fear of them, for the Lord your God is with you, a great God, greatly to be feared. The Lord your God will send out the nations before you little by little. They are not to be rooted out quickly, for fear that the beasts of the field may be increased overmuch against you. But the Lord your God will give them up into your hands, overpowering them till their destruction is complete. He will give their kings into your hands, and you will put their names out of existence under heaven. There is not one of them who will not give way before you till their destruction is complete. The images of their gods are to be burned with fire. Have no desire for the gold or silver on them, and do not take it for yourselves, for it will be a danger to you. It is a thing disgusting to the Lord your God, and you may not take a disgusting thing into your house, and so become cursed with its curse. But keep yourselves from it, turning from it with fear and hate, for it is a cursed thing. End of chapters 1 through 7. Chapters 8 through 14 of Deuteronomy. From the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Take care to keep all the orders which I give you today, so that you may have life and be increased, and go in and take as a heritage the land which the Lord, by his oath to your fathers, undertook to give you. And keep in mind the way by which the Lord your God has taken you through the waste land these 40 years, so that he might make low your pride and put you to the test, to see what was in your heart, and if you would keep his orders or not. And he made low your pride and let you be without food and gave you manna for your food, a thing new to you, which your fathers never saw, so that he might make it clear to you that bread is not man's only need, but his life is in every word which comes out of the mouth of the Lord. Through all these 40 years your clothing did not get old or your feet become tired. Keep in mind this thought, that as a son is trained by his father, so you have been trained by the Lord your God. Then keep the orders of the Lord your God, fearing him and walking in his ways. For the Lord your God is guiding you into a good land, a land of water springs, of fountains and deep streams flowing out from the valleys and the hills, a land of grain and vines and fig trees and fair fruits, a land of oil-giving olive trees and honey, where there will be bread for you in full measure, and you will be in need of nothing, a land where the very stones are iron, and from whose hills you may get copper. And you will have food enough and to be full, praising the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Then take care that you are not turned away from the Lord your God, and from keeping his orders and decisions and laws which I give you this day. And when you have taken food and are full, and have made fair houses for yourselves, and are living in them, and when your herds and your flocks are increased, and your stores of silver and gold, and you have wealth of every sort, take care that your hearts are not lifted up in pride, giving no thought to the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house, who was your guide through that great and cruel waste, where there were poisonous snakes and scorpions, and a dry land without water, who made water come out of the hard rock for you, who gave you manna for your food in the wasteland, a food which your fathers had never seen, so that your pride might be broken and your hearts tested for your good in the end. Say not then in your hearts, my power and the strength of my hands have got me this wealth. But keep in mind the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you the power to get wealth, so that he may give effect to the agreement which he made by his oath with your fathers, as at this day. And it is certain that if at any time you are turned away from the Lord your God, and go after other gods to be their servants and to give them worship, destruction will overtake you. Like the nations which the Lord is cutting off before you, so you will be cut off, because you would not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God. Chapter 9. Give ear, O Israel. Today you are to go over Jordan, to take the heritage of nations greater and stronger than yourselves, and towns of great size with walls as high as heaven. A people great and tall, the sons of the Anakim, of whom you have knowledge, and of whom it has been said, all are forced to give way before the sons of Anak. Be certain then today that it is the Lord your God who goes over before you like an all-burning fire. He will send destruction on them, crushing them before you, and you will send them in flight, putting an end to them quickly, as the Lord has said. And after the Lord has sent them in flight from before you, say not in your heart, because of my righteousness the Lord has given me this land, when it is because of their evil doing that the Lord is driving these nations out before you. Not for your righteousness, or because your hearts are upright, are you going in to take their land. But because of the evil doing of these nations, the Lord your God is driving them out from before you, and to give effect to his oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Be certain then that the Lord your God is not giving you this good land as a reward for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Keep well in mind how you made the Lord your God angry in the wasteland. From the day when you went out of Egypt till you came to this place, you have gone against the orders of the Lord. Again, in Horeb you made the Lord angry, and in his wrath he would have put an end to you. When I had gone up into the mountain to be given the stones on which was recorded the agreement which the Lord made with you, I was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights without taking food or drinking water. And the Lord gave me the 2 stones with writing on them done by the finger of God. On them were recorded all the words which the Lord said to you on the mountain, out of the heart of the fire, on the day of the great meeting. Then at the end of the 40 days and 40 nights, the Lord gave me those stones, the stones of the agreement. And the Lord said to me, Get up now and go down quickly from this place, for the people you have taken out of Egypt have given themselves over to evil. They have quickly been turned from the way in which I gave them orders to go. They have made themselves a metal image. Then the Lord said to me, I have seen that this people is stiff-necked. Let me send destruction on them till their very name is cut off, and I will make of you a nation greater and stronger than they. So turning round, I came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 stones of the agreement were in my hands. And I saw that you had done evil against the Lord, and had made for yourselves a metal image of a young ox. You had quickly been turned from the way in which the Lord had given you orders to go. And I let the stones go from my hands, and they were broken before your eyes. And I went down on my face before the Lord as at the first, for 40 days and 40 nights, without taking food or drinking water, because of all your sin, in doing evil in the eyes of the Lord, and in moving him to wrath. For I was full of fear because of the wrath of the Lord, which was burning against you, with your destruction in view. But again the Lord's ear was open to my prayer. And the Lord in his wrath would have put Aaron to death, and I made prayer for Aaron at the same time. And I took your sin, the image which you had made, and put it in the fire, and had it hammered and crushed very small, till it was only dust. And the dust I put in the streams flowing down from the mountain. Again at Taberah and at Massa and at Kibroth Hattaavah you made the Lord angry. And when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and take the land which I have given you, you went against the orders of the Lord your God, and had no faith in him, and would not give ear to his voice. From the day when I first had knowledge of you, you have gone against the word of the Lord. So I went down on my face in prayer before the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights, as I did at first, because the Lord had said that he would put an end to you. And I made prayer to the Lord and said, O Lord God, do not send destruction on your people and your heritage, to whom by your great power you have given salvation, whom you have taken out of Egypt by the strength of your hand. Keep in mind your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not looking at the hard heart of this people, or their evil doing and their sin. Or it may be said in the land from which you have taken them, because the Lord was not able to take them into the land which he said he would give them, and because of his hate for them, he has taken them out to put them to death in the wasteland. But still they are your people and your heritage, whom you took out by your great power and by your stretched out arm. Chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Make 2 other stones, cut like the first 2, and come up to me on the mountain, and make an ark of wood. And I will put on the stones the words which were on the first stones, which were broken by you, and you are to put them into the ark. So I made an ark of hard wood, and had 2 stones cut like the others, and went up the mountain with the stones in my hands. And he put on the stones, as in the first writing, the 10 rules which the Lord gave you on the mountain out of the fire on the day of the great meeting. And the Lord gave the stones to me. And turning round, I came down from the mountain and put the stones in the ark which I had made. And there they are, as the Lord gave me orders. And the children of Israel went on from Beeroth Benajacan to Mosera. There death came to Aaron, and he was put to rest in the earth, and Eleazar his son took his place as priest. From there they went on to Gudgoah, and from Gudgoah to Jabbatha, a land of streams of water. At that time the Lord had the tribe of Levi marked out to take up the ark of the Lord's agreement, to be before the Lord, and to do his work, and to give blessings in his name, to this day. For this reason Levi has no part or heritage for himself among his brothers. The Lord is his heritage, as the Lord your God said to him. And I was in the mountains as at the first time, for 40 days and 40 nights. And again the ears of the Lord were open to my prayer, and he did not send destruction on you. Then the Lord said to me, Get up and go on your journey before the people, so that they may go in and take the land which I said in my oath to their fathers that I would give them. And now, Israel, what would the Lord your God have you do, but to go in the fear of the Lord your God, walking in all his ways, and loving him, and doing his pleasure with all your heart and all your soul, doing the orders of the Lord, and keeping his laws which I give you this day for your good? The Lord your God is ruler of the heaven of heavens, and of the earth with everything in it. But the Lord had delight in your fathers, and love for them, marking out for himself their seed after them, even you from all peoples, as at this day. Let your circumcision be of the heart, and put away your pride. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, strong in power and greatly to be feared, who has no respect for any man's position and takes no rewards, judging uprightly in the cause of the widow and of the child who has no father, and giving food and clothing in his mercy to the man from a strange country. So be kind to the man from a strange country who is living among you, for you yourselves were living in a strange country in the land of Egypt. Let the fear of the Lord your God be before you. Give him worship and be true to him at all times, taking your oaths in his name. He is your God, the God of your praise, your God who has done for you all these works of power which your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you like the stars of heaven in number. Chapter 11. So have love for the Lord your God and give him worship, and keep his laws and his decisions and his orders at all times. And be certain in your minds this day, for these words are not said to your children, who have had no experience of the training of the Lord your God, and who have not seen his great power or his strong hand and his stretched out arm, or his signs and wonders which he did in Egypt, to Pharaoh king of Egypt and all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and their war carriages, and how he made the waters of the Red Sea come up over them when they went after you, and how the Lord put an end to them even to this day. And what he did for you in the wasteland till you came to this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, when they went down into the open mouth of the earth with their families and their tents and every living thing which was theirs, before the eyes of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great works of the Lord which he has done. So keep all the orders which I give you today, so that you may be strong and go in and take the land which is to be your heritage, and that your days may be long in the land which the Lord gave by an oath to your fathers and to their seed after them, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land where you are going is not like the land of Egypt from which you have come, where you put in your seeds, watering them with your foot like a planted garden. But the land where you are going is a land of hills and valleys, drinking in the rain of heaven, a land cared for by the Lord your God. The eyes of the Lord your God are on it at all times, from one end of the year to the other. And it will be that if you truly give ear to the orders which I put before you this day, loving the Lord your God and worshiping him with all your heart and all your soul, then I will send rain on your land at the right time, the early rains and the late rains, so that you may get in your grain and your wine and your oil. And I will give grass in your fields for your cattle, so that you may have food in full measure. But take care that your hearts are not turned to false ways, so that you become servants and worshippers of other gods. For if you do so, the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, and the heaven will be shut up, so that there is no rain, and the land will give no fruit. And in a very little time you will be cut off from the good land which the Lord is giving you. So keep these words deep in your heart and in your soul, and have them fixed on your hand for a sign and marked on your brow, teaching them to your children and talking of them when you are at rest in your house or walking by the way, when you go to sleep and when you get up, writing them on the pillars of your houses and over the doors of your towns, so that your days and the days of your children may be long in the land which the Lord by his oath to your fathers said he would give them, like the days of the eternal heavens. For if you take care to keep all the orders which I give you, and to do them, loving the Lord your God and walking in all his ways and being true to him, then the Lord will send these nations in flight before you, and you will take the lands of nations greater and stronger than yourselves. Every place where you put your foot will be yours, from the wasteland and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates as far as the great sea, will be the limits of your land. All people will give way before you, for the Lord your God will put the fear of you on all the land through which you go, as he has said. Today I put before you a blessing and a curse. The blessing if you give ear to the orders of the Lord your God, which I give you this day, and the curse if you do not give ear to the orders of the Lord your God, but let yourselves be turned from the way which I have put before you this day, and go after other gods which are not yours. And when the Lord your God has taken you into the land of your heritage, you are to put the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of the Jordan, looking west, in the land of the Canaanites, living in the Arabah, opposite Gilgal, by the holy tree of Moreh? For you are about to go over Jordan to take the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you, and it will be your resting place. And you are to take care to keep all the laws and the decisions which I put before you today. Chapter 12. These are the laws and the decisions which you are to keep with care in the land, which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to be your heritage all the days of your life on earth. You are to give up to the curse all those places where the nations, whom you are driving out, gave worship to their gods, on the high mountains and the hills and under every green tree. Their altars and their pillars are to be broken down, and their holly trees burned with fire, and the images of their gods cut down. You are to take away their names out of that place. Do not so to the Lord your God. But let your hearts be turned to the place which will be marked out by the Lord your God among your tribes, to put his name there. And there you are to take your burnt offerings and other offerings and the 10th part of your goods, and the offerings to be lifted up to the Lord, and the offerings of your oaths, and those which you give freely from the impulse of your hearts, and the first births among your herds and your flocks. There you and all your families are to make a feast before the Lord your God with joy in everything to which you put your hand, because the Lord has given you his blessing. You are not to do things then in the way in which we do them here, every man as it seems right to him. For you have not come to the rest and the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you. But when you have gone over Jordan and are living in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as your heritage, and when he has given you rest from all those on every side who are fighting against you, and you are living there safely, then there will be a place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place for his name, and there you will take all the things which I give you orders to take, your burnt offerings and other offerings, and the 10th part of your goods, and the offerings to be lifted up, and the offerings of your oaths which you make to the Lord. And you will be glad before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, and your men servants and your women servants, and the Levite who is with you in your house, because he has no part or heritage among you. Take care that you do not make your burnt offerings in any place you see, but in the place marked out by the Lord in one of your tribes. There let your burnt offerings be offered, and there do what I have given you orders to do. Only you may put to death animals such as the gazelle or the roe, for your food in any of your towns, at the desire of your soul, in keeping with the blessing of the Lord your God which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may take of it. But you may not take the blood for food. It is to be drained out on the earth like water. In your towns you are not to take as food the 10th part of your grain, or of your wine, or your oil, or the first births of your herds, or of your flocks, or anything offered under an oath, or freely offered to the Lord, or given as a lifted offering. But they will be your food before the Lord your God in the place of his selection, where you may make a feast of them, with your son and your daughter, and your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite who is living with you, and you will have joy before the Lord your God in everything to which you put your hand. See that you do not give up caring for the Levite as long as you are living in your land. When the Lord your God makes wide the limit of your land, as he has said, and you say, I will take flesh for my food because you have a desire for it, then you may take whatever flesh you have a desire for. If the place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place for his name is far away from you, then take from your herds and from your flocks which the Lord has given you, as I have said, and have a meal of it in the towns where you may be living. It will be your food like the gazelle and the roe. The unclean and the clean may take of it. But see that you do not take the blood for food, for the blood is the life, and you may not make use of the life as food with the flesh. Do not take it for food, but let it be drained out on the earth like water. Do not take it for food, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you, while you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. But the holy things which you have, and the offerings of your oaths, you are to take to the place which will be marked out by the Lord, offering the flesh and the blood of your burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord your God. And the blood of your offerings is to be drained out on the altar of the Lord your God, and the flesh will be your food. Take note of all these orders I am giving you, and give attention to them, so that it may be well for you and for your children after you forever, while you do what is good and right in the eyes of the Lord your God. When the people of the land where you are going have been cut off before you by the Lord your God, and you have taken their land and are living in it, after their destruction, take care that you do not go in their ways, and that you do not give thought to their gods, saying, how did these nations give worship to their gods? I will do as they did. Do not sow to the Lord your God, for everything which is disgusting to the Lord and hated by him, they have done in honor of their gods, even burning their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. You are to keep with care all the words I give you, making no addition to them and taking nothing from them. Chapter 13. If ever you have among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder takes place, and he says to you, "Let us go after other gods, which are strange to you, and give them worship," then give no attention to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to see if all the love of your heart and soul is given to him. But keep on in the ways of the Lord your God, fearing him and keeping his orders and hearing his voice, worshiping him and being true to him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams is to be put to death, for his words were said with the purpose of turning you away from the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt and made you free from the prison house, and of forcing you out of the way in which the Lord your God had given you orders to go. So you are to put away the evil from among you. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son or your daughter, or the wife of your heart, or the friend who is as dear to you as your life, working on you secretly, says to you, "Let us go and give worship to other gods, strange to you and to your fathers, gods of the peoples round about you, near or far, from one end of the earth to the other," do not be guided by him or give attention to him. Have no pity on him or mercy, and give him no cover. But put him to death without question. Let your hand be the first stretched out against him to put him to death, and then the hands of all the people. Let him be stoned with stones till he is dead, because it was his purpose to make you false to the Lord your God, who took you out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house. And all Israel, hearing of it, will be full of fear, and no one will again do such evil as this among you. And if word comes to you in one of the towns which the Lord your God is giving you for your resting place, that good-for-nothing persons have gone out from among you, turning the people of their town from the right way, and saying, "Let us go and give worship to other gods, of whom you have no knowledge," then let a full search be made, and let questions be put with care. And if it is true and certain that such a disgusting thing has been done among you, then take up arms against the people of that town and give it up to the curse, with all its cattle and everything in it. And take all the goods into the middle of its open space, burning the town and all its property with fire as an offering to the Lord your God. It is to be a waste forever. There is to be no more building there. Keep not a thing of what is cursed for yourselves, so the Lord may be turned away from the heat of his wrath, and have mercy on you, and give you increase, as he said in his oath to your fathers. So long as you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep all his orders which I give you today, and do what is right in the eyes of the Lord your God. Chapter 14. You are the children of the Lord your God. You are not to make cuts on your bodies or take off the hair on your brows in honor of the dead. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has taken you to be his special people out of all the nations on the face of the earth. No disgusting thing may be your food. These are the beasts which you may have for food: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, the gazelle, and the roe, the mountain goat, and the pygarg, and the antelope, and the mountain sheep. Any beast which has a division in the horn of its foot, and whose food comes back into its mouth to be crushed again, may be used for food. But even among these there are some which may not be used for food, such as the camel, the hare, and the coney, which are unclean to you, because though their food comes back, the horn of their feet is not parted in two. And the pig is unclean to you, because though it has a division in the horn of its foot, its food does not come back. Their flesh may not be used for food, or their dead bodies touched by you. And of the things living in the waters, you may take all those who have wings for swimming with, and skins formed of thin plates. But any which have no skin plates or wings for swimming you may not take. They are unclean for you. All clean birds may be used for food, but these birds you may not take: the eagle and the gyre eagle, and the osprey, the falcon and the kite, and birds of that sort, every raven and all birds of that sort, and the ostrich and the nighthawk and the seahawk and birds of that sort, the little owl and the great owl and the water hen, and the pelican and the vulture and the cormorant, the stork and the heron and birds of that sort, and the hoopoe and the bat. Every winged thing which goes flat on the earth is unclean to you and may not be used as food, but all clean birds you may take. You may not have as food anything which has come to a natural death. The man from another country who is living with you may take it for food, or you may get a price for it from one of another nation. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The young goat is not to be cooked in its mother's milk. Put on one side 1/10 of all the increase of your seed produced year by year, and make a feast before the Lord your God in the place which is to be marked out, where his name will be forever, of the 10th part of your grain and your wine and your oil, and the first births of your herds and your flocks, so that you may have the fear of the Lord your God in your hearts at all times. And if the way is so long that you are not able to take these things to the place marked out by the Lord your God for his name, when he has given you his blessing, because it is far away from you, then let these things be exchanged for money, and taking the money in your hand, go to the place marked out by the Lord your God for himself, and with the money get whatever you have a desire for, oxen or sheep or wine or strong drink, whatever your soul's desire may be, and make a feast there before the Lord your God, and be glad, you and all your house, and give a thought to the Levite who is living among you, for he has no part or heritage in the land. At the end of every 3 years, take 1/10 part of all your increase for that year, and put it in the store inside your walls. And the Levite, because he has no part or heritage in the land, and the man from a strange country, and the child who has no father, and the widow who are living among you, will come and take food and have enough. And so the blessing of the Lord your God will be on you in everything you do. End of chapters 8 through 14. Chapters 15 through 21 of Deuteronomy from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. At the end of every 7 years, there is to be a general forgiveness of debt. This is how it is to be done. Every creditor is to give up his right to whatever he has let his neighbor have. He is not to make his neighbor, his countryman, give it back, because a general forgiveness has been ordered by the Lord. A man of another nation may be forced to make payment of his debt, but if your brother has anything of yours, let it go. But there will be no poor among you, for the Lord will certainly give you his blessing in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. If only you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and take care to keep all these orders which I give you today. For the Lord your God will give his blessings as he has said. You will let other nations have the use of your money, but you will not make use of theirs. You will be rulers over a number of nations, but they will not be your rulers. If in any of your towns in the land which the Lord your God is giving you, there is a poor man, one of your countrymen, do not let your heart be hard or your hand shut to him. But let your hand be open to give him the use of whatever he is in need of, and see that there is no evil thought in your heart, moving you to say to yourself, the 7th year, the year of forgiveness is near, and so looking coldly on your poor countryman you give him nothing, and he will make an outcry to the Lord against you, and it will be judged as sin in you. But it is right for you to give to him without grief of heart, for because of this the blessing of the Lord your God will be on all your work and on everything to which you put your hand. For there will never be a time when there are no poor in the land, and so I give orders to you. Let your hand be open to your countrymen, to those who are poor and in need in your land. If one of your countrymen, a Hebrew man or woman, becomes your servant for a price and does work for you 6 years, in the 7th year let him go free. And when you make him free, do not let him go away with nothing in his hands, but give him freely from your flock and from your grain and your wine, in the measure of the wealth which the Lord your God has given you, you are to give to him. And keep in mind that you yourself were a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God made you free. So I give you this order today. But if he says to you, I have no desire to go away from you, because you and your family are dear to him, and he is happy with you, then take a sharp pointed instrument, driving it through his ear into the door, and he will be your servant forever. And you may do the same for your servant girl. Let it not seem hard to you that you have to send him away free, for he has been working for you for 6 years, which is twice the regular time for a servant. And the blessing of the Lord your God will be on you in everything you do. All the first males to come to birth in your herd and your flock are to be holy to the Lord your God. The first birth of your ox is not to be used for work. The wool of your first lamb is not to be cut. But year by year you and all your house are to take a meal of it before the Lord in the place of his selection. But if it has any mark on it, if it is blind or has damaged legs, or if there is anything wrong with it, it may not be offered to the Lord your God. It may be used for food in your houses. The unclean and the clean may take of it, as of the gazelle and the roe. Only do not take its blood for food, but let it be drained out on the earth like water. Chapter 16. Take note of the month of Abib, and keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib the Lord your God took you out of Egypt by night. The Passover offering from your flock or your herd is to be given to the Lord your God in the place marked out by him as the resting place of his name. Take no leavened bread with it. For 7 days let your food be unleavened bread, that is, the bread of sorrow, for you came out of the land of Egypt quickly. So the memory of that day, when you came out of the land of Egypt, will be with you all your life. For 7 days let no leaven be used through all your land, and nothing of the flesh which is put to death in the evening of the first day is to be kept through the night till morning. The Passover offering is not to be put to death in any of the towns which the Lord your God gives you, but in the place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place of his name. There you are to put the Passover to death in the evening at sundown, at that time of the year when you came out of Egypt. It is to be cooked and taken as food in the place marked out by the Lord, and in the morning you are to go back to your tents. For 6 days let your food be unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there is to be a holy meeting to the Lord your God. No work is to be done. Let 7 weeks be numbered from the first day when the grain is cut. Then keep the feast of weeks to the Lord your God, with an offering freely given to him from the wealth he has given you. Then you are to be glad before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite who is with you, and the man from a strange country, and the child without a father, and the widow who are living among you, in the place marked out by the Lord your God as a resting place for his name. And you will keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and you will take care to keep all these laws. You are to keep the Feast of Tents for 7 days after you have got in all your grain and made your wine. You are to keep the feast with joy, you and your son and your daughter, your manservant and your womanservant, and the Levite, and the man from a strange country, and the child without a father, and the widow who are living among you. Keep the feast to the Lord your God for 7 days in the place marked out by the Lord, because the blessing of the Lord your God will be on all the produce of your land and all the work of your hands, and you will have nothing but joy. 3 times in the year let all your males come before the Lord your God in the place named by him, at the feast of unleavened bread, the feast of weeks, and the feast of tents, and they are not to come before the Lord with nothing in their hands. Every man is to give as he is able, in the measure of the blessing which the Lord your God has given you. You are to make judges and overseers in all your towns which the Lord your God gives you, for every tribe, and they are to be upright men, judging the people in righteousness. You are not to be moved in your judging by a man's position. You are not to take rewards, for rewards make the eyes of the wise man blind, and the decisions of the upright false. Let righteousness be your guide, so that you may have life, and take for your heritage the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Let no holy tree of any sort be planted by the altar of the Lord your God which you will make. You are not to put up stone pillars, for they are hated by the Lord your God. Chapter 17. No ox or sheep which has a mark on it, or is damaged in any way, may be offered to the Lord your God, for that is disgusting to the Lord your God. If there is any man or woman among you in any of the towns which the Lord your God gives you, who does evil in the eyes of the Lord your God, sinning against his agreement, by becoming a servant of other gods and worshipping them, or the sun, or the moon, or all the stars of heaven, against my orders, if word of this comes to your ears, then let this thing be looked into with care. And if there is no doubt that it is true, and such evil has been done in Israel, Then you are to take the man or woman who has done the evil to the public place of your town, and they are to be stoned with stones until they are dead. On the word of 2 or 3 witnesses, a man may be given the punishment of death, but he is not to be put to death on the word of 1 witness. The hands of the witnesses will be the first to put him to death, and after them the hands of all the people. So you are to put away the evil from among you. If you are not able to give a decision as to who is responsible for a death, or who is right in a cause, or who gave the first blow in a fight, and there is a division of opinion about it in your town, then go to the place marked out by the Lord your God, and come before the priests, the Levites, or before him who is judge at the time, and they will go into the question and give you a decision. And you are to be guided by the decision they give in the place named by the Lord, and do whatever they say, acting in agreement with their teaching and the decision they give, not turning to one side or the other from the word they have given you. And any man who, in his pride, will not give ear to the priest whose place is there before the Lord your God, or to the judge, is to be put to death. You are to put away the evil from Israel. And all the people hearing of it will be full of fear and put away their pride. When you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and have taken it for a heritage, and are living in it, if it is your desire to have a king over you, like the other nations round about you, then see that you take as your king the man named by the Lord your God. Let your king be one of your countrymen, not a man of another nation who is not one of yourselves. And he is not to get together a great army of horses for himself, or make the people go back to Egypt to get horses for him, because the Lord has said, you will never again go back that way. And he is not to have a great number of wives, for fear that his heart may be turned away, or great wealth of silver and gold. And when he has taken his place on the seat of his kingdom, he is to make in a book a copy of this law, from that which the priests, the Levites, have in their care. And it is to be with him for his reading all the days of his life, so that he may be trained in the fear of the Lord his God to keep and do all the words of this teaching and these laws, so that his heart may not be lifted up over his countrymen, and he may not be turned away from the orders to one side or the other, but that his life and the lives of his children may be long in his kingdom in Israel. Chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, that is, all the tribe of Levi, will have no part or heritage with Israel. Their food and their heritage will be the offerings of the Lord made by fire. And they will have no heritage among their countrymen. The Lord is their heritage, as he has said to them. And this is to be the priest's right. Those who make an offering of a sheep or an ox are to give to the priest the top part of the leg and the 2 sides of the head and the stomach. And in addition, you are to give him the first of your grain and wine and oil, and the first wool cut from your sheep. For he and his sons after him forever have been marked out by the Lord your God from all your tribes, to do the work of priests in the name of the Lord. And if a Levite, moved by a strong desire, comes from any town in all Israel where he is living to the place marked out by the Lord, then he will do the work of a priest in the name of the Lord his God with all his brothers the Levites who are there before the Lord. His food will be the same as theirs, in addition to what has come to him as the price of his property. When you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, do not take as your example the disgusting ways of those nations. Let there not be seen among you anyone who makes his son or daughter go through the fire, or anyone using secret arts, or a maker of strange sounds, or a reader of signs, or any wonder worker, or anyone using secret force on people, or putting questions to a spirit, or having secret knowledge, or going to the dead for directions. For all who do such things are disgusting to the Lord, and because of these disgusting things the Lord your God is driving them out before you. You are to be upright in heart before the Lord your God. For these nations, whose land you are taking, give attention to readers of signs and to those using secret arts, but the Lord your God will not let you do so. The Lord your God will give you a prophet from among your people, like me. You will give ear to him. In answer to the request you made to the Lord your God in Horeb on the day of the great meeting, when you said, Let not the voice of the Lord my God come to my ears again, and let me not see this great fire any more, or death will overtake me. Then the Lord said to me, What they have said is well said.
I will give them a prophet from among themselves, like you, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he will say to them whatever I give him orders to say. And whoever does not give ear to my words, which he will say in my name, will be responsible to me. But the prophet who takes it on himself to say words in my name which I have not given him orders to say, or who says anything in the name of other gods, will come to his death. And if you say in your hearts, how are we to be certain that the word does not come from the Lord? When a prophet makes a statement in the name of the Lord, if what he says does not take place, and his words do not come true, then his word is not the word of the Lord. The words of the prophet were said in the pride of his heart, and you are to have no fear of him. Chapter 19. When the nations whose land the Lord your God is giving you have been cut off by him, and you have taken their place and are living in their towns and in their houses, you are to have 3 towns marked out in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. You are to make ready a way and see that the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage is marked out into 3 parts, to which any taker of life may go in flight. This is to be the rule for anyone who goes in flight there, after causing the death of his neighbor in error and not through hate. For example, if a man goes into the woods with his neighbor for the purpose of cutting down trees, and when he takes his axe to give a blow to the tree, the head of the axe comes off, and falling on to his neighbor gives him a wound causing his death, then the man may go in flight to one of these towns and be safe. For if not, he who has the right of punishment may go running after the taker of life in the heat of his wrath, and overtake him because the way is long, and give him a death blow, though it is not right for him to be put to death because he was not moved by hate. And so I am ordering you to see that 3 towns are marked out for this purpose. And if the Lord your God makes wide the limits of your land, as he said in his oath to your fathers, and gives you all the land which he undertook to give to your fathers, if you keep and do all these orders which I give you today, loving the Lord your God and walking ever in his ways, then let 3 more towns, in addition to these 3, be marked out for you, so that in all your land, which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, no man may be wrongly put to death, for which you will be responsible. But if any man has hate for his neighbor and waiting for him secretly makes an attack on him and gives him a blow causing his death, and then goes in flight to one of these towns, the responsible men of his town are to send and take him and give him up to the one who has the right of punishment to be put to death. Have no pity on him, so that Israel may be clear from the crime of putting a man to death without cause, and it will be well for you. Your neighbor's landmark, which was put in its place by the men of old times, is not to be moved or taken away in the land of your heritage which the Lord your God is giving you. One witness may not make a statement against a man in relation to any sin or wrongdoing which he has done. On the word of 2 or 3 witnesses, a question is to be judged. If a false witness makes a statement against a man saying that he has done wrong, then the 2 men between whom the argument has taken place are to come before the Lord, before the priests and judges who are then in power, and the judges will have the question looked into with care. And if the witness is seen to be false and to have made a false statement against his brother, then do to him what it was his purpose to do to his brother, and so put away the evil from among you. And the rest of the people, hearing of it, will be full of fear, and never again do such evil among you. Have no pity. Let life be given for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Chapter 20. When you go out to war against other nations and come face to face with horses and war carriages and armies greater in number than yourselves, have no fear of them, for the Lord your God is with you, who took you up out of the land of Egypt. And when you are on the point of attacking, let the priest come forward and say to the people, Give ear, O Israel. Today you are going forward to the fight. Let your heart be strong. Do not let uncontrolled fear overcome you because of those who are against you. For the Lord your God goes with you, fighting for you to give you salvation from those who are against you. And let the overseers say to the people, If there is any man who has made for himself a new house and has not gone into it, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another may not take his house for himself. Or if any man has made a vine garden without taking the first fruits of it, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another may not be the first to make use of the fruit.
Or if any man is newly married and has had no sex relations with his wife, let him go back to his house, so that in the event of his death in the fight, another man may not take her. And let the overseers go on to say to the people, if there is any man whose heart is feeble with fear, let him go back to his house before he makes the hearts of his countrymen feeble. Then after saying these words to the people, let the overseers put captains over the army. When you come to a town, before attacking it, make an offer of peace. And if it gives you back an answer of peace, opening its doors to you, then all the people in it may be put to forced work as your servants. If, however, it will not make peace with you, but war, then let it be shut in on all sides. And when the Lord your God has given it into your hands, let every male in it be put to death without mercy. But the women and the children and the cattle and everything in the town and all its wealth you may take for yourselves. The wealth of your haters, which the Lord your God has given you, will be your food. So you are to do to all the towns far away, which are not the towns of these nations. But in the towns of these peoples, whose land the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, let no living thing be kept from death. Give them up to the curse, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as the Lord your God has given you orders, so that you may not take them as your example, and do all the disgusting things which they do in the worship of their gods, so sinning against the Lord your God. If in war a town is shut in by your armies for a long time, do not let its trees be cut down and made waste, for their fruit will be your food. Are the trees of the countryside men for you to take up arms against them? Only those trees which you are certain are not used for food may be cut down and put to destruction, and you are to make walls of attack against the town till it is taken. Chapter 21. If, in the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you come across the dead body of a man in the open country, and you have no idea who has put him to death, then your responsible men and your judges are to come out and give orders for the distance from the dead body to the towns round about it to be measured. And whichever town is nearest to the body, the responsible men of that town are to take from the herd a young cow which has never been used for work or put under the yoke. And they are to take the cow into a valley where there is flowing water and which is not plowed or planted, and there the neck of the cow is to be broken. Then the priests, the sons of Levi, are to come near, for they have been marked out by the Lord your God to be his servants and to give blessings in the name of the Lord, and by their decision every argument and every blow is to be judged. And all the responsible men of that town which is nearest to the dead man, washing their hands over the cow whose neck was broken in the valley, will say, This death is not the work of our hands, and our eyes have not seen it. Have mercy, O Lord, on your people Israel, whom you have made free, and take away from your people the crime of a death without cause. Then they will no longer be responsible for the men's death. So you will take away the crime of a death without cause from among you, when you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. When you go out to war against other nations, and the Lord your God gives them up into your hands, and you take them as prisoners, if among the prisoners you see a beautiful woman, and it is your desire to make her your wife, then take her back to your house, and let her hair and her nails be cut. And let her take off the dress in which she was made prisoner, and go on living in your house, and weeping for her father and mother for a full month. And after that you may go into her and be her husband, and she will be your wife. But if you have no delight in her, you are to let her go wherever she will. You may not take a price for her as if she was your property, for you have made use of her for your pleasure. If a man has 2 wives, one greatly loved and the other hated, and the 2 of them have had children by him, and if the first son is the child of the hated wife, then when he gives his property to his sons for their heritage, he is not to put the son of his loved one in the place of the first son, the son of the hated wife. But he is to give his first son his birthright, and twice as great a part of his property, for he is the firstfruits of his strength, and the right of the first son is his. If a man has a son who is hard-hearted and uncontrolled, who gives no attention to the voice of his father and mother, and will not be ruled by them, though they give him punishment, then let his father and mother take him to the responsible men of the town, to the public place, and say to them, This son of ours is hard-hearted and uncontrolled. He will not give attention to us. He gives himself up to pleasure and strong drink. Then he is to be stoned to death by all the men of the town. So you are to put away the evil from among you, and all Israel, hearing of it, will be full of fear. If a man does a crime for which the punishment is death, and he is put to death by hanging him on a tree, do not let his body be on the tree all night, but put it to rest in the earth the same day. For the man who undergoes hanging is cursed by God, so do not make unclean the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. End of chapters 15 through 21. Chapters 22 through 28 of Deuteronomy from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. If you see your brother's ox or his sheep wandering, do not go by without helping, but take them back to your brother. If their owner is not near, or if you are not certain who he is, then take the beast to your house and keep it till its owner comes in search of it, and then you are to give it back to him. Do the same with his ass or his robe or anything which has gone from your brother's keeping and which you have come across. Do not keep it to yourself. If you see your brother's ox or his ass falling down on the road, do not go by without giving him help in lifting it up again. It is not right for a woman to be dressed in man's clothing, or for a man to put on a woman's robe. Whoever does such things is disgusting to the Lord your God. If by chance you see a place which a bird has made for itself in a tree or on the earth, with young ones or eggs, and the mother bird seated on the young ones or on the eggs, do not take the mother bird with the young. See that you let the mother bird go, but the young ones you may take, so it will be well for you and your life will be long. If you are building a house, make a railing for the roof so that the blood of any man falling from it will not come on your house. Do not have your vine garden planted with two sorts of seed, or all of it may become a loss, the seed you have put in as well as the increase. Do not do your plowing with an ox and an ass yoked together. Do not have clothing made of two sorts of thread, wool and linen together. On the four edges of your robe with which your body is covered, put ornaments of twisted threads. If any man takes a wife and having had connection with her has no delight in her, and says evil things about her and gives her a bad name, saying, I took this woman, and when I had connection with her it was clear to me that she was not a virgin, then let the girl's father and mother put before the responsible men of the town in the public place signs that the girl was a virgin. And let the girl's father say to the responsible men, I gave my daughter to this man for his wife, but he has no love for her. And now he has put shame on her, saying that she is not a virgin, but here is the sign that she is a virgin. Then they are to put her clothing before the responsible men of the town. Then the responsible men of the town are to give the man his punishment. They will take from him 100 shekels of silver, which are to be given to the father of the girl, because he has given an evil name to a virgin of Israel. She will go on being his wife. He may never put her away all his life. But if what he has said is true, and she is seen to be not a virgin, then they are to make the girl come to the door of her father's house, and she will be stoned to death by the men of the town, because she has done evil and put shame on Israel, by acting as a loose woman in her father's house. So you are to put away evil from among you. If a man is taken in the act of going in to a married woman, the two of them, the man as well as the woman, are to be put to death. So you are to put away the evil from Israel. If a young virgin has given her word to be married to a man, and another man meeting her in the town has connection with her, then you are to take the two of them to the doorway of the town and have them stoned to death. The young virgin because she gave no cry for help, although it was in the town, and the man because he has put shame on his neighbor's wife. So you are to put away the evil from among you. But if the man meeting such a virgin in the open country takes her by force, then only the man is to be put to death. Nothing is to be done to the virgin, because there is no cause of death in her. It is the same as if a man made an attack on his neighbor and put him to death. For he came across her in the open country, and there was no one to come to the help of the virgin in answer to her cry. If a man sees a young virgin who has not given her word to be married to anyone, and he takes her by force and has connection with her, and discovery is made of it, then the man will have to give the virgin's father 50 shekels of silver and make her his wife, because he has put shame on her. He may never put her away all his life. A man may not take his father's wife or have sex relations with a woman who is his father's. Chapter 23. No man whose private parts have been wounded or cut off may come into the meeting of the Lord's people. One whose father and mother are not married may not come into the meeting of the Lord's people, or any of his family to the 10th generation. No Ammonite or Moabite or any of their people to the 10th generation may come into the meeting of the Lord's people, because they gave you no bread or water on your way when you came out of Egypt, and they got Balaam the son of Peor from Pithor and Amron Naharaim to put curses on you. But the Lord your God would not give ear to Balaam, but let the curse be changed into a blessing to you, because of his love for you. Do nothing for their peace or well-being forever. But have no hate for an Edomite, because he is your brother, or for an Egyptian, for you are living in his land. Their children in the 3rd generation may come into the meeting of the Lord's people. When you go out to war and put your tents in position, keep from every evil thing. If any man among you becomes unclean through anything which has taken place in the night, he is to go out from the tent circle and keep outside it. But when the evening comes near, let him take a bath, and after sundown he may come back to the tents. Let there be a place outside the tent circle to which you may go, and have among your arms a spade, and when you have been to that place, let that which comes from you be covered up with the earth. For the Lord your God is walking among your tents to keep you safe and to give up into your hands those who are fighting against you. Then let your tents be holy, so that he may see no unclean thing among you, and be turned away from you. Do not give back to his master a servant who has gone in flight from his master and come to you. Let him go on living among you in whatever place is most pleasing to him. Do not be hard on him. No daughter of Israel is to let herself be used as a loose woman for a strange god, and no son of Israel is to give himself to a man. Do not take into the house of the Lord your God as an offering for an oath the price of a loose woman, or the money given to one used for sex purposes in the worship of the gods, for these 2 things are disgusting to the Lord your God. Do not take any interest from an Israelite on anything, money or food or any other goods which you let him have. From men of other nations you may take interest, but not from an Israelite, so that the blessing of the Lord your God may be on everything to which you put your hand, in the land which you are about to take as your heritage. When you take an oath to the Lord, do not be slow to give effect to it, for without doubt the Lord your God will make you responsible, and will put it to your account as sin. But if you take no oath, there will be no sin. Whatever your lips have said, see that you do it, for you gave your word freely to the Lord your God. When you go into your neighbor's vine garden, you may take of his grapes at your pleasure, but you may not take them away in your vessel. When you go into your neighbor's field, you may take the heads of grain with your hand, but you may not put your blade to his grain. Chapter 24. If a man takes a wife, and after they are married she is unpleasing to him because of some bad quality in her, let him give her a statement in writing and send her away from his house. And when she has gone away from him, she may become another man's wife. And if the second husband has no love for her, and giving her a statement in writing sends her away, or if death comes to the second husband to whom she was married, her first husband, who had sent her away, may not take her back after she has been wife to another. For that is disgusting to the Lord, and you are not to be a cause of sin in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage. A newly married man will not have to go out with the army or undertake any business, but may be free for 1 year, living in his house for the comfort of his wife. No one is to take, on account of a debt, the stones with which grain is crushed, for in doing so he takes a man's living. If a man takes by force one of his countrymen, the children of Israel, using him as his property or getting a price for him, that thief is to be put to death. So you are to put away evil from among you. In connection with the leper's disease, take care to keep and do every detail of the teaching of the priests, the Levites, as I gave them orders, so you are to do. Keep in mind what the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way when you came out of Egypt. If you let your brother have the use of anything which is yours, do not go into his house and take anything of his as a sign of his debt, but keep outside till he comes out and gives it to you. If he is a poor man, do not keep his property all night, but be certain to give it back to him when the sun goes down, so that he may have his clothing for sleeping in, and will give you his blessing. And this will be put to your account as righteousness before the Lord your God. Do not be hard on a servant who is poor and in need. if he is one of your countrymen, or a man from another nation living with you in your land. Give him his payment day by day, not keeping it back overnight, for he is poor and his living is dependent on it. And if his cry against you comes to the ears of the Lord, it will be judged as a sin in you. Fathers are not to be put to death for their children, or children for their fathers. Every man is to be put to death for the sin which he himself has done. Be upright in judging the cause of the man from a strange country and of him who has no father. Do not take a widow's clothing on account of a debt. But keep in mind that you are a servant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God made you free. For this is why I give you orders to do this. When you come get in the grain from your field, if some of the grain has been dropped by chance in the field, do not go back and get it, but let it be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow, so that the blessing of the Lord your God may be on all the work of your hands. When you are shaking the fruit from your olive trees, do not go over the branches a second time. Let some be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow. When you are pulling grapes from your vines, do not take up those which have been dropped. Let them be for the man from a strange land, the child without a father, and the widow. Keep in mind that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, for this is why I give you orders to do this. Chapter 25. If there is an argument between men and they go to law with one another, let the judges give their decision for the upright and against the wrongdoer. And if the wrongdoer is to undergo punishment by whipping, the judge will give orders for him to go down on his face and be whipped before him, the number of blows being in relation to his crime. He may be given 40 blows, not more. For if more are given, your brother may be shamed before you. Do not keep the ox from taking the grain when he is crushing it. If brothers are living together and one of them at his death has no son, the wife of the dead man is not to be married outside the family to another man. Let her husband's brother go into her and make her his wife, doing as it is right for a brother-in-law to do. Then the first male child she has will take the rights of the brother who is dead, so that his name may not come to an end in Israel. But if the man says he will not take his brother's wife, then let the wife go to the responsible men of the town and say, My husband's brother will not keep his brother's name living in Israel. He will not do what it is right for a husband's brother to do. Then the responsible men of the town will send for the man and have talk with him, and if he still says, I will not take her, then his brother's wife is to come to him before the responsible men of the town and take his shoe off his foot and put shame on him and say, So let it be done to the man who will not take care of his brother's name. And his family will be named in Israel, the house of him whose shoe has been taken off. If 2 men are fighting and the wife of one of them, coming to the help of her husband, takes the other by the private parts, her hand is to be cut off. Have no pity on her. Do not have in your bag different weights, a great and a small, or in your house different measures, a great and a small. But have a true weight and a true measure, so that your life may be long in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. For all who do such things and all whose ways are not upright are disgusting to the Lord your God. Keep in mind what Amalek did to you on your way from Egypt, how meeting you on the way he made an attack on you when you were tired and without strength, cutting off all the feeble ones at the end of your line, and the fear of God was not in him. So when the Lord your God has given you rest from all who are against you on every side, in the land which the Lord your God is giving you for your heritage, see to it that the memory of Amalek is cut off from the earth. Keep this in mind. Chapter 26. Now when you have come into the land which the Lord is giving you for your heritage, and you have made it yours and are living in it, you are to take a part of the first fruits of the earth which you get from the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and put it in a basket, and go to the place marked out by the Lord your God as the resting place of his name. And you are to come to him who is priest at that time, and say to him, I give witness today before the Lord your God that I have come into the land which the Lord made an oath to our fathers to give us. Then the priest will take the basket from your hand and will put it down in front of the altar of the Lord your God. And these are the words which you will say before the Lord your God. My father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down with a small number of people into Egypt. There he became a great and strong nation. And the Egyptians were cruel to us, crushing us under a hard yoke. And our cry went up to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord's ear was open to the voice of our cry. and his eyes took note of our grief and the crushing weight of our work. And the Lord took us out of Egypt with a strong hand and a stretched out arm, with works of power and signs and wonders. And he has been our guide to this place and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. So now I have come here with the first of the fruits of the earth, which you, O Lord, have given me. Then you will put it down before the Lord your God and give him worship. And you will have joy in every good thing which the Lord your God has given to you and to your family, and the Levite and the man from a strange land who is with you will take part in your joy. When you have taken out a tenth from the tenth of all your produce in the 3rd year, which is the year when this has to be done, give it to the Levite, and the man from a strange land, and the child without a father, and the widow, so that they may have food in your towns and be full. And say before the Lord your God, I have taken all the holy things out of my house and given them to the Levite and the man from a strange land, and him who has no father, and the widow, as you have given me orders. I have kept in mind all your orders. In nothing have I gone against them. No part of these things has been used for food in a time of weeping, or put away when I was unclean, or given for the dead. I have given ear to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done all you have given me orders to do. So looking down from your holy place in heaven, send your blessings on your people Israel, and on the land which you have given us, as you said in your oath to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. Today the Lord your God gives you orders to keep all these laws and decisions. So then keep and do them with all your heart and all your soul. Today you have given witness that the Lord is your God, and that you will go in his ways and keep his laws and his orders and his decisions, and give ear to his voice. And the Lord has made it clear this day that you are a special people to him, as he gave you his word, and that you are to keep all his orders, and that he will make you high over all the nations he has made, in praise, in name, and in honor, and that you are to be a holy people to the Lord your God, as he has said. Chapter 27. Then Moses and the responsible men of Israel gave the people these orders. Keep all the orders which I have given you this day, and on the day when you go over Jordan into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, put up great stones, coating them with building paste, and writing on them all the words of this law after you have gone over, so that you may take the heritage which the Lord your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has said. And when you have gone over Jordan, you are to put up these stones, as I have said to you today, in Mount Ebal, and have them coated with building paste. There you are to make an altar to the Lord your God, of stones on which no iron instrument has been used. You are to make the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, offering on it burnt offerings to the Lord your God. And you are to make your peace offerings, feasting there with joy before the Lord your God. And put on the stones all the words of this law, writing them very clearly. Then Moses and the priests, the Levites, said to all Israel, Be quiet and give ear, O Israel. Today you have become the people of the Lord your God. For this cause you are to give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and do his orders and his laws, which I give you this day. That same day Moses said to the people, These are to take their places on Mount Gerizim, for blessing the people when you have gone over Jordan. Simeon and Levi and Judah, and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin. And these are to be on Mount Ebal for the curse. Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. Then the Levites are to say in a loud voice to all the men of Israel, Cursed is the man who makes any image of wood or stone or metal, disgusting to the Lord, the work of a man's hands, and puts it up in secret. And let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who does not give honor to his father or mother, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who takes his neighbor's landmark from its place, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he by whom the blind are turned out of the way, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who gives a wrong decision in the cause of a man from a strange land, or of one without a father, or of a widow, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his father's wife, for he has put shame on his father, and let all the people say, So be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with any sort of beast. And let all the people say, so be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his sister, the daughter of his father or of his mother. And let all the people say, so be it. Cursed is he who has sex relations with his mother-in-law. And let all the people say, so be it. Cursed is he who takes his neighbor's life secretly. And let all the people say, so be it. Cursed is he who for a reward puts to death one who has done no wrong. And let all the people say, so be it. Cursed is he who does not take this law to heart to do it. And let all the people say, so be it. Chapter 28. Now if you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep with care all these orders which I have given you today, then the Lord your God will put you high over all the nations of the earth, and all these blessings will come on you and overtake you, if your ears are open to the voice of the Lord your God. A blessing will be on you in the town, and a blessing in the field. A blessing will be on the fruit of your body, and on the fruit of your land, on the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herd, and the young of your flock. A blessing will be on your basket and on your bread basin. A blessing will be on your coming in and on your going out. By the power of the Lord, those who take arms against you will be overcome before you. They will come out against you one way and go in flight from you 7 ways. The Lord will send his blessing on your storehouses and on everything to which you put your hand. His blessing will be on you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. The Lord will keep you as a people holy to himself, as he has said to you in his oath, if you keep the orders of the Lord your God and go on walking in his ways. And all the peoples of the earth will see that the name of the Lord is on you, and they will go in fear of you. And the Lord will make you fertile in every good thing, in the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your fields, in the land which the Lord by his oath to your fathers said he would give you. Opening his storehouse in heaven, the Lord will send rain on your land at the right time, blessing all the work of your hands. Other nations will make use of your wealth, and you will have no need of theirs. The Lord will make you the head and not the tail, and you will ever have the highest place. If you give ear to the orders of the Lord your God, which I give you today, to keep them and to do them, not turning away from any of the orders which I give you today, to the right hand or to the left, or going after any other gods to give them worship. But if you do not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, and take care to do all his orders and his laws which I give you today, then all these curses will come on you and overtake you. You will be cursed in the town and cursed in the field. A curse will be on your basket and on your bread basin. A curse will be on the fruit of your body and on the fruit of your land, on the increase of your cattle and the young of your flock. You will be cursed when you come in and cursed when you go out. The Lord will send on you cursing and trouble and punishment in everything to which you put your hand, till sudden destruction overtakes you, because of your evil ways in which you have been false to me. The Lord will send disease after disease on you, till you have been cut off by death from the land to which you are going. The Lord will send wasting disease and burning pain and flaming heat against you, keeping back the rain till your land is waste and dead. So will it be till your destruction is complete. And the heavens over your heads will be brass, and the earth under you hard as iron. The Lord will make the rain of your land powder and dust, sending it down on you from heaven till your destruction is complete. The Lord will let you be overcome by your haters. You will go out against them one way, and you will go in flight before them 7 ways. You will be the cause of fear among all the kingdoms of the earth. Your bodies will be meat for all the birds of the air and the beasts of the earth. There will be no one to send them away. The Lord will send on you the disease of Egypt and other sorts of skin diseases which nothing will make well. He will make your minds diseased and your eyes blind and your hearts wasted with fear. You will go feeling your way when the sun is high, like a blind man for whom all is dark, and nothing will go well for you. You will be crushed and made poor forever, and you will have no savior. You will take a wife, but another man will have use of her. The house which your hands have made will never be your resting place. You will make a vine garden and never take the fruit of it. Your ox will be put to death before your eyes, but its flesh will not be your food. Your ass will be violently taken away before your face and will not be given back to you. Your sheep will be given to your haters, and there will be no savior for you. Your sons and your daughters will be given to another people, and your eyes will be wasted away with looking and weeping for them all day, and you will have no power to do anything. The fruit of your land and all the work of your hands will be food for a nation which is strange to you and to your fathers. You will only be crushed down and kept under forever, so that the things which your eyes have to see will send you out of your minds. The Lord will send a skin disease attacking your knees and your legs, bursting out from your feet to the top of your head, so that nothing will make you well. And you and the king whom you have put over you will the Lord take away to a nation strange to you and to your fathers. There you will be servants to other gods of wood and stone. And you will become a wonder and a name of shame among all the nations where the Lord will take you. You will take much seed out into the field and get little in, for the locust will get it. You will put in vines and take care of them, but you will get no wine or grapes from them, for they will be food for worms. Your land will be full of olive trees, but there will be no oil for the comfort of your body, for your olive tree will give no fruit. You will have sons and daughters, but they will not be yours, for they will go away prisoners into a strange land. All your trees and the fruit of your land will be the locusts. The man from a strange land who is living among you will be lifted up higher and higher over you, while you go down lower and lower. He will let you have his wealth at interest, and will have no need of yours. He will be the head, and you the tail. And all these curses will come after you and overtake you, till your destruction is complete, because you did not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, or keep his laws and his orders which he gave you. These things will come on you and on your seed, to be a sign and a wonder forever, because you did not give honor to the Lord your God, worshiping him gladly with joy in your hearts, on account of all your wealth of good things. For this cause you will become servants to those whom the Lord your God will send against you, without food and drink and clothing, and in need of all things. And he will put a yoke of iron on your neck till he has put an end to you. The Lord will send a nation against you from the farthest ends of the earth, coming with the flight of an eagle, a nation whose language is strange to you, a hard-faced nation who will have no respect for the old or mercy for the young. He will take the fruit of your cattle and of your land till death puts an end to you. He will let you have nothing of your grain or wine or oil or any of the increase of your cattle or the young of your flock, till he has made your destruction complete. Your towns will be shut in by his armies, till your high walls in which you put your faith have come down. His armies will be round your towns, through all your land which the Lord your God has given you. And your food will be the fruit of your body, the flesh of the sons and daughters which the Lord your God has given you, because of your bitter need and the cruel grip of your haters. That man among you who is soft and used to comfort will be hard and cruel to his brother, and to his dear wife, and to those of his children who are still living, and will not give to any of them the flesh of his children, which will be his food, because he has no other, in the cruel grip of your haters on all your towns. The most soft and delicate of your women, who would not so much as put her foot on the earth, so delicate is she, will be hard-hearted to her husband and to her son and to her daughter, and to her baby newly come to birth, and to the children of her body. For having no other food, she will make a meal of them secretly, because of her bitter need and the cruel grip of your haters on all your towns. And if you will not take care to do all the words of this law recorded in this book, honoring the name of glory and of fear, the Lord your God, then the Lord your God will make your punishment and the punishment of your seed a thing to be wondered at, great punishments and cruel diseases stretching on through long years. He will send on you again all the diseases of Egypt, which were a cause of fear to you, and they will take you in their grip. And all the diseases and the pains not recorded in the book of this law will the Lord send on you till your destruction is complete. And you will become a very small band, though your numbers were like the stars of heaven, because you did not give ear to the voice of the Lord your God. And as the Lord took delight in doing you good and increasing you, so the Lord will take pleasure in cutting you off and causing your destruction, and you will be uprooted from the land which you are about to take as your heritage. And the Lord will send you wandering among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other, There you will be servants to other gods of wood and stone, gods of which you and your fathers had no knowledge. And even among these nations there will be no peace for you and no rest for your feet. But the Lord will give you there a shaking heart and wasting eyes and weariness of soul. Your very life will be hanging in doubt before you, and day and night will be dark with fears. Nothing in life will be certain. In the morning you will say, if only it was evening, and at evening you will say, if only morning would come, because of the fear in your hearts and the things which your eyes will see. And the Lord will take you back to Egypt again in ships, by the way of which I said to you, you will never see it again. There you will be offering yourselves as manservants and womanservants to your haters for a price, and no man will take you. End of chapters 22 through 28. Chapters 29 to 34 of Deuteronomy, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. These are the words of the agreement which Moses was ordered by the Lord to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, in addition to the agreement which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses said, in the hearing of all Israel, you have seen all the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his servants and all his land, the great tests which your eyes saw, and the signs and wonders. But even to this day the Lord has not given you a mind open to knowledge, or seeing eyes, or hearing ears. For 40 years I have been your guide through the wasteland. Your clothing has not become old on your backs, or your shoes on your feet. You have had no bread, or wine, or strong drink, so that you might see that I am the Lord your God. When you came to this place, Sihon king of Heshbon and Og king of Bashan came out to make war against us, and we overcame them. And we took their land and gave it to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh for their heritage. So keep the words of this agreement and do them, so that it may be well for you in everything you do. You have come here today, all of you, before the Lord your God, the heads of your tribes, the overseers, and those who are in authority over you, with all the men of Israel, and your little ones, your wives, and the men of other lands who are with you in your tents, down to the woodcutter and the servant who gets water for you, with the purpose of taking part in the agreement of the Lord your God and his oath which he makes with you today. And so that he may make you his people today and be your God as he has said to you, and as he made an oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And not only with you do I make this agreement and this oath, but with everyone who is here with us today before the Lord our God, as well as with those who are not here. For you have in mind how we were living in the land of Egypt, and how we came through all the nations which were on your way. And you have seen their disgusting doings, and the images of wood and stone and silver and gold which were among them. So that there may not be among you any man or woman or family or tribe whose heart is turned away from the Lord our God today, to go after other gods and give them worship, or any root among you whose fruit is poison and bitter sorrow. If such a man, hearing the words of this oath, takes comfort in the thought that he will have peace even if he goes on in the pride of his heart, taking whatever chance may give him, the Lord will have no mercy on him, but the wrath of the Lord will be burning against that man, and all the curses recorded in this book will be waiting for him, and the Lord will take away his name completely from the earth. He will be marked out by the Lord from all the tribes of Israel for an evil fate, in keeping with all the curses of the agreement recorded in this book of the law. And future generations, your children coming after you, and travelers from far countries will say, when they see the punishments of that land and the diseases which the Lord has sent on it, and that all the land is a salt and smoking waste, not planted or giving fruit or clothed with grass, but wasted like Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, on which the Lord sent destruction in the heat of his wrath. Truly all the nations will say, why has the Lord done so to this land? What is the reason for this great and burning wrath? Then men will say, because they gave up the agreement of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he took them out of the land of Egypt. And they went after other gods and gave them worship, gods who were strange to them and whom he had not given them. And so the wrath of the Lord was moved against this land to send on it all the curse recorded in this book, rooting them out of their land in the heat of his wrath and passion, and driving them out into another land as at this day. These secret things are the Lord our God's, but the things which have been made clear are ours and our children's forever, so that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30. Now when all these things have come on you, the blessing and the curse which I have put before you, if the thought of them comes back to your minds when you are living among the nations where the Lord your God has sent you, and your hearts are turned again to the Lord your God, and you give ear to his word which I give you today, you and your children, with all your heart and with all your soul, then the Lord will have pity on you, changing your fate and taking you back again from among all the nations where you have been forced to go. Even if those who have been forced out are living in the farthest part of heaven, the Lord your God will go in search of you and take you back, placing you again in the land of your fathers as your heritage, and he will do you good, increasing you till you are more in number than your fathers were. And the Lord your God will give to you and to your seed a circumcision of the heart, so that loving him with all your heart and all your soul, you may have life. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on those who are against you, and on your haters, who put a cruel yoke on you. And you will again give ear to the voice of the Lord, and do all his orders which I have given you today. And the Lord your God will make you fertile in all good things, blessing the work of your hands, and the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your land. For the Lord will have joy in you, as he had in your fathers. If you give ear to the voice of the Lord your God, keeping his orders and his laws which are recorded in this book of the law, and turning to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For these orders which I have given you today are not strange and secret, and are not far away. They are not in heaven for you to say, who will go up to heaven for us and give us knowledge of them so that we may do them? And they are not across the sea for you to say, who will go over the sea for us and give us news of them so that we may do them? But the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, so that you may do it. See, I have put before you today life and good, and death and evil. In giving you orders today to have love for the Lord your God, to go in his ways and keep his laws and his orders and his decisions, so that you may have life and be increased, and that the blessing of the Lord your God may be with you in the land where you are going, the land of your heritage. But if your heart is turned away and your ear is shut, and you go after those who would make you servants and worshippers of other gods, I give witness against you this day that destruction will certainly be your fate, and your days will be cut short in the land where you are going, the land of your heritage on the other side of Jordan. Let heaven and earth be my witnesses against you this day, that I have put before you life and death, a blessing and a curse. So take life for yourselves and for your seed, in loving the Lord your God, hearing his voice and being true to him. For he is your life, and by him will your days be long, so that you may go on living in the land which the Lord gave by an oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Chapter 31. So Moses said all these things to Israel. Then he said to them, I am now 120 years old. I am no longer able to go out and come in. And the Lord has said to me, you are not to go over Jordan. The Lord your God, he will go over before you. He will send destruction on all those nations, and you will take their land as your heritage. And Joshua will go over at your head, as the Lord has said. The Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and to Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, whom he put to destruction. The Lord will give them up into your hands, and you are to do to them as I have given you orders. Be strong and take heart, and have no fear of them, for it is the Lord your God who is going with you. He will not take away his help from you. Then Moses sent for Joshua, and before the eyes of all Israel said to him, Be strong and take heart, for you are to go with this people into the land which the Lord by his oath to their fathers has given them. By your help they will take it for their heritage. It is the Lord who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not take away his help from you or give you up. So have no fear. Then Moses put all this law in writing and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who take up the ark of the Lord's agreement, and to all the responsible men of Israel. And Moses said to them, At the end of every 7 years, at the time fixed for the ending of debts, at the Feast of Tents, when all Israel has come before the Lord your God in the place named by him, let a reading be given of this law in the hearing of all Israel. Make all the people come together, men and women and children, and anyone from another country who is with you, so that hearing they may become wise in the fear of the Lord your God, and take care to do all the words of this law. And so that your children, to whom it is new, may give ear and be trained in the fear of the Lord your God, while you are living in the land which you are going over Jordan to take for your heritage." At that time the Lord said to Moses, "The day of your death is near. Send for Joshua, and come to the tent of meeting, so that I may give him his orders." So Moses and Joshua went to the tent of meeting. And the Lord was seen in the tent in a pillar of cloud resting by the door of the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, "Now you are going to rest with your fathers, and this people will be false to me, uniting themselves to the strange gods of the land where they are going. They will be turned away from me and will not keep the agreement I have made with them. In that day my wrath will be moved against them, and I will be turned away from them, veiling my face from them, and destruction will overtake them, and unnumbered evils and troubles will come on them, so that in that day they will say, 'Have not these evils come on us because our God is not with us?' Truly my face will be turned away from them in that day because of all the evil they have done in going after other gods. Make then this song for yourselves, teaching it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, so that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I have taken them into the land named in my oath to their fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey, and they have made themselves full of food and are fat, then they will be turned to other gods and will give them worship, no longer honoring me or keeping my agreement. Then when evils and troubles without number have overtaken them, this song will be a witness to them, for the words of it will be clear in the memories of their children. For I see the thoughts which are moving in their hearts even now, before I have taken them into the land of my oath." So that same day Moses made this song, teaching it to the children of Israel. Then he gave orders to Joshua, the son of Nun, saying to him, "Be strong and take heart, for you are to go at the head of the children of Israel into the land which I made an oath to give them, and I will be with you." Now after writing all the words of this law in a book till the record of them was complete, Moses said to the Levites who were responsible for taking up the ark of the Lord's agreement, "Take this book of the law and put it by the ark of the Lord's agreement, so that it may be a witness against you. For I have knowledge of your hard and uncontrolled hearts. Even now, while I am still living, you will not be ruled by the Lord. How much less after my death? Get together before me all those who are in authority in your tribes and your overseers, so that I may say these things in their hearing, and make heaven and earth my witnesses against them. For I am certain that after my death you will give yourselves up to sin, wandering from the way which I have given you, and evil will overtake you in the end, because you will do evil in the eyes of the Lord, moving him to wrath by the work of your hands." Then in the hearing of all the meeting of Israel, Moses said the words of this song to the end. Chapter 32. Give ear, O heavens, to my voice. Let the earth take note of the words of my mouth. My teaching is dropping like rain, coming down like dew on the fields, like rain on the young grass and showers on the garden plants. For I will give honor to the name of the Lord. Let our God be named great. He is the rock, complete is his work, for all his ways are righteousness. A God without evil who keeps faith, true and upright is he. They have become false. They are not his children. The mark of sin is on them. They are an evil and hard-hearted generation. Is this your answer to the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is he not your Father who has given you life? He has made you and given you your place. Keep in mind the days of the past. Give thought to the years of generations gone by. Go to your father, and he will make it clear to you, to the old men, and they will give you the story. When the Most High gave the nations their heritage, separating into groups the children of men, he had the limits of the peoples marked out, keeping in mind the number of children of Israel. For the Lord's wealth is his people. Jacob is the land of his heritage. He came to him in the wasteland, in the unpeopled waste of sand. Putting his arms round him and caring for him, he kept him as the light of his eye. As an eagle, teaching her young to make their flight, with her wings outstretched over them, takes them up on her strong feathers, so the Lord only was his guide. No other God was with him. He put him on the high places of the earth. His food was the increase of the field. Honey he gave out of the rock, and oil out of the hard rock. Butter from his cows and milk from his sheep, with fat of lambs and sheep of Bashan and goats, and the heart of the grain, and for your drink wine from the blood of the grape. But Jeshurun became fat and would not be controlled. You have become fat, you are thick and full of food. Then he was untrue to the God who made him, giving no honor to the rock of his salvation. The honor which was his they gave to strange gods. By their disgusting ways he was moved to wrath. They made offerings to evil spirits which were not God, to gods who were strange to them, who had newly come up, not feared by your fathers. You have no thought for the rock, your father. You have no memory of the God who gave you birth. And the Lord saw with disgust the evil doing of his sons and daughters. And he said, My face will be veiled from them. I will see what their end will be, for they are an uncontrolled generation, children in whom there is no faith. They have given my honor to that which is not God, moving me to wrath with their false worship. I will give their honor to those who are not a people, moving them to wrath by a foolish nation. For my wrath is a flaming fire, burning to the deep parts of the underworld, burning up the earth with her increase, and firing the deep roots of the mountains. I will send a rain of troubles on them. My arrows will be showered on them. They will be wasted from need of food and overcome by burning heat and bitter destruction. And the teeth of beasts I will send on them, with the poison of the worms of the dust. Outside they will be cut off by the sword, and in the inner rooms by fear. Death will take the young man and the virgin, the baby at the breast and the gray-haired man. I said I would send them wandering far away. I would make all memory of them go from the minds of men. But for the fear that their haters, uplifted in their pride, might say, Our hand is strong, the Lord has not done all this. For they are a nation without wisdom, there is no sense in them. If only they were wise, if only this was clear to them, and they would give thought to their future. How would it be possible for one to overcome 1,000, and 2 to send 10,000 in flight, if their rock had not let them go, if the Lord had not given them up? For their rock is not like our rock, even our haters themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, from the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are the grapes of evil, and the berries are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, the cruel poison of snakes. Is not this among my secrets kept safe in my storehouse? Punishment is mine and reward, at the time of the slipping of their feet, for the day of their downfall is near. Sudden will be their fate. For the Lord will be judge of his people. He will have pity for his servants. When he sees that their power is gone, there is no one shut up or free. And he will say, Where are their gods, the rock in which they put their faith? Who took the fat of their offerings and the wine of their drink offering? Let them now come to your help. Let them be your salvation. See now, I myself am he. There is no other God but me, giver of death and life, wounding and making well, and no one has power to make you free from my hand. For lifting up my hand to heaven I say, by my ending life, if I make sharp my shining sword, and my hand is outstretched for judging, I will give punishment to those who are against me, and their right reward to my haters. I will make my arrows red with blood, my sword will be feasting on flesh, with the blood of the dead and the prisoners, of the long-haired heads of my haters. Be glad, O you, his people, over the nations, for he will take payment for the blood of his servants, and will give punishment to his haters, and take away the sin of his land for his people. So Moses said all the words of this song in the hearing of the people, he and Hoshea, the son of Nun. And after saying all this to the people, Moses said to them, Let the words which I have said to you today go deep into your hearts, and give orders to your children to do every word of this law. And this is no small thing for you, but it is your life, and through this you may make your days long in the land which you are going over Jordan to take for your heritage. That same day the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abarim, to Mount Nebo in the land of Moab opposite Jericho. There you may see the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel for their heritage. And let death come to you on the mountain where you are going, and be put to rest with your people, as death came to Aaron your brother on Mount Hor, where he was put to rest with his people. Because of your sin against me before the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh, in the wasteland of Zin, because you did not keep my name holy among the children of Israel. So you will see the land before you, but you will not go into the land which I am giving to the children of Israel. Chapter 33. Now this is the blessing which Moses, the man of God, gave to the children of Israel before his death. He said, The Lord came from Sinai, dawning on them from Seir, shining out from Mount Paran, coming from Meribah Kadesh. From his right hand went flames of fire. His wrath made waste the peoples. All his holy ones are at his hand, they go at his feet, they are lifted up on his wings. Moses gave us a law, a heritage for the people of Jacob. And there was a king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel came together. Let life, not death, be Reuben's. Let not the number of his men be small. And this is the blessing of Judah. He said, Give ear, O Lord, to the voice of Judah, and make him one with his people. Let your hands take up his cause and be his help against his attackers. And of Levi he said, Give your Thummim to Levi, and let the Urim be with your loved one, whom you put to the test at Massah, with whom you were angry at the waters of Meribah. Who said of his father, Who is he? And of his mother, I have not seen her. He kept himself separate from his brothers, and had no knowledge of his children, for they have given ear to your word and kept your agreement. They will be the teachers of your decisions to Jacob, and of your law to Israel. The burning of perfumes before you will be their right, and the ordering of burnt offerings on your altar. Let your blessing, O Lord, be on his substance. May the work of his hands be pleasing to you. May those who take up arms against him, and all who have hate for him, be wounded through the heart, never to be lifted up again. And of Benjamin he said, Benjamin is the loved one of the Lord. He will be kept safe at all times. He will be covered by the Most High, resting between his arms. And of Joseph he said, Let the blessing of the Lord be on his land, for the good things of heaven on high, and the deep waters flowing under the earth, and the good things of the fruits of the sun, and the good things of the growth of the moons, and the chief things of the oldest mountains, and the good things of the eternal hills, the good things of the earth and all its wealth, the good pleasure of him who was seen in the burning tree. May they come on the head of Joseph, on the head of him who was prince among his brothers. He is a young ox, glory is his. His horns are the horns of the mountain ox, with which all peoples will be wounded, even to the ends of the earth. They are the 10,000s of Ephraim and the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, Be glad, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They will send out the word for the people to come to the mountain, taking there the offerings of righteousness. For the store of the seas will be theirs, and the secret wealth of the sand. Of Gad he said, A blessing be on him who makes wide the limits of Gad. He takes his rest like a she-lion, taking for himself the arm and the crown of the head. He kept for himself the first part, for his was the ruler's right. He put in force the righteousness of the Lord, and his decisions for Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a young lion, springing out from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, made glad with grace and full of the blessing of the Lord, the sea and its fishes will be his. And of Asher he said, Let Asher have the blessing of children. May he be pleasing to his brothers, and let his foot be wet with oil. Your shoes will be in iron and brass, and as your days, so may your work be. No other is like the God of Jeshurun, coming on the heavens to your help, and letting his glory be seen in the skies. The God of your fathers is your safe resting place, and under you are his eternal arms, driving out the forces of your haters from before you, he said, Let destruction overtake them. And Israel is living in peace, the fountain of Jacob by himself, in a land of grain and wine, with dew dropping from the heavens. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people whose Savior is the Lord, whose help is your cover, whose sword is your strength. All those who are against you will put themselves under your rule, and your feet will be planted on their high places. Chapter 34. And Moses went up from the tablelands of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is facing Jericho. And the Lord let him see all the land of Gilead as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah as far as the great sea of the west, and the south, and the circle of the valley of Jericho, the town of palm trees, as far as Zoar. And the Lord said to him, This is the land about which I made an oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your seed. Now I have let you see it with your eyes, but you will not go in there. So death came to Moses, the servant of the Lord, there in the land of Moab, as the Lord had said. And the Lord put him to rest in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man has knowledge of his resting place to this day. And Moses at his death was 120 years old. His eye had not become clouded, or his natural force become feeble. For 30 days the children of Israel were weeping for Moses in the tablelands of Moab, till the days of weeping and sorrow for Moses were ended. And Joshua, the son of Nun, was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had put his hands on him, and the children of Israel gave ear to him, and did as the Lord had given orders to Moses. There has never been another prophet in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord had knowledge of face to face. In all the signs and wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and all his servants and all his land, and in all the acts of power and fear which Moses did before the eyes of all Israel. End of the book of Deuteronomy. Chapters 1 through 6 of Joshua from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Moses, the servant of the word of the Lord came to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' helper, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. So now get up, go over Jordan, you and all this people, into the land which I am giving to them, to the children of Israel. Every place on which you put your foot I have given you, as I said to Moses. From the wasteland in this mountain Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates, and all the land of the Hittites to the great sea in the west will be your country. While you are living, all will give way before you. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not take away my help from you or give you up. Take heart and be strong, for you will give to this people for their heritage the land which I gave by an oath to their fathers. Only take heart and be very strong. Take care to do all the law which Moses my servant gave you, not turning from it to the right hand or to the left, so that you may do well in all your undertakings. Let this book of the law be ever on your lips and in your thoughts day and night, so that you may keep with care everything in it. Then a blessing will be on all your way, and you will do well. Have I not given you your orders? Take heart and be strong. Have no fear and do not be troubled, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Then Joshua gave their orders to those who were in authority over the people, saying, Go through the tents and give orders to the people, saying, Get ready a store of food, for in 3 days you are to go over this river Jordan and take for your heritage the land which the Lord your God is giving you. And to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, Keep in mind what Moses, the servant of the Lord, said to you. The Lord your God is sending you rest and will give you this land. Your wives, your little ones, and your cattle will be kept here in the land which Moses gave you on this side of the Jordan. But you, the fighting men, are to go over before your brothers armed to give them help. So the Lord has given your brothers rest as he has given it to you, and they have taken their heritage in the land which the Lord your God is giving them. Then you will go back to the land of your heritage, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you on the east side of the Jordan. Then they said to Joshua in answer, Whatever you say to us, we will do, and wherever you send us, we will go. As we gave attention to Moses in all things, so we will give attention to you. And may the Lord your God be with you as he was with Moses. Whoever goes against your orders and does not give attention to all your words will be put to death. Only take heart and be strong. Chapter 2. Then Joshua, the son of Nun, sent 2 men from Shittim secretly, with the purpose of searching out the land and Jericho. So they went and came to the house of a loose woman of the town named Rahab, where they took their rest for the night. And it was said to the king of Jericho, See, some men have come here tonight from the children of Israel with the purpose of searching out the land. Then the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Send out the men who have come to you and are in your house, for they have come with the purpose of searching out all the land. And the woman took the 2 men and put them in a secret place. Then she said, Yes, the men came to me, but I had no idea where they came from. And when it was time for the shutting the doors at dark, they went out. I have no idea where the men went, but if you go after them quickly, you will overtake them. But she had taken them up to the roof, covering them with the stems of flax which she had put out in order there. So the men went after them on the road to Jordan as far as the river crossing, and when they had gone out after them, the door into the town was shut. And before the men went to rest, she came up to them on the roof and said to them, It is clear to me that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has come on us. For we have had news of how the Lord made the Red Sea dry before you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites on the other side of the Jordan, to Sihon and Og, whom you gave up to the curse. And because of this news, our hearts became like water, and there was no more spirit in any of us because of you. For the Lord your God is God in heaven, on high, and here on earth. So now will you give me your oath by the Lord, that because I have been kind to you, you will be kind to my father's house, and that you will keep safe my father and mother, and my brothers and sisters and all they have, so that death may not come on us? And the men said to her, Our life for yours, if you keep our business secret. And when the Lord has given us the land, we will keep faith and be kind to you. Then she let them down from the window by a cord, for the house where she was living was on the town wall. And she said to them, Get away to the hill country, or the men who have gone after you will overtake you. Keep yourself safe there for 3 days till the searchers have come back, and then go on your way. And the men said to her, We will only be responsible for this oath which you have made us take, if, when we come into the land, you put this cord of bright red thread in the window from which you let us down, and get your father and mother and your brothers and all your family into the house. That if anyone goes out of your house into the street, his blood will be on his head. We will not be responsible. But if any damage comes to anyone in the house, his blood will be on our heads. But if you say anything about our business here, then we will be free from the oath you have made us take. And she said, Let it be as you say. Then she sent them away, and they went. And she put the bright red cord in the window. And they went into the hill country and were there 3 days, till the men who had gone after them had come back. And those who went after them were searching for them everywhere without coming across them. Then the 2 men came down from the hill country and went over and came back to Joshua the son of Nun, and they gave him a complete account of what had taken place. And they said to Joshua, Truly the Lord has given all the land into our hands, and all the people of the land have become like water because of us. Chapter 3. Then Joshua got up early in the morning, and moving on from Shittim, he and all the children of Israel came to Jordan and were there for the night before going over. And at the end of 3 days, the men in authority over the people went through the tents, giving the people their orders, and saying, When you see the ark of the agreement of the Lord your God lifted up by the priests, the Levites, then get up from your places and go after it. But let there be a space between you and it of about 2,000 cubits. Come no nearer to it, so that you may see the way you have to go, for you have not been over this way before. And Joshua said to the people, Make yourselves holy, for tomorrow the Lord will do works of wonder among you. Then Joshua said to the priests, Take up the ark of the agreement and go over in front of the people. So they took up the ark of the agreement and went in front of the people. And the Lord said to Joshua, From now on I will give you glory in the eyes of all Israel, so that they may see that as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. And you are to give orders to the priests who take up the ark of the agreement and say, When you come to the edge of the waters of Jordan, go no further. And Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come to me here and give ear to the words of the Lord your God. And Joshua said, By this you will see that the living God is among you, and that he will certainly send out from before you the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Hivite and the Perizzite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Jebusite. See, the ark of the agreement of the Lord of all the earth is going over before you into Jordan. So take 12 men out of the tribes of Israel, a man from every tribe. And when the feet of the priests who take up the ark of the Lord of all the earth, come to rest in the waters of the waters of the Jordan will be cut off, all the waters flowing down from higher up, and will come together in a mass. So when the people went out from their tents to go over Jordan, the priests who took up the ark of the agreement were in front of the people. And when those who took up the ark came to Jordan, and the feet of the priests who took up the ark were touching the edge of the water, for the waters of Jordan are overflowing all through the time of the grain cutting, then the waters flowing down from higher up were stopped and came together in a mass a long way back at Adam, a town near Zarethan, and the waters flowing down to the sea of the Arabah, the salt sea, were cut off, and the people went across opposite Jericho. And the priests who took up the ark of the agreement of the Lord kept their places with their feet on dry land in the middle of the Jordan, while all Israel went over on dry land till all the nation had gone over Jordan. Chapter 4. Now when all the nation had come to the other side of Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, Take 12 men from the people, a man for every tribe, and say to them, Take up from the middle of Jordan, from the place where the feet of the priests were resting, 12 stones, and take them over with you, and put them down in the place where you take your rest tonight." So Joshua sent for the 12 men whom he had ready, one man out of every tribe of the children of Israel. And he said to them, "Go over before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of Jordan, and let every one of you take up a stone on his back, one for every tribe of the children of Israel, so that this may be a sign among you, when your children say to you in time to come, 'What is the reason for these stones?' Then you will say to them, 'Because the waters of Jordan were cut off before the ark of the Lord's agreement. When it went over Jordan, the waters of Jordan were cut off. And these stones will be a sign for the children of Israel, keeping it in their memory forever.'" So the children of Israel did as Joshua gave them orders, and took 12 stones from the middle of Jordan, as the Lord had said to Joshua, one for every tribe of the children of Israel. These they took across with them to their night's resting place, and put them down there. And Joshua put up 12 stones in the middle of Jordan, where the feet of the priests who took up the ark of the agreement had been placed, and there they are to this day. For the priests who took up the ark kept there in the middle of Jordan till all the orders given to Joshua by Moses from the Lord had been done. Then the people went over quickly. And when all the people had come to the other side, the ark of the Lord went over, and the priests before the eyes of the people. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh went over armed before the children of Israel, as Moses had said to them. About 40,000 armed for war went over before the Lord to the fight, to the lowlands of Jericho. That day the Lord made Joshua great in the eyes of all Israel, and all the days of his life they went in fear of him, as they had gone in fear of Moses. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Give orders to the priests who take up the ark of witness to come up out of Jordan." So Joshua gave orders to the priests, saying, "Come up now out of Jordan." And when the priests who took up the ark of the Lord's agreement came up out of Jordan, and their feet came out onto dry land, the waters of Jordan went back to their place, overflowing its edges as before. So on the 10th day of the first month, the people came up out of Jordan and put up their tents in Gilgal on the east side of Jordan. And the 12 stones which they took out of Jordan, Joshua put up in Gilgal. And he said to the children of Israel, "When your children say to their fathers in time to come, 'What is the reason for these stones?' then give your children the story and say, 'Israel came over this river Jordan on dry land. For the Lord your God made the waters of Jordan dry before you till you had gone across, as he did to the Red Sea, drying it up before us till we had gone across, so that all the people of the earth may see that the hand of the Lord is strong, and that they may go in fear of the Lord your God forever." Chapter 5. Now when the news came to all the kings of the Amorites on the west side of Jordan, and all the kings of the Canaanites living by the sea, how the Lord had made the waters of Jordan dry before the children of Israel till they had gone across, their hearts became like water, and there was no more spirit in them because of the children of Israel. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, "Make yourself stone knives, and give the children of Israel circumcision a second time." So Joshua made stone knives and gave the children of Israel circumcision at Gibeath ha-Araloth. And this is why Joshua did so. All the males of the people who came out of Egypt, all the fighting men, had been overtaken by death in the wasteland on the way after they came out of Egypt. All the people who came out had undergone circumcision, but all the people whose birth had taken place in the wasteland on their journey from Egypt had not. For the children of Israel were wandering in the wasteland for 40 years, till all the nation, that is, all the fighting men who had come out of Egypt, were dead, because they did not give ear to the voice of the Lord, to whom the Lord said with an oath that he would not let them see the land which the Lord had given his word to their fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. And their children who came up in their place now underwent circumcision by the hands of Joshua, not having had it before, for there had been no circumcision on the journey. So when all the nation had undergone circumcision, they kept in their tents till they were well again. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Today the shame of Egypt has been rolled away from you." So that place was named Gilgal to this day. So the children of Israel put up their tents in Gilgal, and they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month in the evening in the lowlands of Jericho. And on the day after the Passover, they had for their food the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and dry grain on the same day. And there was no more manna from the day after they had for their food the produce of the land. The children of Israel had manna no longer, but that year the produce of the land of Canaan was their food. Now when Joshua was near Jericho, lifting up his eyes, he saw a man in front of him with his sword uncovered in his hand. And Joshua went up to him and said, "Are you for us or against us?" And he said, "No, but I have come as a captain of the armies of the Lord." Then Joshua, falling down with his face to the earth in worship, said, "What has my Lord to say to his servant?" And the captain of the Lord's army said to Joshua, "Take off your shoes from your feet, for the place where you are is holy." And Joshua did so. Chapter 6. Now Jericho was all shut up because of the children of Israel. There was no going out or coming in. And the Lord said to Joshua, "See, I have given into your hands Jericho with its king and all its men of war. Now let your fighting men make a circle round the town, going all round it once. Do this for 6 days. And let 7 priests go before the ark with 7 loud-sounding horns in their hands. On the 7th day you are to go round the town 7 times, the priests blowing their horns. And at the sound of a long note on the horns, let all the people give a loud cry, and the wall of the town will come down flat, and all the people are to go straight forward." Then Joshua, the son of Nun, sent for the priests and said to them, "Take up the ark of the agreement, and let 7 priests take 7 horns in their hands and go before the ark of the Lord." And he said to the people, "Go forward, circling the town, and let the armed men go before the ark of the Lord." So after Joshua had said this to the people, the 7 priests with their 7 horns went forward before the Lord, blowing on their horns, and the ark of the Lord's agreement went after them. And the armed men went before the priests who were blowing the horns, and the mass of the people went after the ark, blowing their horns. And to the people Joshua gave an order, saying, "You will give no cry, and make no sound, and let no word go out of your mouth till the day when I say, 'Give a loud cry.' Then give a loud cry." So he made the ark of the Lord go all round the town once. Then they went back to the tents for the night. And early in the morning Joshua got up, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. And the 7 priests with their 7 horns went on before the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. The armed men went before them, and the mass of the people went after the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. The 2nd day they went all round the town once, and then went back to their tents. And so they did for 6 days. Then on the 7th day they got up early at the dawn of the day and went round the town in the same way, but that day they went round it 7 times. And the 7th time, at the sound of the priests' horns, Joshua said to the people, "Now give a loud cry, for the Lord has given you the town. And the town will be put to the curse, and everything in it will be given to the Lord. Only Rahab the loose woman and all who are in her house with her will be kept safe, because she kept secret the men we sent. And as for you, keep yourselves from the cursed thing, for fear that you may get a desire for it and take some of it for yourselves, and so be the cause of a curse and great trouble on the tents of Israel. But all the silver and gold and the vessels of brass and iron are holy to the Lord. They are to come into the storehouse of the Lord." So the people gave a loud cry, and the horns were sounded. And on hearing the horns, the people gave a loud cry, and the wall came down flat, so that the people went up into the town, every man going straight before him, and they took the town. And they put everything in the town to the curse, men and women, young and old, ox and sheep and ass, they put to death without mercy. Then Joshua said to the 2 men who had been sent to make a search through the land, "Go into the house of the loose woman and get her out, and all who are with her, as you gave her your oath." So the searchers went in and got out Rahab and her father and mother and her brothers and all she had. And they got out all her family, and they took them outside the tents of Israel. Then, after burning up the town and everything in it, they put the silver and the gold and the vessels of brass and iron into the storehouse of the Lord's house. But Joshua kept Rahab, the loose woman, and her father's family, and all she had from death. And so she got a living place among the children of Israel to this day, because she kept safe the men whom Joshua had sent to make a search through the land. Then Joshua gave the people orders with an oath, saying, "Let that man be cursed before the Lord who puts his hand to the building up of this town. With the loss of his first son will he put the first stone of it in place, and with the loss of his youngest son will he put up its doors." So the Lord was with Joshua, and news of him went through all the land. End of chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 7 through 12 of Joshua, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. But the children of Israel did wrong about the cursed thing. For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the family of Judah, took of the cursed thing, moving the Lord to wrath against the children of Israel. Now Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is by the side of Bethaven, on the east side of Bethel, and said to them, Go up and make a search through the land. And the men went up and saw how Ai was placed. Then they came back to Joshua and said to him, Do not send all the people up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and make an attack on Ai. There is no need for all the people to be tired with the journey there, for it is only a small town. So about 3,000 of the people went up and were sent in flight by the men of Ai. The men of Ai put to death about 36 of them, driving them from before the town as far as the stoneworks, and overcoming them on the way down, and the hearts of the people became like water. Then Joshua, in great grief, went down on the earth before the ark of the Lord till the evening, and all the chiefs of Israel with him, and they put dust on their heads. And Joshua said, O Lord God, why have you taken us over the Jordan only to give us up into the hands of the Amorites for our destruction? If only it had been enough for us to keep on the other side of the Jordan. O Lord, what am I to say now that Israel have given way before their attackers? For when the news comes to the Canaanites and all the people of the land, they will come up, shutting us in and cutting off our name from the earth. And what will you do for the honor of your great name? Then the Lord said to Joshua, Get up. What are you doing with your face to the earth? Israel has done wrong, sinning against the agreement which I made with them. They have even taken of the cursed thing, acting falsely like thieves, they have put it among their goods. For this reason the children of Israel have given way, turning their backs in flight before their attackers, because they are cursed. I will no longer be with you if you do not put the cursed thing away from among you. Up, make the people holy. Say to them, Make yourselves holy before tomorrow. For the Lord, the God of Israel, has said, There is a cursed thing among you, O Israel, and you will give way before your attackers in the fight till the cursed thing has been taken away from among you. So in the morning you are to come near, tribe by tribe, and the tribe marked out by the Lord is to come near, family by family, and the family marked out by the Lord is to come near, house by house, and the house marked out by the Lord is to come near, man by man. Then the man who is taken with the cursed thing is to be burned with everything which is his, because he has gone against the agreement of the Lord and has done an act of shame in Israel. So Joshua got up early in the morning and made Israel come before him by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was taken. Then he made Judah come forward, and the family of the Zerahites was taken. And he made the family of the Zerahites come forward man by man, and Zabdi was taken. Then the house of Zabdi came forward man by man, and Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, one of the tribe of Judah, was taken. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory and praise to the Lord, the God of Israel, and give me word now of what you have done, and keep nothing back from me. And Achan answering said to Joshua, Truly I have done wrong against the Lord, the God of Israel, and this is what I have done. When I saw among their goods a fair robe of Babylon, and 200 shekels of silver, and a mass of gold 50 shekels in weight, I was overcome by desire and took them. And they are put away in the earth in my tent, and the silver is under it. So Joshua sent men quickly, and looking in his tent, they saw where the robe had been put away secretly with the silver under it. And they took them from the tent, and came back with them to Joshua and to the children of Israel, and put them before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israel took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver and the robe and the mass of gold, and his sons and his daughters, and his oxen and his asses, and his sheep and his tent, and everything he had. And they took them up into the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, Why have you been a cause of trouble to us? Today the Lord will send trouble on you. And all Israel took part in stoning him. They had him stoned to death, and then burned with fire. And over him they put a great mass of stones, which is there to this day. Then the heat of the Lord's wrath was turned away. So the place was named the Valley of Acre to this day. Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Have no fear, and do not be troubled. Take with you all the fighting men and go up against Ai. For I have given into your hands the king of Ai and his people and his town and his land. And you are to do to Ai and its king what you did to Jericho and its king. But their goods and their cattle you may take for yourselves. Let a secret force be stationed to make a surprise attack on the town from the back." So Joshua and the fighting men got ready to go up against Ai, and Joshua took 30,000 men of war and sent them out by night. And he gave them their orders, saying, "Go and take up your position secretly at the back of the town. Do not go very far away, and let all of you be ready. And I and all the people with me will come near the town, and when they come out against us as they did before, we will go in flight from them. And they will come out after us till we have got them away from the town, for they will say, 'They have gone in flight from us as before, so we will go in flight before them.' Then you will get up from your secret position and take the town, for the Lord your God will give it up into your hands. And when you have taken the town, put fire to it, as the Lord has said. See, I have given you your orders." So Joshua sent them out, and they took up a secret position between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of Ai, but Joshua kept with the people that night. And early in the morning Joshua got up and put the people in order, and he and the chiefs of Israel went up before the people to Ai. And all the fighting men who were with him went up and came near the town, and took up a position on the north side of Ai, facing the town, with a valley between him and the town. And taking about 5,000 men, he put them in position for a surprise attack on the west side of Ai, between Bethel and Ai. So all the people were in their places, the army on the north side of the town and the secret force on the west. And that night Joshua went down into the valley. Now when the king of Ai saw it, he got up quickly and went out to war against Israel, he and all his people, to the slope going down to the valley. But he had no idea that a secret force was waiting at the back of the town. Then Joshua and all of Israel, acting as if they were overcome before them, went in flight by way of the wasteland. And all of the people in Ai came together to go after them, and they went after Joshua, moving away from the town. There was not a man in Ai and Bethel who did not go out after Israel, and the town was open and unwatched while they went after Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Let your spear be stretched out against Ai, for I will give it into your hands." So Joshua took up his spear, stretching it out in the direction of the town. Then the secret force came quickly from their place, and running forward when they saw his hand stretched out, went into the town and took it, and put fire to it straight away. Then the men of Ai, looking back, saw the smoke of the town going up to heaven, and were unable to go this way or that, and the people who had gone in flight to the wasteland were turned back on those who were coming after them. And when Joshua and all Israel saw that the town had been taken by the surprise attack, and that the smoke of the town had gone up, turning round, they overcame the men of Ai. Then the other force came out of the town against them, so that they were being attacked on this side and on that, and Israel overcame them, and let not one of them get away with his life. But the king of Ai they made prisoner, and took him to Joshua. Then, after the destruction of all the people of Ai in the field and in the wasteland where they went after them, and when all the people had been put to death without mercy, all Israel went back to Ai, and put to death all who were in it without mercy. On that day 12,000 were put to death, men and women, all the people of Ai. For Joshua did not take back his hand with the outstretched spear till the destruction of the people of Ai was complete. But the cattle and the goods from that town Israel took for themselves, as the Lord had given orders to Joshua. So Joshua gave Ai to the flames, and made it a waste mass of stones forever, as it is to this day. And he put the king of Ai to death, hanging him on a tree till evening. And when the sun went down, Joshua gave them orders to take his body down from the tree, and to put it in the public place of the town, covering it with a great mass of stones, which is there to this day. Then Joshua put up an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, in Mount Ebal, in the way ordered by Moses, the servant of the Lord, as it is recorded in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones, untouched by any iron instrument, and on it they made burned offerings and peace offerings to the Lord. And he made there on the stones a copy of the law of Moses, writing it before the eyes of the children of Israel. And all Israel, those who were Israelites by birth, as well as the men from other lands living with them, and their responsible men, and their overseers and judges, took their places round the ark, in front of the priests, the Levites, whose work it was to take up the ark of the Lord's agreement. Half of them were stationed in front of Mount Gerizim and half in front of Mount Ebal, in agreement with the orders for the blessing of the children of Israel, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, had given. And after he gave them all the words of the law, the blessing and the curse, as it is recorded in the book of the law, reading to all the meeting of Israel, with the women and children and the men from other lands who were living among them, every word of the orders which Moses had given. Chapter 9. Now on hearing the news of these things, all the kings on the west side of the Jordan, in the hill country and the lowlands, and by the great sea in front of Lebanon, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, came together with one purpose, to make war against Joshua and Israel. And the men of Gibeon, hearing what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, acting with deceit, got food together as if for a long journey, and took old food bags for their asses, and old and cracked wineskins kept together with cord, and put old stitched-up shoes on their feet, and old clothing on their backs, and all the food they had with them was dry and broken up. And they came to Joshua to the tent circle at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, We have come from a far country, so now make an agreement with us. And the men of Israel said to the Hivites, It may be that you are living among us. How then may we make an agreement with you? And they said to Joshua, We are your servants. Then Joshua said to them, Who are you, and where do you come from? And they said to him, Your servants have come from a very far country, because of the name of the Lord your God. For the story of his great name, and of all he did in Egypt, has come to our ears. And what he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites east of Jordan, to Sihon, king of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, at Ashtaroth. So the responsible men and all the people of our country said to us, Take food with you for the journey, and go to them, and say to them, We are your servants, so now make an agreement with us. This bread which we have with us for our food, we took warm and new from our houses when starting on our journey to you. But now see, it has become dry and broken up. And these wineskins were new when we put the wine in them, and now they are cracked, as you see, and our clothing and our shoes have become old because of our very long journey here. And the men took some of their food without requesting directions from the Lord. So Joshua made peace with them, and made an agreement with them that they were not to be put to death, and the chiefs of the people took an oath to them. Now 3 days after, when they had made this agreement with them, they had word that these men were their neighbors living near them. And the children of Israel went forward on their journey, and on the 3rd day came to their towns. Now their towns were Gibeon, and Chephirah, and Beeroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. And the children of Israel did not put them to death, because the chiefs of the people had taken an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. And all the people made an outcry against the chiefs. But all the chiefs said to the people, We have taken an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and so we may not put our hands on them. This is what we will do to them. We will not put them to death, for fear that wrath may come on us because of our oath to them. Keep them living and let them be servants, cutting wood and getting water for all the people. And all the people did as the chiefs had said to them. Then Joshua sent for them and said to them, Why have you been false to us, saying, We live very far from you, when you are living among us? Now because of this you are cursed, and you will forever be our servants, cutting wood and getting water for the house of my God. And answering Joshua, they said, Because it came to the ears of your servants that the Lord your God had given orders to his servant Moses to give you all this land, and to send destruction on all the people living in it, because of you. So fearing greatly for our lives because of you, we have done this. And now we are in your hands. Do to us whatever seems good and right to you. So he kept them safe from the children of Israel, and did not let them be put to death. And that day Joshua made them servants, cutting wood and getting water for the people and for the altar of the Lord, in the place marked out by him to this day. Chapter 10. Now when it came to the ears of Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, that Joshua had taken Ai and had given it up to the curse, for as he had done to Jericho and its king, so had he done to Ai and its king, and that the people of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were living among them, he was in great fear, because Gibeon was a great town, like one of the king's towns, greater than Ai, and all the men in it were men of war. So Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king of Jarmuth, and to Japhia, king of Lachish, and to Deber, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me and give me help, and let us make an attack on Gibeon, for they have made peace with Joshua and the children of Israel. So the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon were banded together, and went up with all their armies, and took up their position before Gibeon, and made war against it. And the men of Gibeon sent to Joshua to the tent circle at Gilgal, saying, Be not slow to send help to your servants. Come up quickly to our support, and keep us safe. For all the kings of the Amorites from the hill country have come together against us. So Joshua went up from Gilgal with all his army and all his men of war. And the Lord said to Joshua, Have no fear of them, for I have given them into your hands. They will all give way before you. So Joshua, having come up from Gilgal at night, made a sudden attack on them. And the Lord made them full of fear before Israel, and they put great numbers of them to death at Gibeon, and went after them by the way going up to Beth-horon, driving them back to Azekah and Makkedah. And in their flight before Israel, on the way down from Beth-horon, the Lord sent down great stones from heaven on them all the way to Azekah, causing their death. Those whose death was caused by the stones were more than those whom the children of Israel put to death with the sword. It was on the day when the Lord gave up the Amorites into the hands of the children of Israel that Joshua said to the Lord before the eyes of Israel, Sun, be at rest over Gibeon, and you, O moon, in the valley of Aijalon. And the sun was at rest, and the moon kept its place till the nation have given punishment to their attackers. Is it not recorded in the book of Jasher? So the sun kept its place in the middle of the heavens, and was waiting, and did not go down for the space of a day. And there was no day like that, before it or after it, when the Lord gave ear to the voice of a man, for the Lord was fighting for Israel. And Joshua, with all Israel, went back to the tent circle at Gilgal. But these 5 kings went in flight secretly to a hole in the rock at Makkedah. And word was given to Joshua that the 5 kings had been taken in a hole in the rock at Makkedah. And Joshua said, Let great stones be rolled against the mouth of the hole, and let men keep watch by it. But do you, without waiting, go after their army, attacking them from the back. Do not let them get into their towns, for the Lord your God has given them into your hands. Now when Joshua and the children of Israel had come to the end of their war of complete destruction, and had put to death all but a small band who had got safely into the walled towns, all the people went back to Joshua, to the tent circle at Makkedah in peace, and no one said a word against the children of Israel. Then Joshua said, Take away the stones from the mouth of the hole in the rock, and make those 5 kings come out to me. And they did so, and made those 5 kings come out of the hole to him, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. And when they had made those kings come out to Joshua, Joshua sent for all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the men of war who had gone with him, Come near and put your feet on the necks of these kings. So they came near and put their feet on their necks. And Joshua said to them, Have no fear, and do not be troubled. Be strong and take heart, for so will the Lord do to all against whom you make war. Then Joshua had them put to death, hanging them on 5 trees, where they were till evening. And when the sun went down, they were taken down from the trees by Joshua's orders, and put into the hole where they had gone to be safe. And great stones were placed at the mouth of the hole, where they are to this day. That day Joshua took Makkedah, and put it and its king to the sword. Every soul in it he gave up to the curse without mercy, and he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Makkedah and came to Libnah, and made an attack on it. And again the Lord gave it and its king into the hands of Israel, and he put it and every person in it to the sword, till their destruction was complete. And he did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Libnah to Lachish, and took up their position against it, and made an attack on it. And the Lord gave Lachish into the hand of Israel, and on the 2nd day he took it, putting it and every person in it to the sword without mercy, as he had done to Libnah. Then Horam, king of Gezer, came up to the help of Lachish, and Joshua overcame him and his people, putting all of them to death. And Joshua and all Israel with him went on from Lachish to Eglon, and they took up their position against it, and made an attack on it. And that day they took it, putting it and every person in it to the sword, as he had done at Lachish. And Joshua and all Israel with him went up from Eglon to Hebron, and made an attack on it, and took it, overcoming it, and putting it and its king and its towns
and every person in it to the sword. As he had done to Eglon, he put them all to death, and gave it up to the curse with every person in it. And Joshua and all Israel with him went on to make an attack on Debir. And he took it with its king and all its towns, and he put them to the sword, giving every person in it to the curse. All were put to death. As he had done in Hebron, so he did to Debir and its king. So Joshua overcame all the land, the hill country and the south, and the lowland and the mountain slopes, and all their kings. All were put to death, and every living thing he gave up to the curse, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had given him orders. Joshua overcame them from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and all the land of Goshen as far as Gibeon. And all these kings and their land Joshua took at the same time, because the Lord, the God of Israel, was fighting for Israel. Then Joshua and all Israel with him went back to their tents at Gilgal. Chapter 11. Now Jabin, king of Hazor, hearing of these things, sent to Jobab, king of Madon, and the king of Shimron, and to the king of Achshaph, and to the kings on the north in the hill country, and in the Arabah south of Chinneroth, and in the lowland, and in the highlands of Dor on the west, and to the Canaanites on the east and on the west, and to the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites in the hill country, and the Hivites under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. And they went out, they and all their armies with them, a great people, in number like the sand on the seaside, with horses and war carriages in great number. And all these kings came together, and put their forces in position at the waters of Merom, to make war on Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, Have no fear of them, for tomorrow at this time I will give them all up dead before Israel. You are to have the leg muscles of their horses cut, and their war carriages burned with fire. So Joshua and all the men of war with him came against them suddenly at the waters of Merom, and made an attack on them. And the Lord gave them up into the hands of Israel, and they overcame them, driving them back to Great Zidon, and Misrephoth Maim, and into the valley of Mizpah to the east. And they put them all to death. No man got away safely. And Joshua did to them as the Lord had said to him. He had the leg muscles of their horses cut, and their war carriages burned with fire. At that time Joshua went on to take Hazor and put its king to the sword, for in earlier times Hazor was the chief of all those kingdoms. And they put every person in it to death without mercy, giving every living thing up to the curse, and burning Hazor. And all the towns of these kings and all the kings Joshua took and put them to the sword. He gave them up to the curse, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had said. As for the towns made on hills of earth, not one was burned by Israel, but Hazor, which was burned by Joshua. And all the goods taken from these towns and their cattle the children of Israel kept for themselves, but every man they put to death without mercy, till their destruction was complete, and there was no one living. As the Lord had given orders to Moses his servant, so Moses gave orders to Joshua, and so Joshua did. Every order which the Lord had given to Moses was done. So Joshua took all that land, the hill country and all the south, and all the land of Goshen, and the lowland, and the Arabah, the hill country of Israel, and its lowland, from Mount Halak, which goes up to Seir, as far as Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon, and all their kings he overcame and put to death. For a long time Joshua made war on all those kings. Not one town made peace with the children of Israel, but only the Hivites of Gibeon. They took them all in the war. For the Lord made them strong in heart to go to war against Israel, so that he might give them up to the curse without mercy, and that destruction might come upon them, as the Lord had given orders to Moses. And Joshua came at that time and put an end to the Anakim in the hill country in Hebron, in Debir, in Anab, and in all the hill country of Judah and Israel. Joshua gave them and their towns to the curse. Not one of the Anakim was to be seen in the land of the children of Israel. Only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod some were still living. So Joshua took all the land, as the Lord had said to Moses, and Joshua gave it to the children of Israel as their heritage, making division of it among them by their tribes. And the land had rest from war. Chapter 12. Now these are the kings of the land whom the children of Israel overcame, taking as their heritage their land on the east side of the Jordan, from the valley of the Arnon to Mount Hermon, and all the Arabah to the east. Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was living in Heshbon, ruling from Aroer, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the town in the middle of the valley, and half Gilead as far as the river Jabbok, the limits of the children of Ammon. And the Arabah to the sea of Chinneroth to the east, and to the sea of the Arabah, that is the salt sea to the east, the way to Beth Jesimoth, and on the south under the slopes of Pisgah, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, of the rest of the Rephaim, who was living at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, ruling in the mountains of Hermon and in Salcah, and in all Bashan as far as the limits of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and half Gilead to the land of Sihon, king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the children of Israel overcame them, and Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave their land for a heritage to the Reubenites and the Gadites and to the half-tribe of Manasseh. And these are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the children of Israel overcame on the west side of Jordan, from Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon to Mount Halak, which goes up to Seir. And Joshua gave the land to the tribes of Israel for a heritage in keeping with their divisions. In the hill country and in the lowlands, and in the Arabah, and on the mountain slopes, and in the wasteland, and in the south, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Ai, which is near Bethel, 1. The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. The king of Jarmuth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gezer, 1. The king of Debir, 1. The king of Geder, 1. The king of Hormah, 1. The king of Arad, 1. The king of Libnah, 1. The king of Adullam, 1. The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Hepher, 1. The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Lasharon, 1. The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. The king of Shimron Meron, 1. The king of Ashaph, 1. The king of Tanakh, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jokneam in Carmel, 1. The king of Dor on the hill of Dor, 1. The king of Goim in Gilgal, 1. The king of Tisra, 1. All the kings together were 31. End of chapter 12. Chapters 13 through 18 of Joshua, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Now Joshua was old and full of years, and the Lord said to him, You are old and full of years, and there is still very much land to be taken. This is the land which is still to be taken, all the country of the Philistines, and all the Geshurites, from the Shihor which is before Egypt to the edge of Ekron to the north, which is taken to be Canaanite property. The 5 chiefs of the Philistines, the Gazites and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites, the Erkanites, as well as the Avim. On the south, all the land of the Canaanites and Mira, which is the property of the Zidonians, to Aphek, as far as the limit of the Amorites. And the land of the Gebalites and all Lebanon, looking east from Baal-Gad, under Mount Hermon, as far as Hamath. And all the people of the hill country from Lebanon to Misrephoth-Maim, all the Zidonians, them will I send out from before the children of Israel. Only make division of it to Israel for a heritage, as I have given you orders to do. So now make division of this land for a heritage to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh. With him, the Reubenites and the Gadites, which have been given their heritage, which Moses gave them on the east side of the Jordan, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them. From Aroer, on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, in the town in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland from Medeba to Dibon, and all the towns of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, to the limits of the children of Ammon, and Gilead, and the land of the Geshurites, and the Maacathites, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan, to Selekah. All the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who was ruling in Ashtaroth and in Edrei. He was one of the last of the Rephaim. These did Moses overcome, driving them out of their country. However, the people of Israel did not send out the Geshurites or the Maacathites, but Gesher and Maacath are living among Israel to this day.
Only to the tribe of Levi he gave no heritage. The offerings of the Lord, the God of Israel, made by fire are his heritage, as he said to him. And Moses gave their heritage to the tribe of Reuben by their families. Their limit was from Aroer on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and the town in the middle of the valley, and all the tableland of Medeba, Heshbon and all her towns in the tableland, Dibon and Bamoth Baal, and Beth Balman, and Jahaz and Kedemoth and Mephtha, and Kiriathim and Sibmah, and Zareth Sahar in the mountain of the valley, and Beth Peor and the slopes of Pisgah, and Beth Jesimoth, and all the towns of the tableland, and all the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who was ruling in Heshbon, whom Moses overcame, together with the chiefs of Midian, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur and Hur and Reba, the chiefs of Sihon, who were living in the land. And Balaam, the son of Beor, the prophet, the children of Israel put to death with the sword. And the limit of the children of Reuben was the edge of Jordan. This was the heritage of the children of Reuben by their families, with its towns and its unwalled places. And Moses gave their heritage to the tribe of Gad by their families, and their limit was Jazer, and all the towns of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon, to Aroer before Rabbah, and from Heshbon to Ramoth Mizpah, and Betanim, and from Manaheim to the edge of Debir, and in the valley Beth Haram, and Beth Nimrah, and Succoth, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon, king of Heshbon, having Jordan for its limit, to the end of the sea of Chinnereth on the east side of Jordan. This is the heritage of the children of Gad by their families, with its towns and its unwalled places. And Moses gave their heritage to the half-tribe of Manasseh by their families. And their limit was from Mahanaim, all Bashan, all the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and all Havoth-Jair and Bashan, 60 towns, and half Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, towns of the kingdom of Og and Bashan, were for the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, for half of the children of Machir by their families. These are the heritages of which Moses made distribution in the lowlands of Moab, on the other side of Jordan in Jericho, to the east. But to the tribe of Levi Moses gave no heritage. The Lord, the God of Israel, is their heritage, as he said to them. Chapter 14. These are the heritages which the children of Israel took in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the tribes of the children of Israel gave out to them. Their heritage by the Lord's decision, as he gave orders by Moses, for the 9 tribes and the half-tribe. For Moses had given their heritage to the 2 tribes and the half-tribe on the other side of Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no heritage among them. Because the children of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim, and they gave the Levites no part in the land, only towns for their living places, with the grasslands for their cattle and for their property. As the Lord had given orders to Moses, so the people of Israel did, and they made division of the land. Then the children of Judah went to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite said to him, "You have knowledge of what the Lord said to Moses, the man of God, about me and about you in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to make a search through the land, and the account which I gave him was in keeping with his desire. My brothers, however, who went up with me, made the heart of the people like water, but I was true to the Lord with all my heart. On that day Moses took an oath, saying, 'Truly the land where your feet have been placed will become a heritage for you and your children forever, because you have been true to the Lord your God with all your heart.' And now, as you see, the Lord has kept me safe these 45 years from the time when the Lord said this to Moses, while Israel was wandering in the wasteland. And now I am 85 years old. And still I am as strong today as I was when Moses sent me out. As my strength was then, so is it now, for war and all the business of life. So now give me this hill country named by the Lord at that time, for you had an account of it then, how the Anakim were there, and great walled towns. It may be that the Lord will be with me, and I will be able to take their land as the Lord said." And Joshua gave him his blessing, and he gave Hebron to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, for his heritage. So Hebron became the heritage of Caleb, the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, to this day, because with all his heart he was true to the Lord, the God of Israel. In earlier times, the name of Hebron had been Kiriath Arba, named after Arba, the greatest of the Anakim. and the land had rest from war. Chapter 15. Now the part of the land marked out for the children of Judah by families went up to the edge of Edom, as far as the wasteland of Zin to the south, to the farthest point of it on the south. Their south limit was from the farthest point of the Salt Sea, from the inlet looking to the south. From there it goes south of the slope up to Akrabim, and on to Zin, then south past Kadesh Barnea, and on by Hezron, and up to Adar, turning in the direction of Karka. Then on to Asmam, ending at the stream of Egypt, and the end of the limit is at the sea. This will be your limit on the south. And the east limit is the Salt Sea as far as the end of Jordan, and the limit of the north part of the land is from the inlet of the sea at the end of Jordan. Then the line goes up to Beth Hogla, past the north of Beth Araba, and up to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. Then the line goes up to Debir from the valley of Achor, and so to the north, in the direction of Gilgal, which is opposite the slope up to Adummim, on the south side of the river. And the line goes on to the waters of En-Shemesh, ending at En-Rogel. Then the line goes up by the valley of the son of Hinnom, to the south side of the Jebusite, which is Jerusalem, then up to the top of the mountain, in front of the valley of Hinnom to the west, which is at the farthest point of the valley of Rephaim on the north. And the limit is marked out from the top of the mountain to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah, and out to the towns of Mount Ephron, as far as Bala, which is Kiriath Jearim. Then turning west, the line goes from Bala to Mount Seir, and on to the side of Mount Jearim, which is Chesalon, on the north, then down to Beth Shemesh, and on past Timnah, and out to the side of Ekron to the north. Then it is marked out to Shikharon, and on to Mount Bala, ending at Jabneel. The end of the line is at the sea. And the limit on the west is the edge of the great sea. This is the line going round the land, marked out for the children of Judah by their families. And to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he gave a part among the children of Judah, as the Lord had given orders to Joshua, that is, Kiriath Arba, named after Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron. And the three sons of Anak, Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmai, the children of Anak, were forced out from there by Caleb. From there he went up against the people of Debir. Now the name of Debir before that was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, I will give Achsah, my daughter, as wife to the man who overcomes Kiriath Sepher and takes it. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's brother, took it. So he gave him his daughter Achsah for his wife. Now when she came to him, he put into her mind the idea of requesting a field from her father. And she got down from her ass, and Caleb said to her, What is it? And she said, Give me a blessing, because you have put me in dry southland. Now give me springs of water. So he gave her the higher spring and the lower spring. This is the heritage of the tribe of Judah by their families. The farthest towns of the tribe of Judah in the direction of the limits of Edom to the south were Kabzeel and Eder and Jagur, and Kinnah and Dimona and Adada, and Kadesh and Hazor and Ithman, Ziph and Telem and Bealoth, and Hazor Hadadah and Kiriath Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam and Shema and Moladah, and Hazar Gaddah and Heshmon and Beth Pelet, and Hazar Shual and Beersheba and Biziothia, Bala and Ayam and Ezem, and Eltolad and Chesel and Hormah, and Ziklag and Madamah and Sensana, and Leboath and Shilhim and Ain and Rimmon. All the towns are 29 with their unwalled places. In the lowland, Eshtaol and Zorah and Ashna, and Zanoah and Enganim, Tapua and Enam, Jarma and Adullam, Sokab and Azekah, and Sharem and Adathaim and Gedera and Gederothaim, 14 towns with their unwalled places. Zenon and Hadasheth and Migdal Gad and Dylan and Mizpah and Joktheel, Lachish and Bozkath and Eglon, and Cabin and Lamas and Chithlish, and Gederoth, Beth Dagon and Naamah, and Makkedah, 16 towns with their unwalled palaces. Libnah and Ether and Ashen, and Iphta, and Ashna, and Nezib, and Keilah, and Achzib, and Mareshah, 9 towns with their unwalled places. Ekrah with her daughter towns and her unwalled places. From Ekron to the sea, all the towns by the side of Ashdod with their unwalled places. Ashdod with her daughter towns and her unwalled places. Gaza with her daughter towns and her unwalled places. To the stream of Egypt with the great sea as a limit. And in the hill country, Shamir and Jatir and Soko. And Dana and Kiriath Sena, which is Deber, and Anab and Eshtemoh, and Anim, and Goshen and Holon and Gilo, 11 towns with their unwalled places. Arab and Duma and Eshan, and Jannim and Beth Tappuah and Aphekah, and Humta and Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, and Zior, 9 towns with their unwalled places. Maon, Carmel, and Ziph, and Judah, and Jezreel, and Jokdeam, and Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 towns with their unwalled places. Halhal, Beth Zur, and Gedor, and Marith, and Bethanath, and Eltekon, 6 towns with their unwalled places. Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 towns with their unwalled places. In the wasteland, Beth Arba, Middin, and Sekaka, and Nibshan, and the town of Salt, and En-Gedi, 6 towns with their unwalled places. And as for the Jebusites living in Jerusalem, the children of Judah were unable to make them go out. But the Jebusites are living with the children of Judah at Jerusalem to this day. Chapter 16. And the limit of the land marked out for the children of Joseph went out from Jordan at Jericho, at the waters of Jericho on the east, in the wasteland, going up from Jericho through the hill country to Bethel. And as it goes out from Bethel to Luz, and on as far as the limit of the Archites to Adaroth. And it goes down to the west to the limit of the Japhlethites, to the limit of Beth Horon the lower, as far as Gezer, ending at the sea. And the children of Joseph, Manasseh and Ephraim, took their heritage. And the limit of the land of the children of Ephraim by their families was marked out in this way. The limit of their heritage to the east was Adaroth Adar, to Beth Horon the higher. The line goes out to the west at Mikmathah on the north, then turning to the east at Tanath Shiloh, going past it to the east of Genoa. And from Genoa down to Adaroth and Nara, and touching Jericho, it goes on to Jordan. From Tappuah, the line goes on to the west to the river of Cana, ending at the sea. This is the heritage of the children of Ephraim by their families. Together with the towns marked out for the children of Ephraim in the heritage of Manasseh, all the towns with their unwalled places. And the Canaanites who were living in Gezer were not forced out, but the Canaanites have been living among Ephraim to this day as servants doing forced work. Chapter 17. And this was the part marked out for the tribe of Manasseh, because he was the oldest son of Joseph. As for Machir, the oldest son of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war, he had Gilead and Bashan. And as for the rest of the children of Manasseh, their heritage was given to them by families, for the children of Abiezer, and for the children of Helek, and for the children of Azriel, and for the children of Shechem, and for the children of Hepher, and for the children of Shemida. These were the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their families. But Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters. And these are the names of his daughters: Mahlah and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came before Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and before the chiefs, saying, The Lord gave orders to Moses to give us a heritage among our brothers. So in agreement with the orders of the Lord, he gave them a heritage among their father's brothers. And 10 parts were given to Manasseh, in addition to the land of Gilead and Bashan, which is on the other side of Jordan. Because the daughters of Manasseh had a heritage among his sons, and the land of Gilead was the property of the other sons of Manasseh. And the limit of Manasseh's land was from Asher to Mikmethath, which is before Shechem. The line goes on to the right hand to the people of En-Tappuah. The land of Tappuah was the property of Manasseh, but Tappuah on the edge of Manasseh was the property of the children of Ephraim. And the limit goes down to the stream Cana, To the south of the stream, these towns were Ephraim's among the towns of Manasseh. Manasseh's limit was on the north side of the stream, ending at the sea. To the south it is Ephraim's, and to the north it is Manasseh's, and the sea is his limit. And they are touching Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. In Issachar and Asher, Manasseh had Beth Shean and its daughter towns, and Ibleam and its daughter towns, and the people of Dor and its daughter towns, and the people of En-Dor and its daughter towns, and the people of Tanakh and its daughter towns, and the people of Megiddo and its daughter towns, that is, the 3 hills. But the children of Manasseh were not able to make the people of those towns go out, but the Canaanites would go on living in that land. And when the children of Israel had become strong, they put the Canaanites to forced work in place of driving them out. Then the children of Joseph said to Joshua, "Why have you given me only one part and one stretch of land for my heritage? For through the blessing given to me by the Lord up to now, I am a great people." Then Joshua said to them, "If you are such a great people, go up into the woodlands, clearing a place there for yourselves in the land of the Perizzites and the Rephaim, if the hill country of Ephraim is not wide enough for you." And the children of Joseph said, "The hill country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites living in the valley have iron war carriages, those in Beth Shean and its towns, as well as those in the valley of Jezreel." Then Joshua said to the children of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, "You are a great people and have great power. You are not to have one property only, for the hill country of Gilead will be yours. The woodland and cut down its outskirts will be yours. Get the Canaanites out, for they have iron war carriages, strong." Chapter 18. And all the meeting of the children of Israel came together at Shiloh and put up the tent of meeting there, and the land was crushed before them. But there were still 7 tribes among the children of Israel who had not taken up their heritage. Then Joshua said to the children of Israel, "Why are you so slow to go in and take up your heritage in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you? Take from among you 3 men from every tribe, and I will send them to go through the land and make a record of it, for distribution as their heritage. Then let them come back to me. And let them make a division of it into 7 parts. Let Judah keep inside his limit on the south, and let the children of Joseph keep inside their limit on the north. And you are to have the land marked out in 7 parts, and come back to me with the record, and I will make the distribution for you here by the decision of the Lord our God. For the Levites have no part among you. To be the Lord's priests is their heritage, and Gad and Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh have had their heritage on the east side of Jordan, given to them by Moses, the servant of the Lord." So the men got up and went, and Joshua gave orders to those who went to make a record of the land, saying, "Go up and down through the land and make a record of it, and come back here to me, and I will make the distribution for you here by the decision of the Lord in Shiloh." So the men went, traveling through the land, and made a record of it by towns in 7 parts in a book, and came back to Joshua to the tent circle at Shiloh. And Joshua made the distribution for them in Shiloh by the decision of the Lord, marking out the land for the children of Israel by their divisions. And the first heritage came out for the tribe of Benjamin by their families, and the limit of their heritage went between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their limit on the north was from the Jordan, and the line goes up to the side of Jericho on the north, and through the hill country to the west, ending at the wasteland of Beth-aven. And from there the line goes south to Luz, to the side of Luz, which is Bethel, then down to Adaroth-Adar, by the mountain to the south of Beth-horon the lower. And the limit is marked as coming round to the south on the west side from the mountain which is south of Beth-horon, and ending at Kiriath-baal, which is Kiriath-jearim, a town of the children of Judah. This is the west part. And the south part is from the farthest point of Kiriath-jearim, and the line goes out to the west, to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah. And the line goes down to the farthest part of the mountain, facing the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is on the north of the valley of Rephaim. From there it goes down to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of the Jebusite on the south, as far as En-rogel. And it goes to En-shemesh, and on to Gileath, opposite the way up to Adumim. And it goes down to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. And it goes on to the side facing the Arabah to the north, and down to the Arabah, and on the north side of Beth Hagla, ending at the north inlet of the Salt Sea, at the south end of Jordan. This is their limit on the south. And the limit on the east part is the Jordan. This is the heritage of the children of Benjamin, marked out for their families by these limits on all sides. And the towns of the children of Benjamin given to them in the order of their families are Jericho and Beth Hagla and Emek Keziz, and Beth Araba and the Zemarsaim and Bethel, and Avim and Para and Ophrah, and Chephar Ammoni, and Ophni and Geba, 12 towns with their unwalled places. Gibeon and Ramah, and Beeroth and Mizpah, and Chephirah and Moza, and Rechem and Irpeel, and Tarala, and Zelah, Eleph, and the Jebusite, which is Jerusalem, Gibeath and Kiriath, 14 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the children of Benjamin by their families. End of chapter 18. Chapters 19 through 24 of Joshua, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. And the second heritage came out for the tribe of Simeon by their families, and their heritage was in the middle of the heritage of the children of Judah. And they had for their heritage Beersheba, and Shema, and Moladah, and Hazar Shual, and Bela, and Ezem, and Eltalad, and Bethel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Beth Markaboth, and Hazar Susa, and Beth Lebaoth, and Sharuhen, 13 towns with their unwalled places. Ain, Rimmon, and Ether, and Ashen, 4 towns with their unwalled places. And all the unwalled places round about these towns as far as Baalath Beerama to the south. This is the heritage of the tribe of Simeon by their families. The heritage of Simeon was taken out of Judah's stretch of land, for Judah's part was more than they had need of. So the heritage of the children of Simeon was inside their heritage. And the third heritage came out for Zebulun by their families. The limit of their heritage was as far as Sarid, and their limit goes up to the west to Maralah, stretching to Dabasheth, and to the stream in front of Jokneam. Then turning east from Sarid to the limit of Chisla Tabor, it goes out to Daberath and up to Japhia. And from there it goes on east to Gethepher, to Eth-Kazin, ending at Rimmon, which goes as far as Neah. And the line goes round it on the north to Hanathon, ending at the valley of Iphathel. And Kata and Nahalal, and Shimron, and Idalah, and Bethlehem, 12 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the children of Zebulun by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For Issachar the fourth heritage came out, for the children of Issachar by their families, and their limit was to Jezreel, and Chesulloth, and Shunem, and Hapharaim, and Shihon, and Anaharath, and Rabbath, and Kishion, and Ebez, and Remeth, and Engenim, and Enhada, and Beth Pazez. And their limit goes as far as Tabor, and Shahazmiah, and Beth Shemeth, ending at Jordan, 16 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Issachar by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. And the fifth heritage came out for the tribe of Asher by their families, and their limit was Helkath, and Hali, and Beton, and Akshaph, and Elimelech, and Amad, and Mishal, stretching to Carmel on the west, and Shihor Libneth, turning to the east to Beth Dagon, and stretching to Zebulun in the valley of Iftael, as far as Beth Amek, and Neel to the north. On the left it goes as far as Kabul, and Ebron, and Redob, and Hammon, and Cana, to Great Zidon. And the limit goes round to Ramah, and the walled town of Tyre, and Hosa, ending at the sea by Heleb and Akzib, and Ummah, and Aphek, and Rahab, 22 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Asher by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For the children of Naphtali, the sixth heritage came out, for the children of Naphtali by their families. And their limit was from Heleph, from the oak tree in Zananim, and Adammehekeneb, and Jabneel, as far as Lakum, ending at Jordan. And turning west to Asnoth Tabor, the limit goes out from there to Hooke, stretching to Zebulun on the south, and Asher on the west, and Judah at Jordan on the east. And the walled towns are Ziddim, Zer, and Hamath, Raketh, and Chinnereth, and Adamah, and Ramah, and Hazor, and Kadesh, and Edrei, and En-Hazor, and Iron, and Migdal-El, Horem, and Beth-Anath, and Beth-Shemesh, 16 towns with their unwalled places. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Naphtali by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. For the tribe of Dan by their families, the seventh heritage came out, and the limit of their heritage was Zorah, and Eshtaol, and Irsemesh, and Shalabim, and Aijalon, and Ithlah, and Elon, and Timnah, and Ekron, and Elkatah, and Gibbethon, and Baalath, and Jehud, and Benabarak, and Gathrimmon. And on the west was opposite Joppa. But the limit of the children of Dan was not wide enough for them, so the children of Dan went up and made war on Leshem, and took it, putting it to the sword without mercy, and they took it for their heritage, and made a place for themselves there, giving it the name of Leshem Dan, after the name of their father Dan. This is the heritage of the tribe of the children of Dan by their families, these towns with their unwalled places. So the distribution of the land and its limits was complete, and the children of Israel gave Joshua the son of Nun a heritage among them. By the orders of the Lord they gave him the town for which he made request, Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim. There, after building the town, he made his living place. These are the heritages which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of families of the tribes of the children of Israel gave out at Shiloh, by the decision of the Lord at the door of the tent of meeting. So the distribution of the land was complete. Chapter 20. And the Lord said to Joshua, Say to the children of Israel, Let certain towns be marked out as safe places, as I said to you by the mouth of Moses, so that any man who in error and without design has taken the life of another may go in flight to them, and they will be safe places for you from him who has the right of punishment for blood. And if anyone goes in flight to one of those towns and comes into the public place of the town and puts his cause before the responsible men of the town, they will take him into the town and give him a place among them where he may be safe. And if the one who has the right of punishment comes after him, they are not to give the taker of life up to him, because he was the cause of his neighbor's death without designing it, and not in hate. And he is to go on living in that town till he has to come before the meeting of the people to be judged, till the death of him who is the high priest at that time. Then the taker of life may come back to his town and to his house, to the town from which he had gone in flight. So they made selection of Kadesh in Galilee in the hill country of Naphtali, and Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah. And on the east side of Jordan at Jericho, they made selection of Bezer in the wasteland, in the tableland, out of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead, out of the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan, out of the tribe of Manasseh. These were the towns marked out for all the children of Israel, and for the man from a strange country living among them, so that anyone causing the death of another in error might go in flight there, and not be put to death by him who has the right of punishment for blood, till he had come before a meeting of the people. Chapter 21. Then the heads of the families of the Levites came to Eleazar the priest and Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the families of the tribes of the children of Israel, and said to them in Shiloh in the land of Canaan, The Lord gave orders by Moses that we were to have towns for living in, with their grasslands for our cattle. And the children of Israel out of their heritage gave to the Levites these towns with their grasslands by the order of the Lord. And the heritage came out for the families of the Kohathites. The children of Aaron the priest, who were of the Levites, were given 13 towns from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the children of Kohath by their families were given 10 towns from the tribes of Ephraim and Dan and the half-tribe of Manasseh. The children of Gershon by their families were given 13 towns from the tribes of Issachar and Asher and Naphtali, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, which was in Bashan. The children of Merari by their families were given 12 towns from the tribes of Reuben and Gad and Zebulun. All these towns with their grasslands the children of Israel gave by the decision of the Lord to the Levites, as the Lord had given orders by Moses. From the tribes of the children of Judah and the children of Simeon they gave these towns, listed here by name: These were for the children of Aaron among the families of the Kohathites, of the children of Levi, for they came first in the distribution. They gave them Kiriath Arba, the town of Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, with its grasslands. But the open country round the town and its unwalled places they gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, as his property. And to the children of Aaron the priest they gave Hebron with its grasslands, the town where the taker of the life might be safe, and Libnah with its grasslands, and Jatir with its grasslands, and Eshtemoa with its grasslands, and Holon with its grasslands, and Debir with its grasslands, and Ain, and Juttah, and Beth Shemesh with their grasslands, 9 towns from those 2 tribes. And from the tribe of Benjamin they gave Gibeon and Geba with their grasslands, Anathoth and Almon with their grasslands, 4 towns. 13 towns with their grasslands were given to the children of Aaron the priests. The rest of the families of the children of Kohath, the Levites, were given towns from the tribe of Ephraim. And they gave them Shechem with its grasslands in the hill country of Ephraim, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Gezer with its grasslands, and Kibzaim and Beth-horon with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Dan, Elteke and Gibbethon with their grasslands, Aijalon and Gath-rimmon with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the half-tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh and Gath-rimmon with their grasslands, 2 towns. All the towns of the rest of these families of the children of Kohath were 10 with their grasslands. And to the children of Gershon of the family of the Levites they gave from the half-tribe of Manasseh Golan and Bashan with its grasslands, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Ashtaroth with its grasslands, 2 towns. And from the tribe of Issachar, Kishion and Deberath with their grasslands, Jarmuth and Anganim with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Asher, Mishael and Abdon with their grasslands, Helkath and Rahab with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its grasslands, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Hamath Dor and Kartan with their grasslands, 3 towns. All the towns of the Gershonites with their families were 13 with their grasslands. And to the rest of the Levites, that is, the families of the children of Merari, they gave from the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam and Karta with their grasslands, Dimnah and Nahalal with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Reuben, Bezer and Jahaz with their grasslands, Kedemoth and Mephaath with their grasslands, 4 towns. And from the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead, the town where the taker of life might be safe, and Mahanaim with their grasslands, Heshbon and Jazer with their grasslands, 4 towns. All these towns were given to the children of Merari by their families, that is, the rest of the families of the Levites, and their heritage was 12 towns. All the towns of the Levites among the heritage of the children of Israel were 48 towns with their grasslands. Every one of these towns had grasslands round it. So the Lord gave to Israel all the land which he gave by oath to their fathers, so it became their heritage and their living place. And the Lord gave them peace on every side, as he had said to their fathers. All those who were against them gave way before them, for the Lord gave them all up into their hands. The Lord kept faith with the house of Israel about all the good which he said he would do for them, and all his words came true. Chapter 22. Then Joshua sent for the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have kept all the orders of Moses, the Lord's servant, and have done everything I gave you orders to do. You have now been with your brothers for a long time. Till this day you have been doing the orders of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given your brothers rest, as he said. So now you may go back to your tents, to the land of your heritage, which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave to you on the other side of Jordan. Only take great care to do the orders and law which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave you, to have love for the Lord your God, and to go in all his ways, and to keep his laws, and to be true to him, and to be his servants with all your heart and with all your soul. Then Joshua gave them his blessing, and sent them away, and they went back to their tents. Now to the one half of the tribe of Manasseh, Moses had given a heritage in Bashan, but to the other half Joshua gave a heritage among their brothers on the west side of Jordan. Now when Joshua sent them away to their tents, he gave them his blessing, and said to them, Go back with much wealth to your tents, and with very much cattle, with silver and gold and brass and iron, and with a very great store of clothing. Give your brothers a part of the goods taken in the war. So Reuben and Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh went back, parting from the children of Israel at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, to go to the land of Gilead, to the land of their heritage, which had been given to them by the Lord's order to Moses. Now when they came to the country by Jordan in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh put up there, by Jordan, a great altar, seen from far. And news came to the children of Israel, see, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh have put up an altar opposite the land of Canaan, in the country by Jordan, on the side which is Israel's. Then all the meeting of the children of Israel, hearing this, came together at Shiloh to go up against them to war. And the children of Israel sent Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh to the land of Gilead. And with them they sent 10 chiefs, one for every tribe of the children of Israel, every one of them the head of his house among the families of Israel. And they came to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh to the land of Gilead, and said to them, This is what all the meeting of the people of the Lord has said. What is wrong which you have done against the God of Israel, turning back this day from the Lord, and building an altar for yourselves, and being false to the Lord? Was not the sin of Baal-peor great enough, from which we are not clear even to this day, though punishment came on the people of the Lord, that you are now turned back from the Lord? And because you are false to him today, tomorrow his wrath will be let loose on all the people of Israel. But if the land you now have is unclean, come over into the Lord's land where his house is, and take up your heritage among us. But do not be false to the Lord and to us by building yourselves an altar in addition to the altar of the Lord our God. Did not Achan, the son of Zerah, do wrong about the cursed thing, causing wrath to come on all the people of Israel? And not on him only came the punishment of death. Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh said in answer to the heads of the families of Israel, God, even God the Lord, he sees, and Israel will see, if it is in pride or in sin against the Lord that we have made ourselves an altar, being false to the Lord. Keep us not safe from death this day. And if for the purpose of offering burnt offerings on it and meal offerings and peace offerings, let the Lord himself send punishment for it. And if we have not, in fact, done this designedly and with purpose, having in our minds the fear that in time to come your children might say to our children, What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel? For the Lord has made Jordan a line of division between us and you, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad. You have no part in the Lord. So your children will make our children give up fearing the Lord. So we said, Let us now make an altar for ourselves, not for burnt offerings or for the offerings of beasts, but to be a witness between us and you, and between the future generations, that we have the right of worshiping the Lord with our burnt offerings and our offerings of beasts and our peace offerings, so that your children will not be able to say to our children in time to come, You have no part in the Lord. For we said to ourselves, If they say this to us or to future generations, then we will say, See this copy of the Lord's altar which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings or offerings of beasts, but for a witness between us and you. Never let it be said that we were false to the Lord, turning back this day from him and building an altar for burnt offerings and meal offerings and offerings of beasts, in addition to the altar of the Lord our God, which is before his house. Then Phinehas the priest and the chiefs of the meeting and the heads of the families of Israel who were with them, hearing what the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh said, were pleased. And Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest said to the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh, Now we are certain that the Lord is among us, because you have not done this wrong against the Lord, and you have kept us from falling into the hands of the Lord. Then Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest and the chiefs went back from the land of Gilead, from the children of Reuben and the children of Gad, and came to the children of Israel in Canaan and gave them the news. And the children of Israel were pleased about this, and they gave praise to God, and had no more thought of going to war against the children of Reuben and the children of Gad for the destruction of their land. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad gave to that altar the name of Ed. For they said, It is a witness between us that the Lord is God. Chapter 23. Now after a long time, when the Lord had given Israel rest from the wars on every side, and Joshua was old and full of years, Joshua sent for all Israel, for their responsible men, and their chiefs, and their judges, and their overseers, and said to them, I am old and full of years. You have seen everything the Lord your God has done to all these nations because of you. For it is the Lord your God who has been fighting for you. Now I have given to you, as the heritage of your tribes, all these nations which are still in the land, together with those cut off by me, from Jordan as far as the great sea on the west. The Lord your God will send them away by force, driving them out before you, and you are to take their land for your heritage, as the Lord your God said to you. So be very strong to keep and do whatever is recorded in the book of the law of Moses, not turning away from it to the right or to the left. Have nothing to do with these nations who are still living among you. Let not their gods be named by you or used in your oaths. Do not be their servants or give them worship. But be true to the Lord your God as you have been till this day. For the Lord has sent out from before you nations great and strong, and they have all given way before you till this day. One man of you is able to put to flight 1,000, for it is the Lord your God who is fighting for you, as he has said to you. So keep watch on yourselves, and see that you have love for the Lord your God. For if you go back, joining yourselves to the rest of these nations who are still among you, getting married to them and living with them and they with you, then you may be certain that the Lord your God will not go on driving these nations out from before you, but they will become a danger and a cause of sin to you, a whip for your sides and thorns in your eyes, till you are cut off from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. Now I am about to go the way of all the earth. And you have seen and are certain, all of you, in your hearts and souls, that in all the good things which the Lord said about you, he has kept faith with you. Everything has come true for you. And you will see that as all the good things which the Lord your God undertook to do for you have come to you, so the Lord will send down on you all the evil things till he has made your destruction complete, and you are cut off from the good land which the Lord your God has given you. If the agreement of the Lord your God, which was given to you by his orders, is broken, and you become the servants of other gods and give them worship, then the wrath of the Lord will be burning against you, and you will quickly be cut off from the good land which he has given you. Chapter 24. Then Joshua got all the tribes of Israel together at Shechem, and he sent for the responsible men of Israel and their chiefs and their judges and their overseers, and they took their place before God. And Joshua said to all the people, These are the words of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the past your fathers, Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, were living on the other side of the river, and they were worshipping other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the river, guiding him through all the land of Canaan. I made his offspring great in number, and I gave him Isaac. And to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. To Esau I gave Mount Seir as his heritage, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. And I sent Moses and Aaron, troubling Egypt by all the signs I did among them. And after that I took you out. I took your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the Red Sea, and the Egyptians came after your fathers to the Red Sea with their war carriages and their horsemen. And at their cry the Lord made it dark between you and the Egyptians, and made the sea go over them, covering them with waters. Your eyes have seen what I did in Egypt. Then for a long time you were living in the wasteland. And I took you into the lands of the Amorites on the other side of the Jordan, and they made war on you, and I gave them into your hands, and you took their land, and I sent destruction on them before you. Then Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, went up to war against Israel, and he sent for Balaam, the son of Beor, to put a curse on you. But I did not give ear to Balaam, so he went on blessing you, and I kept you safe from him. Then you went over Jordan and came to Jericho, and the men of Jericho made war on you, the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I gave them up into your hands. And I sent the hornet before you, driving out the 2 kings of the Amorites before you, not with your sword and your bow. And I gave you a land on which you had done no work, and towns not of your building, and you are now living in them. And your food comes from vine gardens and olive gardens, not of your planting. So now go in fear of the Lord, and be his servants with true hearts. Put away the gods worshipped by your fathers across the river and in Egypt, and be servants of the Lord. And if it seems evil to you to be the servants of the Lord, make the decision this day whose servants you will be, of the gods whose servants your fathers were across the river, or of the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But I and my house will be the servants of the Lord. Then the people in answer said, Never will we give up the Lord to be the servants of other gods, for it is the Lord our God who has taken us and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the prison house, and who did all those great signs before our eyes and kept us safe on all our journeys. and among all the peoples through whom we went. And the Lord sent out from before us all the peoples, the Amorites living in the land, so we will be the servants of the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You are not able to be the servants of the Lord, for he is a holy God, a God who will not let his honor be given to another. He will have no mercy on your wrongdoing or your sins. If you are turned away from the Lord and become the servants of strange gods, then turning against you, he will do you evil, cutting you off after he has done you good. And the people said to Joshua, No, but we will be the servants of the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You are witnesses against yourselves that you have made the decision to be the servants of the Lord. And they said, We are witnesses. Then he said, Put away the strange gods among you, turning your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will be the servants of the Lord our God, and we will give ear to his voice. So Joshua made an agreement with the people that day and gave them a rule and a law in Shechem. And Joshua put these words on record, writing them in the book of the law of God. And he took a great stone and put it up there under the oak tree, which was in the holy place of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, See now, this stone is to be a witness against us, for all the words of the Lord have been said to us in its hearing. So it will be a witness against you if you are false to the Lord your God. Then Joshua let the people go away, every man to his heritage. Now after these things, the death of Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, took place, he being then 110 years old. And they put his body in the earth in the land of his heritage at Timnath-Serah, in the hill country of Ephraim, to the north of Mount Gaash. And Israel was true to the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the older men who were still living after Joshua's death, and had seen what the Lord had done for Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had taken up from Egypt, they put in the earth in Shechem, in the property which Jacob had got from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 shekels. And they became the heritage of the children of Joseph. Then the death of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, took place, and his body was put in the earth in the hill of Phinehas his son, which had been given to him in the hill country of Ephraim. End of chapter 24. End of the book of Joshua.